Mulagite, upstate, what is that man? What a take a kate? Come west, what Hollywood wake, no more pause ever while we attack the Savannah. Very nice, was a city. Together we end the scourge of HIV. Together we end the scourge in the fall of Africa.
Omwaka muno njagala kutuuka ku bavubuka omulamu kyeki
kujenga nchi yetu inaomba afya njema, marafiki tusimame tupiganishe ugonjwa wa ukimwi leo, naomba tuungane tusaidiane kidole moja vunje chawa,
naomba tutetee kweli, naomba tujipange tuwasiliane kwa mwisho tujiandae, huu ndio wakati,
hakuna utani, huu ndio wakati, hakuna ukimwi,
this is the time,
hakuna utani, this is the time, hakuna ukimwi,
this is the time,
Jewali Muzanyo, this is the time, Vision 2030, 1990, yeah.
Can I sit there?
say no to the fishing methods, to the saying nyanja. Oh.
In the beginning, God created the world, and he said, "Let us make man in our own image, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea." The Federation of Fisheries Organization of Uganda took on that responsibility by introducing the right way to fish, a free training that was given to all citizens of the nation around all fishing sites to enhance the leadership capacity of the fishing community. Fishermen took it on and they put it in action. To the present day, they do the fishing, and then after, transport the fish in the boats to the landing site. The fishermen offload the boats. They carry the fish to where it's weighed, and every weight that has been brought in is noted down, and then thereafter they're paid off. So this fish is frozen, packed into the trucks in rows just as you view them, and then thereafter is transported from this landing site of Chiindi, found in Buyigwe. The government of Uganda managed to build an ice plant right there, that's where the ice is made. The water is gotten, processed, frozen, then used to pack the fish into the trucks for transportation. We thank the Federation of Fisheries Organization of Uganda for helping them
Ndonga watandise
by
mama.
training them.
Badde
It is
sisuubira
highly
ddala.
appreciated. Thank you so much.
This is the time. Hakuna utani. This is the time. Hakuna ukimwi.
Omukazi n'omusajja define the health of a family. Mommy and daddy turulere ebyo bwomezi. We the youth should close the tap for new infections. No more death in Uganda related to HIV.
Together we win as youth in fighting HIV.
Together we win as men. Everything we can do. Muno murundi sawa muzano.
Sawa muzano.
Ekitubo ine kimara.
Sawa muzano. This is the time. Sawa muzano. This is the time. Sawa muzano.
1990 wekebeze zekebeze status ojimanye eddagala olimire yawe bakulagidde upstate watazaala abaana botetegekeire bamwesikwa holiwe weka n'omukozebwa waawe atakusobola kwerinda kozesa CD.
Together we end the scourge of HIV. Together we end the scourge in the whole of Africa.
Kuno murundi tewali muzanyo.
Tewali muzanyo.
Ekimala kimala.
Tewali kusanga. This is the time. Tewali muzanyo. This is the time. Tewali kusanga.
obubaka buno njagala butuuke ku bavubuka nti obulamu kyeki
Kujenga nchi yetu inaomba afya njema, marafiki tusimame tupiganishe ugonjwa wa ukimwi leo. Naomba tuungane tusaidiane kidole, moja funje chawa.
Naomba tutetee kweli, naomba tujipange, tuwasiliane kwa mwisho tujiandae, huu ndio wakati.
Hakuna utani, huu ndio wakati. Hakuna ukimwi,
This is the time.
hakuna utani. This is the time.
This is the time.
Tewali muzanyo. This is the time. Vision 2030, 1990, yeah.
AIDS is still with us, and Uganda has 1,000 new infections and 500 deaths every week. The estimated total number of people living with HIV is 1.4 million.
We had relaxed when it had come down, but I think we should go back. Because now we have a chance to completely defeat it. So we should talk more.
As a leader, I pledge to support the struggle against HIV/AIDS in Uganda.
I pledge support to ending HIV/AIDS by 2030.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. As a leader, play your part in the fight against HIV. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066.
This message is brought to you by the Office of the President and the Ministry of Health.
Did you know that 1,000 Ugandans get HIV every week? Did you know that every week 500 people die of AIDS in Uganda? HIV is still with us. In 2017, President Museveni launched the First Track initiative to end AIDS by 2030. We must stop HIV. The best way for young people to avoid HIV is to abstain.
Why you had to have sex at 16, at 18, at 20, and then you die, or you start having problems, which you may live with all your life? Why don't you wait, hold on, you study, finish your degree, and then you look for a partner at the right time?
Protect yourself. Abstain from sex until you're ready. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066.
This message is brought to you by the Office of the President and the Ministry of Health.
If you are pregnant, go for antenatal care services at a health facility. Take the HIV test with your partner. If you test positive, take ARVs to protect your baby.
Because if they take those medicines, then the baby is born HIV-free.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. Take the HIV test with your partner today.
Fellow men, support your pregnant partner to go for antenatal care services.
For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066.
This message is brought to you by the Office of the President and the Ministry of Health.
The estimated total number of people living with HIV is 1.4 million, and about 1.2 million are on treatment. People with HIV can still live a healthy life if they adhere to treatment.
Health is wealth. Help Uganda become prosperous by remaining healthy.
I take my ARVs every day. I am healthy and strong.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. If you are living with HIV, take ARVs daily as advised by your health worker. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066.
This message is brought to you by the Office of the President and the Ministry of Health.
During the first decade of the HIV epidemic in Uganda, everyone was either infected or affected by the disease. It claimed lives, and many lost their parents, children, friends, and neighbors. However, HIV prevalence declined from 21% to 9.8% between 1991 and 1998. The country was hailed internationally for its efforts in reducing the spread of HIV/AIDS compared to other African states. This was especially through effective campaigns like promotion of abstinence and condom use while discouraging multiple sexual partners. Sadly, many young people today may be complacent about HIV as they have not lived through the years before medications were available, a time when AIDS was killing thousands of people each week. In 2018, the Academy for Health Innovation collaborated with Uganda AIDS Commission, TASO, the National Museum of Uganda, and other implementing partners to develop an exhibition detailing the journey of HIV response in Uganda. This was in an effort to document Uganda's history with HIV and to celebrate the progress the country has made in fighting the pandemic. The exhibition was made possible with research from historical archives, accounts of people living with HIV, and other stakeholders like researchers, academicians, politicians, and HIV activists. Through showcasing materials collected over the last 30 years of the HIV response in Uganda, this exhibition sought to bring together research and lived experiences to show the many textures of HIV advocacy and outreach since the disease first hit Uganda. This was later turned into a traveling exhibition and is now available online to remind the younger generation
don't deserve me.
When it landed, AIDS exploded like a nuclear bomb in Uganda. The first recorded case of HIV in the country was in 1982. Before it had a name, many feared the new mysterious disease and blamed it on witchcraft. As the dead bodies piled up, Uganda was in a state of shock and then denial.
Rakai district is a district which is believed to be known for where HIV started from. But that AIDS started without knowing it. You see people slim, they die.
Ekirala nga bongerako nti balina okuziyiza bano abatannalwala okwatibwa omuteego guli kati nga bakozesa ejirita nga basala kuona omulwadde gwe basooka okugema awone kati nga basazisa ejirita yemu ku bamemba bonna aba famire oluusi baayitanga ne booluganda bonna agamba omuteego gwazze mu kika mwenna mujje musawo najja basawo bonga bagoba kufuna sente.
Abantu batya nnyo kubanga kaabuna mu speed eyayingidde. Abantu bangi nnyo abanawaleka n'okusenguka mu bitundu.
Bwe yabanga muganda kitaawo mukyalawo nga toyagala namutunulako sookera ddala tubadde buno twattirangawo naye wagendanga okufa nga tukyayagala nga n'abantu bonna tebaagala nakukulako.
1986, when a lady was brought from Congo and dumped in our OPD department. I was a student in a pediatric ward. So all people ran. Health workers took off because a strange disease has been dumped at the OPD in our regional referral hospital.
Across the country, people had different names for HIV/AIDS, but wherever you went, it was a disease which was whispered about and brought terror in the hearts of all those who heard about it. It took great courage for Ugandans to come face to face with the reality of how quickly HIV/AIDS was sweeping through the country. Out of fear, many turned to churches, mosques, and traditional leaders in the hope of finding a cure for the disease.
Abaana abato abakulu abakyala n'abaana era obwavu bwatandika okuyingira mu maka kubanga abantu batandika okutunda ebyabwe okutaasa ab'enganda zaabwe.
In 1987, the AIDS support organization, TASO, was formed and was the first of its kind to offer support to people and families affected by HIV/AIDS. TASO also created awareness about the risks of contracting HIV, even if many were still in denial about how the virus was spread.
Despite the toll, AIDS had been a taboo subject in Uganda, a shameful secret. And then on April 13th, 1989, Philly Lutaya became the first prominent African to publicly declare he had AIDS.
AIDS is here, but people wanted always to ignore it and pretend as if it was not here. So I wanted to go on shouting loud about this crisis. I ignored people who were calling me a liar, people who were calling me an opportunist, I knew time would come when they would understand.
The last time Philly had been home, he was in the early stages of AIDS and appeared healthy.
I see people coming nearer to look at me as if they don't believe it's me, yet now they believe they know that I'm in big trouble, but there's nothing they can do, or nothing I can do about it.
In this city, where up to 35% of Philly's age group are HIV positive, alone had a powerful effect.
But 1990, they were talking almost about, the first study which we did was, we had about 872,000 cases in the whole country. That's the prevalence of the disease. Since 1982, the disease was doubling every 6 months.
By 1998, the rate of new HIV infections in Uganda had significantly decreased. This was possible because HIV/AIDS had become central to the country's public dialogue.
In 1986, the National Resistance Movement government came into power. They quickly realized that AIDS was about to explode into a major public health problem. Rather than deny it, as the previous government had, they decided to tackle the problem head-on.
The removing of things, I think, came in 1996 when a research had been done, and actually it was found out that about 30% of the people in Uganda, had HIV. And so a bigger effort, mobilization, sensitization, which was actually started by the president himself. There was fear, there was concern, and the government was involved.
As part of this sensitization, the government undertook an aggressive media campaign. Using posters, billboards, television, radio, and newspapers, the country was presented with information aimed at presenting facts about HIV and AIDS.
We knew that there was a school in every district. There was a church in every district. There was a mosque in every district and every village. So we took advantage of that. We set up school health program, which went down up to grassroots. We set up a religious program, worked with them.
Philly Lutaya had sparked a movement which made heroes of ordinary people. Despite the stigma they faced, many came forward to address the HIV/AIDS epidemic. In 1992, Reverend Canon Gideon Byamugesha, an Anglican priest, became the first religious leader in Uganda to publicly announce that he was HIV positive. 2 years later, Moses Supercharger Nsubuga, a local musician and radio host in Uganda, also spoke out about his positive status.
Personally, I had a beautiful wife. As you know my story, in 1992, my wife had heard about HIV. I had not heard about this HIV. But the way she knew it, it was witchcraft way. She told me that, Moses, you're sleeping around. But I've heard that when you sleep with somebody's wife, that person can send you a witchcraft, which can make you thin, which can make you feel sick every day. But I'm worried that I've heard that when you, the husband, gets it, you can pass it to me, your wife, the mother of your children.
Caring for patients in the beginning was very difficult. People were paranoid and feared that HIV/AIDS could be transmitted through touching or being in the same room with an infected person. This discrimination also extended to the medical profession, where doctors were reluctant to deal with patients who were admitted with symptoms of HIV/AIDS.
Because of the stigma associated with the disease,
there were people who were reluctant to have an AIDS clinic in the medical patient. Somebody arrived in casualty with severe signs of AIDS, severe waist loss, diarrhea, or thrush. And somebody, senior person, told that the relatives who brought the person to hospital that they better take her home alive because it's cheaper than taking a dead body because there was nothing that could be done. I felt bad about this.
In 1991, my friend was affected by HIV, by SLIM. So we started looking after him. But when he was going to die, he was very sick. He was put separate in a room. And nobody would enter there.
Those of us that are in here and have got our coupons, please take the
parents
breakfast because they're going to bring in other people as well. And it's
Realizing the psychological impact this kind of stigma had on people living with HIV, their families, and caretakers, TASO created a philosophy which revolved around living positively with HIV/AIDS and dying with dignity.
It is TASO that brought all these ideas of how to handle a person with HIV. But then indeed it became a philosophy because everybody would say he needs TASO, meaning that, you know, all this problem, you need TASO.
When the people came to this ISS clinic, we were the first counselors. We'd first give this person a hug. So the doctor now had clear evidence that if this non-medical person really strongly believes that this person can be hugged, how about me with the science that I have? For us, we started with the individual. How do we help this individual cope? And we went to the family, then we went to the community, and then, you know, so that they wherever they are assisted. We started things like the daycare center. When you come, as you wait for the doctor, we used to do the sensitization rather than you sit there idle and focus on your disease.
Organizations and community leaders also set up clinics, outreach programs, and drama groups as strategies to demystify the disease. Counselors from these organizations also provided support to families, caretakers, and children orphaned by HIV/AIDS who were unable to support themselves.
At that time, it was just talking to these people, encouraging them and giving them hope that they can live. Most people positive at that time, they were having a challenge of food and nutrition. So obviously, I think with support from World Food Program, they had the food that was being brought to these patients. Then they would give beans, then they would give rice and cooking oil and powdered milk.
The first HIV test came to Uganda in 1986. 10 years later, it was possible to walk into any hospital and get a test for as little as 1,000 Uganda shillings. However, it would take as long as 2 weeks to get results back.
That time, not very many people were coming for the HIV test, and it was only the bold that would come for the HIV test, or those who are very ill under the guidance of their family members, they would take a test. And for me, I took a test, and it took the health facility 2 weeks to give me my result. But I know my husband was tested, and then I was in school, and when he was tested, they kept it a secret. And they didn't tell because, you know, the fears around what will happen if the person is positive, what will other family members think? You know, the stigma was very high, and being told you are HIV positive was like a death sentence.
In the year 2000, I was now a mother of 2. And when I tested HIV positive, it was at AIDS Information Center in Imbarara. How I came to test for HIV, it's because my baby girl had eczema, and it was severe eczema.
Today, you can walk into any hospital or clinic in Uganda and get free counseling, an HIV test, and the results back in 30 minutes. There are also home testing kits available in the country. Sadly, because of ARVs, some people seem to take HIV for granted. Before ARVs were available, some religious leaders and traditional herbalists thought they could cure the disease. On November 11th, in 1989, The New Vision published an article about an elderly woman, Nanyonga, from Masaka district, who claimed that the soil from her garden could cure AIDS. Thousands rushed to her home, believing rumors that the soil mixed with some water had cured her niece, Margaret Naziwa, from the virus. Medical doctors at the time were frustrated by their efforts to push for healthy lifestyles and provide adequate treatment.
Twafulanga omulwadde najja naye nga bagenda okudiagnosinga bamusanga alina complaints 14 asesema addukana akolola yetakula enviiri zisenyuse alina ulcers alina omusujja kwegamba n'ogenda okwesanga omuntu omu ng'alina endwadde 13 kati ate dokita n'atandika okuprescribinga full treatment ku buli bulwadde n'ogenda okwesanga omuntu bamuwadde ekipaketi kirimu empeke 8 ate nga bamugaa nti alina ojjimira mu nnaku 3.
By that time, around 92, 93 there, tutandika treatment by syndromic management. Kakati nga muntu bulwadde bwajja bwebajanjaba.
By the time ARVs were available in Uganda, some doctors were still afraid of coming in contact with HIV patients. While advances were still made in treatments, there was still a sense of stigma, something which Philly Lutaya had personally experienced.
Philly's feet and legs were still bothering him, but 2 Ugandan doctors had refused to treat him because they were afraid to touch an AIDS patient. Finally, a compassionate physiotherapist volunteered to help. Philly's experience with the doctors was not uncommon, and the problem was on his mind when he appeared before medical students at Makerere University, Uganda's only medical school.
I have been told that some doctors in Uganda need to be educated and sensitized towards AIDS patients.
Olwaleero eddagala lya siriimu liriri nga lya bwereere era eddala yalinga lya ssente nga weesanga nga abamu baamalanga kusingayo byabugagga byabwe okufuna eddagala.
Ng'osobola okusanga nga wamaze okutuula abantu 50. Naye nga mu abo waabangamu abaaleeteddwa abantu baabwe ne babadropingawo ku mulyango tojja kusobola kumubuuka nga bamukiikawo bwe bati bo ne batambula ne bagenda.
Ekyokubiri nti luli eddagala lyalinga lya kutambulira long distances naye olwaleero tulina n'ekyo tuyita CBDP nga plant basobola okuleetera eddagala woli n'olifunirawo n'osobola okuba ng'otambula bulungi.
And when they were first available, ARVs were hard to find. They were also too expensive and had terrible side effects like bleeding, diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart complications. This is why many chose to hide their HIV positive status from their partners and families.
Still, my husband was sick and he was not really disclosing to me, but because I had the feel about HIV and AIDS, I could look at him and then testing with eyes. And he was an army officer working in the State House. So he used to move a lot. This week, he's not there. He's gone somewhere else. He has been deployed maybe to move, wherever the president is moving, he goes with that team. But at the same time, whenever he would come back, I would look at him, start observing him. I'm like, but are we safe? Yet he had tested and had hid his results. By the time I landed on his results, he was very, very sick.
Given the reluctance around voluntary testing, programs were later created to encourage people to check their HIV status and, if found positive, seek treatment to avoid opportunistic infections.
Whoever went for treatment for HIV, whoever tested reactive would eventually get that information and, in fact, be told that you are not only going to take ARVs, but you are going also to take trimoxazole, which was known to fight opportunistic infections.
Before modern medicine, people living with HIV/AIDS relied on nutrition and local herbs as a way to prolong life and cope with symptoms or opportunistic infections. Many were shunned by the community from the physical symptoms they suffered from the disease.
I had an uncle, a prominent businessman. He had a number of women, somewhere in Arua, somewhere in Kampala. So when he contracted the disease, by then people live in denial. They do not want to believe that they are carrying the virus. He will refuse medical attention. Started deteriorating. You know, he was so fat. Then later on, he started on, he will even add like 2-3 sides on his body for people to believe he's still okay. Even trousers will be added. So that was until he died.
HIV/AIDS stigma and discrimination did not only affect those living with the disease, but also extended to their family members and caretakers. This encouraged secrecy in families, even during funerals. Many partners and children who were left behind by HIV-positive family members were often in the dark about their own status.
I was now still a youth, continued with my studies. When I reached a level of getting into a relationship with my late husband, I didn't know that we really had to take an HIV test first. Yet, we were in the condom campaign during that time of 1990 to 1992 by Uganda Red Cross. And the campaign was done by the youth. But at that time, speaking about a condom still was a challenge. I remember they would look at us as spoiled girls.
Your brother died. He died of HIV, but the wife has to be inherited. And now, without knowing whether the wife is still carrying the infection or not, now we can say discordant couple, but this was not known.
I remember the baby boy. I knew that one was tested straight away. And I could not even take him for a test. I refused. I said, let him stay like that. Not until he finished S4. They took him here, he was tested and found negative.
In the late 90s, over 1 million orphans had lost their parents to HIV/AIDS. Many moved between relatives who sometimes considered them a burden, especially if they too had been infected with the virus. To promote change in care and adherence to ARVs, government and private organizations changed their communication about the possibility of living a healthy life despite being HIV/AIDS positive.
It was counseling before to live positively, wait to die. And now it is, start your treatment, adhere to your treatment.
That's what came in. Counseling improved very well. We, people living with AIDS, were also able to be incorporated in the counseling training. So we were able to give not only real counseling, but also peer-to-peer counseling. So that's how slowly we came out of that feeling of too much discrimination and stigma. In fact, I think I am confident to say that the kind of counseling we got those days was much better than what a newly diagnosed patient would get right now.
Over the years, there have been campaigns to educate people about the risks of contracting HIV/AIDS. These include abstinence from sex, condom use, and fidelity in relationships. One of the most powerful advocacy tools is accounts of people who have either been infected or affected by HIV/AIDS.
I wish I was just on an ordinary visit here. As I used to come and visit my sister here some years ago. But today I have come to stand before you as a living example of an AIDS victim. This is serious. I never wanted this to happen to me. So, straightforward, I would like to tell you that I would not like this to happen to you, to any of you. The message I would like to give to you is that let us do our best to have a virus-free young generation.
In times of joy, in times of sorrow.
Anyway, you talk about Philip. They no longer look down upon him as an outcast. Everybody is in love with him. Like everybody.
Because the world will stay alive. Let us children of the world.
I was thinking, there is a general feeling of quiet, a general feeling of someone needs to reflect. It's as if they are actually seeing AIDS with a face.
There was a time when an HIV-positive diagnosis meant the end of someone's life. Some people even committed suicide to avoid the humiliation and pain that came before death. Prevention campaigns were rolled out nationwide to remind people about the physical and psychological risks of contracting HIV/AIDS.
Politicians were instructed to mention AIDS at every occasion, whether wedding, funeral, or what. We were instructed to go out. Whenever you have a talk, must say something about AIDS. That was around about 88, 89.
There was a policy that every Monday, in every school in Uganda, head teacher at assembly must communicate a message on AIDS. And that started especially after Philly Retires initiative. And that was in the 1990s, early 1990s.
Every year on December 1st, Uganda joins the rest of the world to commemorate World AIDS Day. Since 1988, this has been globally recognized as the day to increase awareness of HIV/AIDS campaigns, efforts, and advances in treatment and care. Over the years, there has been a significant improvement in counseling, testing, and treatment.
A lot has changed from 2006 up to now, I can say. I can actually come out boldly and be like, hey, everybody, I'm HIV positive. And trust me, no one would believe that because I look more healthy than those people of those days.
I don't know when I last tested like non-suppressed. I've now lived over 8 years with non-suppressed viral load up to now, and I'm still living.
Era bw'osanga omuvubuka akuga nti bwankwata kati n'emyaka 2 nja kuwangalayo emyaka 3 tezaataano era ne bwe nfiira awo naye ng'ayinza okukusalako ebintu bingi mu bulamu kubanga teri kintu kirikulowooza buli kaseera nti ogenda kufa ne bw'oba olina ku ddagala olimira naye ng'okuba okiyina mu bwongo obwo tingenda kufa so oyinza okusalwako ebintu bingi lwandikoze.
Looking back on a history where at least every family lost someone to AIDS is no easy task, but keeping their memories alive is another way of honoring the courage with which they faced the HIV/AIDS pandemic.
In Uganda, 50% of the AIDS victims are women. Women in Uganda, in Africa, must join the battle against AIDS. When we talk about the battle against AIDS, we must forget blame. Blame is not productive. I know that I contracted the virus from a woman, but I don't blame that woman. That woman was definitely given the virus by a man.
The first time I knew HIV could be even in my home and in my bedroom was when I saw my husband sick. And of course, when the new disease comes like that, they will tell you what are the signs, the symptoms. And I kept watching my husband with all these signs and symptoms. And the most visible sign and the sign of HIV was the way it gives you the wasting syndrome. You become smaller and smaller and weaker, and the rashes on the skin were evident. So I knew there was a problem in my home.
Changes must be made in our sexual behavior. For the past years, we have been so free in our sexual behavior. Adultery is a serious threat to all of us, and it must stop. Adultery by either sex presents a danger to the other partner and ultimately to the whole family. It's going to die.
You can do your part in the fight against HIV/AIDS by using condoms, getting regular tests, and if found positive, being honest about your status with your partner.
Hello.
For more interesting stories and artifacts.
Once again, good morning to you all. We are about to start the day's program. So I'm kindly requesting that we settle, and all of those that are outside that would be joining us today in the plenary tent, you are requested to come, as we shall be starting in the next, should I say 1 minute? Let's settle. We are about to start the day's program. As we Once again, I'm reminding all those that are outside, and this is my final call, that we are about to start. So you are requested to walk into the plenary tent and settle. If you are joining us today for the sessions in the plenary tent, we are starting in the shortest time possible. So please find your way to the tent so that you do not miss out on the good things that are planned for today. For those of us that were here very early, I told you about what to expect today, but I know most of us know what we look forward to. It's going to be a very busy day, so the earlier we start, the more we shall enjoy the sessions, the more we shall get time to ask those beautiful questions, and the more we shall have to interact with the different speakers. The highlight of the day is known to us all, but definitely the definition of highlight may vary from one to the other. So there is something that we are looking forward to, a very prominent speaker, someone that we all love listening to. But again, there are going to be other very important discussions. Time and again, we have talked about the need for Uganda to look at domestic financing, because the number of people living with HIV continues to grow. And unless the country takes ownership and starts looking at financing locally, we are in for trouble. Once again, my name is Ruth Awori. I work with the Uganda Network of Young People Living with HIV. We recognize the arrival of the keynote speaker of the day, Professor Lumumba. You're welcome. I think we're set to start, right? So as we're starting the day, we are all aware that the symposium, the HIV symposium, has been running from 8th November, which was Tuesday, to today. But we also know that yesterday we managed to get a chance to hear what transpired in the previous day, which was day 1. So as we are starting the day 3 and the final day of the symposium, it's only important for us to look back and reflect on what the conversations were yesterday. So it's at that point that I'm going to welcome Madam Enid Wamani, who is the Director of Partnerships at the Uganda AIDS Commission, to take us through what transpired yesterday as we prepare to start the day today. You're welcome.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. I'm waiting for the presentation to be projected. Where's the pointer? The pointer is not working. Okay. All right, thank you. The slides will be turned over there. Our chief guest this morning and keynote speaker, all dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So I'll take us through the recap of yesterday. We had very many presentations yesterday. It was very information-packed, but I'll try to run through a few slides. So yesterday we started off with a recap of day 1, which was done by Dr. Zephyr. And then we had young people represented by Priscilla, who is a young person living with HIV, and she took us through her experience living with HIV. Some of the issues that she highlighted were the challenges that she experienced or that are still being experienced in at the community level, being linked to the services after you have tested. But also she highlighted the fact that young people really want youth-friendly services. That's when they are able, to adhere and ensure that they feel supported. She also talked about a challenge around integration of services at the facility level. The fact that at times young people want like family planning services, but you find that they are not in one place, which poses a challenge. And also at times there are challenges around skilled health workers to handle the issues of mental health services. The next presentation was by Dr. Kathy Senyimba, who shared the mild May experience. And she highlighted about the DREAMS project. DREAMS is the US government PEPFAR-supported project that stands for Determined, Resilient, Empowered, AIDS-Free, Mentored, and Safe. looking at supporting young girls, adolescents, and people around them to ensure that they can actually realize that dream. And it empowers young people and supports building of assets, both socially, but also economically. They are supported. We were shown some of the examples of what is happening in different dream projects around economic empowerment for the young people. There is also a project codenamed No Means No that is looking at building the life skills of young people. And this includes boys as well, to ensure that they can be supported to build their confidence, be more assertive in life, and know how to pursue their goals, and also have positive masculinity, and make sure that they are influencing, their cultural norms are influencing positive programming at community level to improve their lives. And so far, some of the achievements through the Dreams project indicate that there's actually attitude change happening among the young people. And there was a request that we have Dreams extended in other districts that have high HIV prevalence. We had another testimony from Fiona Bella, a young person living with HIV, who highlighted her experience struggling with self-stigma when she posted positive, and the fact that, the depression that can come with that, leading to mental health and affecting issues of disclosure of one's HIV status. But also it becomes difficult to adhere to treatment when one is undergoing, self-stigma and depression. However, after she overcame that and was linked to service, she was able to benefit from positive living, was able to access safe space as a young person and access the care that she needed. But also she joined the Y+ band and the Y+ beauty pageants that are run to ensure that young people living with HIV are empowered to overcome stigma. We then had a presentation by Minister of Health, Dr. Kirungi Wilford, who presented the Uganda Population-Based HIV Impact Assessment, UFIA, that was done in 2020, but also the Elimination of Mother-to-Child Transmission of HIV Impact Assessment. The PMTCT was facility-based, while the UFIA was characterized the epidemic at the population level. And overall, I'm sorry, it's a bit difficult to see the screens clearly from here. So when you see me shifting, this is off for now. Yeah, unfortunately. So when you see me fidget a bit, please understand. But overall, it was found out that there was a gap on people's knowledge of their HIV status. About 20% of the population actually didn't know their HIV status, and it was a bit higher among men at 25%. And about 4% of people living with HIV but were not on ART, which is a point of concern. There was, sorry about that. There are also issues around linkage to care. Viral load suppression was at around 75%, but the viral load suppression is lower in the mid-eastern part of the country, as well as in mid-northern region, which is a point of concern. And for young men, it's particularly also concerning because it's less than 50%. The UFIA assessment looked at integrating assessment around issues of non-communicable diseases, so around cancer screening, high blood sugar, and they were able to pick some of these findings from the community level. For mother-to-child transmission of HIV, the rate was around 2.7% at 18 months, when the babies are around 18 months. Want me to use this? Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then the key question that arose from that presentation was, do we have HIV epidemic control in sight right now as we stand as a country? And it was noted that there is need to bend the curve of new HIV infections a lot more than it is right now if we are to achieve epidemic control. And a key question remains that we need to know where the most new HIV infections are coming from, and where intervention should be focused most. We had another presentation by Dr. Sabrina Kisaka, and it was looking at ending inequalities among young people, having known that we have about close to 150 people acquiring HIV on a daily basis, which is a big number. But very concerning is that around 60% of these are among adolescent girls. It was noted that a number of young people who report, engagement in sexual activity actually report experiencing sexual violence, which is an issue of concern. But also it was noted that adolescent girls are unlikely to disclose their HIV status to their partners. Another key point to note is that it is important to break down ART treatment issues to young people as they are supported so that they can understand what they are going through and are able to adhere to treatment. And also issues of mental health challenges are very prevalent, but also very concerning. If young people are expected to adhere to treatment and be able to disclose their HIV status, they need to be supported on mental health, their mental health, to ensure that they overcome depression and anxiety. And also the knowledge providers at the facility level and within the community should ensure that young people are supported and they are given that confidentiality. Next, please. We had another presentation. Like I told you, actually, we had up to around 22 people coming up here to present yesterday. So you'll bear with me if the slides appear a bit many. But the next presentation was about aging. It was by Dr. Stephen Batiti, who took us through his experience. I'll not go through every line. Importantly is that, wow, technology is really making me dance up here, but okay, we now have, thank you. So he has lived with HIV for the last 36 years. He has lived positively, and he's actually writing his third book, and his third book is focusing on aging with HIV, which will be very informative for all of us and for people living with HIV. He underscored the fact that if young people adhere to treatment, they are able to actually live long, and the fact that we now have emergence of NCDs and depression, which of course affect adherence, which we need to support everyone to ensure that we are overcoming. He highlighted the need for all of us to invest in eradicating stigma related to HIV and also ensure that we are building social capital, because that's very important if people are going to live positively. And his key emphasis was, until we get a cure, all people living with HIV need to know that they can live long and therefore aspire to live long. We had a presentation by Dr. Owach Deriak from Kirudu Hospital, and he took us through some of the programs that are being offered there, including the fact that they of course admit HIV patients, and when they have advanced disease, it's a big concern. He took us through the mortality and risk factors when one has advanced disease. He noted that over the last 2 years, they've had about 4,200 patients, which comprise 20% of the hospital admissions. And he gave us a bit of the statistics around CD4 and the fact that around 17% of the people who come with advanced disease are actually ART naive, and they're just getting started on care and treatment. They are seeing a lot of shifting from opportunistic infections to the non-communicable diseases. Some of the changes that have happened within the facility is there is increased screening for HIV and increased CD4 testing, but also mortality is declining as a result of taking care of people with the advanced disease. We had a presentation by Dr. Andrew Chimbugu of infectious disease IDI, but he was representing the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, who actually was presenting a keynote speech. a speech on the role of research in ending inequalities among young people, the experience of Makerere University. As we know, Makerere University is celebrating 100 years, and it was highlighted that universities are agents of change, the fact that they focus on research and training. And for Makerere University, there is a research and innovation fund that is actually dedicated to PhD research. The fourth round of this fund is dedicated to research. And as a result, we've had a lot of great groundbreaking studies done at Makerere in HIV and AIDS. One of the areas he highlighted is around the new HIV infections. And he pointed out, for instance, for IDI, the Infectious Disease Institute, they have programs that are looking at primary HIV prevention amongst key populations. And there are several studies that are happening in this area. He also pointed to the fact that there are structural interventions that are targeting adolescents, young women and boys, but also the fact that DREAMS, which is one such program, should ensure that it's scaled up in more areas so that these programs are actually, they benefit many more young people. We had a clip, a video clip to give a keynote address by the UNAIDS regional director. And these are some of the things that we summarize from there. She emphasized the need to maximize equitable and access to services for the young people. She noted that punitive laws against key populations actually impede HIV response. And she implored the Right Honorable Prime Minister, as you know, who was our chief guest, to ensure that Uganda is addressing issues of stigma related to HIV, but also experienced by key populations. She emphasized the need to keep children in school and to promote the policies around keeping children in school and ending violence. Another presentation that followed was by Dr. Shaban Mugerwa on interventions to address inequalities in HIV and AIDS services among young people. He pointed to the fact that we have an equity plan in place that is aimed at ensuring that we can address issues of inequalities. We also have a legal environment assessment that was done, supported by the UNAIDS and PEPFAR. Some of the things that are highlighted in here is the need to step up engagement of key populations, issues of human rights, equity, gender-based violence, and the plan that we have, the equity plan at a country level, is helping us to ensure that we can offer leadership towards meeting the global targets that are set, and also our targets around ending stigma and discrimination. We had a presentation by Mr. Mondo Chateka from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, who highlighted some of the programs that government does through the Ministry of Gender. And he highlighted the fact that 25% of adolescent girls in this country are either mothers or they are pregnant, which is a very concerning figure. And he emphasized that interventions should focus on these young people so that we mitigate an increase of such statistics. We had a presentation by Ruth Awor of the Uganda Network of Young People Living with HIV, and she shared her experience, but also the issues around skills empowerment for young people living with HIV, issues around stigma and discrimination. We also had a presentation by Carolina Tim from the Makerere University Walter Reed Project, who informed us that the Walter Reed Project had conducted research in 2017 on pre-exposure and feasibility for 18 to 24-year-olds, and they had found that this was actually feasible for this group of young people. We had another panel presentation by Ms. Chomia Macklin, who presented around access to services, who presented the fact that there's increased access of services to key populations. And she noted that the legal environment assessment that was recently done is empowering key populations to further access services, and there's need to improve the situation for key populations in the rural areas. We had another presentation by Victor Nalule. She's the ED of Tunaweza, and this was looking at interventions to address inequalities among young people still. She pointed to the challenges faced by people with disabilities and the challenges that these people are experiencing, double stigma, people with disability who have HIV, but also they have challenges around mobility and finding it very difficult to access services. We had a note, or I think this is the last person actually on that panel, Mr. Henry Semakula from Ministry of Education and Sports, who spoke about the PRC. That's the presidential initiative on ending AIDS in schools among young people. And he noted that the PRC program looked at providing talking environments where HIV messages are spread all over the school compounds, and messages are given on assemblies where students are engaged every often. He noted the fact that Global Fund is offering a lot of support to the Ministry of Education, and this includes providing subsidies like sanitary pads to young people. He also noted that we have a sexuality education framework in place that was developed by the Ministry of Education and Sports, and urged partners who are in the area of programming within the education sector to ensure that we can access the framework and utilize it. We had a skit from young people, Luigi High School in Chireka, and they presented around perceptions on HIV in the community. Okay, I'm coming towards the end of the many presentations. We had a Philo Lutaya lecture in the afternoon, and among these, we had a testimony from Miss Sarah Birungi, one of the lead singers, someone who actually sang with Philo Lutaya, and she gave us her experience and how that impacted her life to enable her to take decisions around ensuring that she fights HIV and AIDS. We had Kenneth Mulondo, who represented the Philo Lutaya family, and they made an appeal for us all to carry forward Philo Lutaya's legacy and support the land that was given back home in, getting the district, I'm sorry. Canon Gideon, you could remind me. Gombe, yes, there is land that was given by the Philo Lutaya family that we need to support, to utilize, to build and carry forward Philo Lutaya's legacy. Our keynote address at the Philo Lutaya lecture was given by Pastor Wilson Bugembe, and he gave such a powerful testimony of how he lost both his parents to AIDS and lost 3 of his siblings and struggled as a little child. You know, they couldn't access treatment, they couldn't access health facilities, and it was really very challenging for them as a family. So from that, he developed what he called an anger that led him, you know, to start singing at the age of 19, singing gospel music. And he also started a church that now hosts about 5,000 people and is taking care of orphans. And he made a strong appeal to all people with HIV, even when you're religious, you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, to ensure that you take your medicine because God works through that science. He also urged everyone to use their platforms, the voices that they have, to ensure that they can fight HIV. This screen is back, I didn't realize, so I'll just use this as I conclude. He urged that each one of us should ensure that we are the person that carries forward the fight. We should not wait for any other people, don't wait for government, be the ambassador. And very interestingly, he offered himself as a USC ambassador that is available to support Uganda AIDS Commission in our cause to fight HIV and coordinate the rest of the partners. Oh yes, that deserved a clap. Thank you, Canon Gideon. maybe just to underscore that alongside this Phile Lutaya lecture, as you hear the music we have down there is a Phile Lutaya corner where we have had performing artists since Tuesday, they are continuing and they are sharing out messages. Young people are asking questions and we have experts who are responding to them. So we are actually appealing to you all when you get a break to also visit that corner, please. That was followed, I can guarantee that this is my last slide. That was followed by a presentation from TASO, Dr. Etukoit, who talked about stigma and humiliation being common in the communities. He talked about the community-led interventions, which have played a significant role in combating HIV, but also dealing with HIV-related stigma and discrimination. He talked about addressing barriers and routine governance that happens within the community level. We also had a presentation from the Parish Development Model Coordinator, Mr. Kapwepwe, and he indicated that PDM, the Parish Development Model, is a government strategy that's aimed at improving the quality of life, especially for people outside the money economy. It's based at the household level and the parish level, and it's targeting about 39% of the population. And those are the objectives that it's looking at. But the keynote here is how we can make use of this government strategy of parish development model to actually integrate issues of HIV and AIDS and ensure that HIV programming is supported within this government mode of service delivery. We then had Honorable Prosperous Nachindu, who talked about the role of cultural institutions in ending AIDS by 2030. She was sharing the case of Buganda Kingdom and highlighted the fact that His Majesty the Kabaka is the UNAIDS Goodwill Ambassador for male engagement on ending HIV. Did I say that was my last? This for sure is. We had Aloysius Matovu, one of the people who actually lived with Phile Lutaya, our hero, as you know, in the fight against HIV. He presented a very moving poem about his friend, Phile Lutaya, rest in peace. Then lastly, we had Brigadier General Henry Masiko, who was standing in for the chairperson of the Presidential Affairs Committee of Parliament, that, as you know, Uganda AIDS Commission falls under that committee. And Brigadier is a member, Brigadier Masiko is a member of the committee. He thanked USC for engaging Parliament and ensuring that members of Parliament are following the programming for HIV and AIDS in this country, and they are being supportive in their roles. He noted that HIV is a security concern, and them in defense and security are trained to fight enemies. So that's why we have seen His Excellency the President provide this leadership, and he urged everyone to remain alert all the time, because when you're dealing with security issues, you can't afford to sleep on the job. Ladies and gentlemen, that ended the long day two, and I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Enid. I think that gave us really a detailed recap from what transpired from yesterday. And those who are not able to be with us, those who are joining us for the first time today have been able to get a lift of what the discussions were, what the conversation was, and maybe what the commitments were, what the agreements were. And that is driving us into the program for the third day, which is the last day of the symposium. So as we are starting the day, it was only intentional that we first get a recap of the previous day, put that day behind us, commit this day to the Lord, and start the day's program. And on that ground, I'm going to move majestically, take my microphone to Professor Canon Gideon to, sorry about that, to pray for us and also commit this day to the Lord so that we can start off with the day's program.
Good morning, all. Today I'm wearing black because all over the World Council of Churches, we remember women who are in violence. And this black says not rape. So it is Thursdays in black. And when it is Thursday, usually remember to say, yes, I want to be part of that movement to end violence against women, especially rape. So I can see Mary has a good top. Welcome, Prof. I can't believe that I'm going to listen to you physically. Dear Lord, we want to thank you. You've been great. We started with calling upon you. You have heard. You have brought your Holy Spirit, who has given us your insights, your wisdom, your understanding, and everything. Day by day, we see we are moving mountains. Now, as we come to the conclusion of the third day, may we call you again. Be with us. Be with our keynote speaker. Be with everyone who will speak after him, and the chairs, the co-chairs. Bless everything that we'll hear, so that whatever we do here, whatever we say, should be for your glory, number one. But number two, should be for the betterment of the lives of your people, especially the young people, so that we can have an AIDS-free Uganda, in an AIDS-free Africa, and in an AIDS-free world, if we can end inequalities of access. Bless the food, bless the drinks, bless the air we will breathe here. In the name of God, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Canon Gideon, for that wonderful prayer. And at this point, I would like to hand over to the session chair, who is Dr. Fred Muhumuza, a lecturer with Makerere University Business School. You're welcome, sir.
Maybe I should start here. Good morning, everybody. Strict welcome protocol and go through it before some of the people are here. But I want to recognize our keynote speaker, Professor Pierre Lumumba, the board members for the Uganda AIDS Commission, our development partners who are here, senior government officials, citizens of Uganda, which also includes myself. I'm standing in for the session chair who will be coming in. So in a little while, when you do not see me, it's because the session chair will have come. But we shall manage that transition so you know what is happening and what will be going on. Welcome to MOBS. I'm a staff of MOBS, a senior lecturer in the Department of Economics and Energy. And so I'm home, and I think I can take the prerogative to welcome you to MOBS, our home, and to really appreciate the Uganda AIDS Commission for accepting to bring this event here. You could have chosen anywhere, including in space, now that Uganda has a stake in the space. So we appreciate that you brought this here. Mine is not going to be holding you for long. We'll be coming in later, as we've seen in the program, a very rich program. I don't want to go through the theme. The theme is very clear, specific on girls, on women, and the boys. I like it when they add the boys. Quite often the boys have been left out there. I wish I was a boy, I would be in, but maybe I'm somewhere since I take care of boys and girls and women. So I'm also part of the theme, just for your information. At this point, I want to usher us into the keynote. But allow me to say a few things, and it's really going to be a few things about Professor Lumumba, because if I don't, we can be here for a whole day, but then I will have taken over what he's supposed to say to us. Professor P.L. Lumumba, founder of the P.L. Lumumba Foundation and consultant with Lumumba and Lumumba Advocate, so he must be a lawyer, member of the African Justice Group. He's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and Tanganyika. Was that an error? Well, he's here to tell us. Those are interesting things, huh? A certified mediator. I thought I was a moderator, but then I noticed this is mediator because I'm not certified moderator, but mediators have to be certified. A fellow of the Institute of Certified Public Secretaries of Kenya and many other things that is going to handle when he comes in. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm quite certain those of you who are invited to speak, that is the part that you don't like. And I always hold the view that nobody remembers that introduction. Because if you are invited in the first place, it means that you had credentials. But be that as it may, permit me to thank the Uganda AIDS Commission, the dignitaries who are present here, and the participants who are present here for inviting me to share my thoughts with you on how to solve the funding problem in the area of HIV/AIDS, specifically in Uganda. But in my understanding, that must also mean East Africa, and that must also mean Africa. And you are asking me to speak at a very interesting stage in this continent. And this conference is also held at a time when Africa is in a crisis of sorts, a crisis of funding. It is only last week that many of you had occasion to listen to African heads of states in Sharm el-Sheikh, in Egypt, talking about climate change. And almost all of them were worried about funding. Funding continues to worry Africa in all sectors. HIV/AIDS has been with us for the last 40 years and remains with us. When COVID came, we almost forgot about HIV/AIDS. It is only those who are intimately involved with it and are in the front line, such as doctors and researchers, that were aware that HIV/AIDS continues to be a burden to our economies and to our households here in Uganda and in the continent of Africa and in the world, but in a much more pronounced sense in the continent of Africa. We now have Ebola here in Uganda, and we are aware of the great efforts that are being made to ensure that it is tackled. But yet, the impact of HIV/AIDS remains alive in our communities, coupled with the stigma that accompanies it. We are also aware that it is our friends of goodwill who continue to support us. The Americans are doing so, and we have to appreciate them. But the question is, for how long will they continue to support us? The UN, in which we are a member but contribute very little, is also supporting us. So there is a sense in which we are in a crisis. Those who come in to support do so on the assumption that their contribution will be time sensitive, and when they come in in the hope that they have an exit strategy. But several years down the line, we now know that even our friends of goodwill are getting fatigued, even if they don't say so. And even if they say so mutedly, but we know that they are getting tired. And the time is now that we in the African continent must begin to look inwards. We cannot be a continent whose greatest claim to fame is begging. That cannot be the thing that defines us. Many times I imagine to myself that if our public officials, right from the president to ministers, visit the Chinese, the Americans, the British, and others, even when you begin a conversation, they must be asking themselves, but when will they begin begging? That is the reality. And the time is now that we must liberate ourselves from that curse of begging. And that is why I understand that this conversation this morning is beginning to ask the right question. Not that we have never asked this question before. Those of you who are students of things that happen in Africa will remember that as early as 1980 in Lagos, Nigeria, African heads of state sat under the Lagos Plan of Action. And if you look at the fine print of the Lagos Plan of Action, one of the things that preoccupied the continent at that time is how can we begin to engage with each other so that we are capable of solving our problems as the continent of Africa. Several years down the line, we are not far off from where we began. And one would say that perhaps the Lagos Plan of Action was not as targeted as it should have been. In 2001 in Abuja, under the Abuja Protocol, African heads of states and government once again made a commitment that the continent of Africa, each country in the continent of Africa, would dedicate 15% of their budget for health. I can report to you that not a single African country has reached that. Perhaps statistics show us that Tanzania tried, that Botswana tried, that Seychelles tried, that Mauritius tried. But the truth is, very little money is dedicated to our health departments, with the consequence that in areas such as HIV/AIDS, if you go to almost all African countries, the support we have is heavily skewed, and it is through donor support. I'm told here in Uganda, over 80% of your budget is covered by donors. And other African countries not shy of the 80%. And I can tell you that if it is supported in that manner, it cannot be sustained. Because the truth be told, he who pays the piper calls the tune. Still makes sense. The truth be told, there is no free lunch. Even when we are supported in those areas, there are always strings attached. The strings may be invisible, but they are there. And the time is now for us to smell the coffee, as the cliche goes. But sometimes I suspect in Africa that even our sense of smell is dead, so that we are incapable of smelling that proverbial coffee. And the time is now for us to ask ourselves, how can we liberate ourselves from this dependence? I know you are worried about Uganda, but Uganda cannot exist in spite of the region, because HIV/AIDS is not constrained to the borders. What happens in the Democratic Republic of Congo and the movement of peoples will affect what you are doing here in Uganda. You cannot ignore what is happening in South Sudan. You cannot ignore what is happening in the region as long as we are mobile. And if we thought that you could control it within Uganda, I see the Ugandans are making promises to themselves, and I do not begrudge them that by the year 2030, HIV will have been eliminated. Have you talked to the Kenyans? Have you talked to the South Sudanese and the Burundians and the Rwandans that they are doing the same? If you have not had that conversation, that is a hollow promise. We'll sit here in 2030 and you'll once again promise to eliminate it in 2060. And I'm therefore suggesting to us that in as much as we are looking at the Ugandan situation, it is important to ask ourselves, and what are we doing in the East African environment? East African ministers for health meet occasionally. One would want to understand the kind of conversation that they engage in. One would want to understand the conversation that the African ministers of health engage in when we are talking about HIV and AIDS. The Uganda AIDS Commission is positioned strategically in the office of the president, and my understanding of it is that the presidency in this country has recognized that the impact of HIV/AIDS is not only in the health sector, and that it has an impact of an economic kind, it has an impact of a political kind, it has an impact of a social kind, and that therefore the president is saying, I want to have a bird's eye view of this particular scourge and give it the kind of prominence that it deserves so that we are able to fight it. And that is what begs and legitimizes the conversation that we are engaged in this morning. How do we deal with the question of funding? But before I come to funding, I was talking about the regional perspective of it, because funding must also have a regional perspective. I've already mentioned the Abuja Declaration on how we made commitments to ensure that 15% of our budgets are dedicated to the health sector, and therefore by extension, HIV/AIDS would also be on radar. What about in the African arena? Many of us are familiar with the African Health Strategy. If you look at the Africa Health Strategy, it tells us that the current version of it, I think, is between the year 2016 and 2030. And the whole idea is that we want and have devised strategies that are going to ensure that we reduce the disease burden. Because if we reduce the disease burden, then we are releasing funds which could then be deployed in other areas which would improve the quality of our people's lives. And if the continental idea and the continental strategy is therefore to ensure that we improve the health sector. What are the structures that are there which are also relevant to the funding arena? Those of you who are doctors will know that we now have centers for disease control, with the mother center based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The rest are distributed. I think one is in Nigeria, the other one in Kenya, the other one is in Gabon, and the other one in Egypt, 5 in total. But who is funding all these things? If you look at African institutions and African initiatives, they are all externally funded up to the extent of 80%. So they are African only in name, but the funding is from outside. And that is why this morning we are wrapping our minds around how we can tackle the question of funding, how we can liberate our donors, because there is a sense in which our donors have also become enslaved by our own lethargy and our inability to release ourselves from dependence. How can we have a strategy where we will transition? Those of you who are mothers will agree with me. If you have a child who upon being born suckles, as he or she should, but at age 40, they are still suckling, you must be very worried about that child. Because that is a sustained state of childhood which must not be allowed. Africa is such a child. At 40, we are still suckling. We must now be weaned off the breasts of our donors. And we are asking ourselves, how are we going to do it? What are the different methods? I am informed that in Uganda, your parliament in its wisdom made a decision to create a HIV/AIDS trust fund. That was several years ago. Africa is never short of good intentions. Africa is never short of good laws. In fact, in Africa, there is a forest of good laws which are honored in breach. So one of the areas in which you could begin talking about populating that fund with money is to activate that fund. Because if you activated that fund, and there are different models, I believe that the private sector can be involved. If you gave reasonable tax incentives, you are now talking about your oil. It could be that out of the revenue that you are going to generate from that oil is going, I'm told your oil is your beginning production in the year 2025, God willing. And if that does happen, then how do you use some of the resources from the oil revenue? What about the levies that are imposed? One of the areas I'm informed that was going to be taxed are the sin tax. Those are fellows who have businesses which also have the potential of incubating or creating environments where HIV/AIDS can be contracted. You can impose taxes on them, bars and nightclubs and casinos. So that is one avenue, simply activating the fund so that that fund is going to be available for purposes of addressing some of the issues that are confronting us on a daily basis. There are different models. I'm quite certain that if you talk to the private sector, the pharmaceutical companies, the CIPLA, for example, which I see is one of the organizations that is supporting you. What is it that the pharmaceutical companies within the region can do for the country? And within the region, there can also be a deliberate move by each of the East African countries, 5 in number now. If we donated just 5% of our budget, not our GDP, just the annual budget of each one of the countries into a regional fund to deal with HIV/AIDS. And President Museveni is a champion in this regard. You've got to urge him. Part of the problem that we have in Africa is that we don't sometimes even confront our political leadership. And let me tell you, if politics fails, everything fails, particularly in Africa. The problem is that whenever we have senior politicians in the room, the professionals just coil their tail between their legs, and what they engage in is praising those individuals, not saying the right thing. And I hope that when the Prime Minister was here, I hope you spoke boldly to the Prime Minister. We've got to learn to speak boldly. These are human beings. They're just occupying offices, which you too can occupy. And if you speak boldly and firmly and respectfully, they are running countries. They want to succeed, and they want to succeed by doing positive things. And I want to imagine that the proceedings of this conference will find its way on the desk of the president, not the executive summary, because the executive summary sanitizes things. Let the president read the full-blooded deliberations of this particular engagement so that he is capable of appreciating that these are the areas. Because how can it be that the program on HIV/AIDS is run from the office of the president, and yet the HIV Trust Fund is not established? When you are talking about the annual milestones, what do you tell the president? That for the last 5 years, we have had an inactive fund? And how does he think about it? If the president is talking about the parish model, is the parish model not impacted on negatively by HIV/AIDS? So that money that ought to go into actual development is then not taken into that arena? I believe that this can be done. The other area where I think is important is that even the research institutes in this country, because research is at the very heart of it. You know, I do not know whether sometimes you feel the pain I do when I think about our countries and about our continent. There was COVID here, and we were all wearing masks. Those masks, 90% of them are from China. We are going through tests. The test kits are all from China. And we did not stop there. When the vaccines came, all of us were lining to be vaccinated. We do not know what we were being injected with. By faith, we just believed that it is good. And then we started complaining that we are not being given vaccines. Who should give us? Who owes us a duty? Why can't we produce our own? And I'm saying this because we must also fund research. Many institutions now in East Africa and in Africa, we have research departments. But if you ask many of those individuals who head those institutions, apart from the money that they are given to pay themselves salaries, there is very little money that is available for research. So our researchers have become proposal writing machines. They are either writing a proposal to USAID, CEDA Sweden, CEDA Canada. That is all we do. And if you write proposals for too long, you forget every other thing. You become an expert in writing proposals and delivering reports to Copenhagen or Oslo or Washington or London or Ottawa. Africa must stop that. Africa must stop that. The representative of PEFA will be speaking a little later. I would want to have a conversation with her. When are you leaving? Because she must leave. Because if she does not leave, then we are not going to grow. They mean well for us, but for how long? Must we keep them here? And that is what makes necessary to have a funding system that is going to be useful. And I'm talking about funding research, because when you fund research, you will also generate income. You imagine to yourself, and I was telling the good doctor those who are in the business of innovating and creating the vaccine, they are laughing all the way to the bank. They have made money in the billions. Therefore, they can fund research. Vaccines, HIV/AIDS vaccine, we are waiting for Europe and America to discover. And meanwhile, we are conferring professorial titles on our research. For what? Professors of what? We must be bold and blunt, because it is through innovation and invention that we can also generate funds. I was alive when the ARV debate was going around, when India was defining all those things, when the Chinese were defining. I'm aware that some ARVs are made here in Uganda, which is a good thing. But when are we going to run our own pharmaceuticals and engage in research? Because it is the pharmaceuticals that are also giving funds that can support HIV/AIDS. So let us look at research and development as an avenue of generating funds, and therefore giving us the opportunity of liberating ourselves from the donor funding that we are depending on from the United States of America and other sectors. There are also innovative ways of dealing with this particular scourge in terms of funding. National health institutions, I know there are quite a number of them, where you ask people to pay money, but you utilize that money. The problem we have in Africa is theft. We have perfected the art of theft. We call it by its Christian name, which is corruption. It is theft on an industrial scale. The Christian name sometimes gives it a veneer of wit. But we are thieves. I do not know why. And we must stop being thieves if we are going to fund these initiatives. And this is very critical, because a lot of money is also lost through the thing that we call corruption. And you now see donors, for example, saying, we are not going to fund government. We are going to fund projects directly. And why do they say that? Because you give $10,000 to a governmental institution, 80% of it will be building a villa somewhere in Uganda, or building something somewhere in Nairobi. So they go directly. So we must also ensure that we improve efficient utilization of funds. But I was talking about National Health Institution in Kenya, National Health Hospital Insurance Fund. How are we funding this? In the Scandinavian countries, you find that taxes reach up to 52% of the income. Why? Because they know that the money is going to the right place at the right moment. If we were to establish national health insurance funds, and we were to strengthen them and to make contribution and to make the case for HIV/AIDS, which we desire to eliminate, then we could also create a funding avenue which would liberate us from donor funding. Which then begs the question, you practitioners who are here. Many of you are university professors. Some of you are practitioners in hospitals. Some of you are researchers. Some of you are working with communities. Today, I want you to ask yourself very nagging questions. Suppose USAID were to make a decision tomorrow that they are leaving. Suppose PEFPA were to make a decision that they are leaving. Suppose UNAIDS were to make a decision that they are leaving. Then they have made such decisions in Afghanistan. They did. How would you survive? Have you ever thought about it? I want you this morning to think about that possibility, because when you think like that, you will wear a cup, a Christ's cup. And that is what I'm urging us to think and reason as if we are in a crisis of gigantic proportions, so that we begin to ask ourselves, how are we going to fill this void? And I'm suggesting that the time is now that we've got to look at domestic resources. I hope that one of the outcomes of this engagement is that the Uganda AIDS Commission will put together a working party of not more than 3. Africans are in the business of appointing commissions of 50 people who never want to finish because of allowances. A working party of not more than 3 individuals with a set time limit, whose only agenda is to ask, how are we going to liberate ourselves from donor funding? And the donors must also help us in this regard, so that there is a transition. USAID and PEPFAR must now give us a notice here in Uganda. Give us a notice that you are leaving in the next 3 years and with no extension, 3 years. And help us in the process. And the process will also include us giving us a seed fund. Because the other problem with donors, they also want to keep us in a state of perpetual begging. That they never tell you. But I'm telling you now, they also love it when they keep us in that stage of dependency. So give us a seed fund, and you can afford it, of $50 million. And tell us this is the seed money, begin using it and invest it in a manner that will be sustainable. But if you keep on telling us that we will be here for you, God sent us to be useful to you, we will never change and we will never grow. So there must be a transition period where you support us with seed money and we begin to look at our tax regimes in order to fulfill this gap of funding. As I conclude, so that we enrich this conversation by way of cross-fertilization of ideas and thoughts, I am suggesting that fundings must come at various levels. In the first instance, it must be in the domestic arena. Uganda as a country, in the manner that we have already talked about, must find ways and means of ensuring that we are able to fund our activities, and funding those activities must be understood in the context of overall development. When we talk about sustainable development and we talk about the pillars on health, there is nothing that is going to happen unless we deal with HIV/AIDS. When we talk about Africa Agenda 2063 and the pillars on health, we are only going to talk about Africa Agenda 2063 if indeed we are going to have funding. So Uganda must have a Ugandan position. That Ugandan position must now be fed into the East African position. And I want to believe that there are Kenyans here, there are Ugandans here, there are Tanzanians here, and we must have meetings that are reporting meetings, because one of the other problems we now have in Africa are annual jamborees, symposia, and all these other things that we hold every year. And then you have a certificate and you lengthen your CV saying, I attended a conference in Kampala. That is useless. We are attending too many conferences, too many jamborees, which are giving birth to nothing. The next meeting must be a reporting meeting on what we have achieved, not scholarly papers. There's too many scholarly papers, refereed papers. Nobody is reading that nonsense. People are dealing with real issues on the ground. So we can amuse ourselves, we scholars, by writing peer-reviewed papers in journals. They don't care unless their lives are changing in the parishes. Otherwise, we are not relevant. So I hope that beyond Uganda, there is East Africa. Within the East African region, how do we raise funds? And I've already suggested the means in which we must do so. Beyond East Africa, we must have an African platform. African Union itself, as you know, is also another big beggar, the biggest beggar on earth. 80% of its budget is externally funded, even the CDC. I think the CDC in Africa is funded by the United States of America and modeled after the United States of American CDC. Can't succeed. This idea of mimicking Western institutions in the continent of Africa cannot succeed. And the sooner we realize that in Africa, the safer we are. But remember also that we must come with workable models that borrow from other civilizations. And this is why I like the Chinese, although they are not liked by many. The Chinese have demonstrated to us that you can borrow from Europe, you can borrow from America, and you build your own unique system that works for you. The Indians have also done that. The Japanese have done that. It is only in Africa that we still are laboring under the misguided view that what Europe and America do is what is God ordained. Until we liberate ourselves from that mental slavery, we are going nowhere until the second coming canon. So in the African context, we must also have a model. And that model must go back to the Abuja Declaration of ensuring that we spend at least 15% of our budgets. So in a nutshell, I'm saying, Ugandan model to deal with the domestic arena, the East African model to deal with the East African region because HIV/AIDS is cross-border, the African model to deal with the African continent. It is only in that way, ladies and gentlemen, that we will make our supporters to support us with respect. There will always be support, and Europe and America owes us. Actually, they must be told. Sometimes we don't tell them. They owe us, but they must do so in dignity and in a sustainable manner. We must make support to us dignified. As I conclude, I want to ask you this question. If you run your household, you are a husband, you are a wife, you have children, you are adult males and females of sound mind, supposedly. And on a daily basis, the food that you consume in your house is shipped to you by a friend of goodwill. Do you think that friend of goodwill respects you? They may be polite to you, but do they? They don't. And should they? They shouldn't. I'm suggesting to you that until the day we win ourselves, all these will continue to happen to us, and nobody is going to respect us. I'm now speaking to you, fellow Africans. Nobody. You may have your PhDs, you may have your professorships, you may have big titles, but when they go out in Europe and America and they sit in their rooms, I want to imagine to myself what they say. They'll soon be coming here on a begging spree. And even when you are holding a decent conversation, they are waiting for you to do what brought you, beg. Let us stop it here and now. God bless you. You may ask you such questions as you desire. Thank you very much.
You certainly have no option but to agree with me that Professor Pierre Lumumba does not disappoint. Thank you, Professor. He has mentioned many things, and I have no intention, not even a right, to repeat them. I just wanted to answer the question for PEFA. When are you leaving? 2030. Oh, Prof talked of 3 years. Don't leave this child before they breastfeed enough, because they will die. We have an agenda to talk about integration, strengthening systems. While we do that, we have people to look after. This conversation is about how do we sustain the response. And we don't want to abandon the response midway, but we also don't want to be breastfeeding at 60. Surely, really? It can't be. So how do we find the middle line? We're going to invite people here to have a conversation with us on these issues. And you're also part of this conversation that we're going to have. It doesn't start today, it has been ongoing. It doesn't end today, it will be ongoing. But we want to implement it. We don't want to have a forest of documents that say good things and we never do them. What happened to the fund shouldn't be a question we'll be asking tomorrow. No, we need to know the fund is active. So the conversation is going to be private sector, is going to be government, is going to be me and you, is going to be many, many of us. With your permission, I want to be allowed to invite Mary Bogman. I hope that's the name. I don't want to be taken to the new Senate. It hasn't been decided yet. So I'm watching that space, by the way. It speaks volumes to this meeting. The US PEFA country coordinator with the US mission. And in Uganda, she's done very many things. And before she comes in, like Professor did, I'm not going to get into the details of those things. She's here in her own right and capacity. And where she finds she needs to tell us more, she will tell us as we go along the way. Mary Bogman, you're welcome to the podium. Apparently, the slide to the top is sliding. So, but there are steps this side, but they are being covered by so many other things. I may want to have an intention to sue because I almost fell there, but we are here for good intentions. And we have a mediator and a moderator in the house. Frederick Kakoza, hope that is the name. Wherever you are, find your way to the podium here. He's the Chief Finance Officer for Cipla Quality Chemicals Limited. 5 years of experience in finance and manufacturing. He's worked with other sectors, not just Cipla, which is a pharmaceutical world. He's worked with energy. He has worked with the telecom. He's worked with pay TV. Fred has over 20 years experience in financial management. Welcome. We are hoping to listen to you. Has Paul Mwanja reached the venue? Oh, yes, Paul. Why didn't I see you? I've worked with Paul in many areas. So he's one of those people who will come and tell us what I know about him. People in the phase of getting promotions, some through Twitter, some through many things. Paul may have been promoted last night, so I don't want to say what he was yesterday. Paul, why don't you join us here in this conversation? He comes in from the Ministry of Finance, and he will be telling us quite a number of things on how are we going to manage the transition. We are supposed to have had somebody from the Ministry of Health. I don't know whether Ebola has edged AIDS ahead of the competition. These are all diseases we must be dealing with. But sometimes we forget some and others pop up and we focus on them. But Ministry of Health will be ably represented in this conversation because we are really not only in the health sector space, as Professor has mentioned, we are in the space of the President's office. These are matters for the presidency. because they cut across. So this conversation is going to go all the way. And I want to begin where I'm comfortable most, the private sector. We have designed ours as a private sector-led economy. And quite often, whenever these things happen and affect the private sector, they affect all of us, wherever we sit. They pay the taxes, they employ the people, they do the manufacturing, they do everything really. Private sector is like everything to us in this space. And the government has ably recognized that the private sector is a powerful force in sustaining the HIV response and many other areas, as I've mentioned, that are the drivers of our economy. And the government is strongly convinced that effective partnerships with the private sector are the way to go. Especially as we say, how do we sustain this domestically? We can only look up to the private sector. So what opportunities can be harnessed in the private sector in the HIV response? Mr. Kakoza. We need microphones here. And sanitize them, please. Hopefully you have there is a sanitizer next to him. And I hope you'll find us more so that they don't keep moving around. If you do have them. If you don't have them, the private sector shall provide them eventually. Mr. Kakoza. As the microphone finds its way on, it will definitely work.
Yes, it's working. Good morning. Thank you very much, moderator. The question is, how does the private sector contribute to the response to HIV? The private sector contributes in mainly three ways. That is awareness, access, and affordability. And in terms of awareness, you've seen areas in schools where posters are put up about HIV, HIV champions are appointed, and a lot of sex education happens, and the dangers of HIV and AIDS are spelled out to the young population. In the workplace, we've seen free HIV testing so that the knowledge is aware, everybody knows their status. And then also talks, usually corporate world, they invite professionals to advise them on how to behave and how to keep safe and away from the dangers of HIV. We've seen the mass media, and personally I listen a lot to CBS. I've had the Kaliso list of people. Every morning they make a message about HIV. And I think that's a very good contribution. I don't think they're paid for that. The other element is access. Usually the private sector makes access quite easy because they are governed by profit. So they bring in as many as they think the market will need. And this access makes it available to those that would not have picked it up should it be only available to the government. We may pick some lessons from the COVID time. We remember during the COVID time, supply chains were disrupted. And that disruption would have made it very difficult for people to access their HIV treatments. But our country has a strategic investor who is CIPLA, who I happen to work for, and we're still able to avail all the 900,000 treatments for patients in Uganda. And this also helped other countries in Africa who were unable to give their own treatments. And so Uganda became a support to other countries. The other area is affordability. When you look at the total cost that the patient incurs, and you look at what they would have gotten it if it was gotten elsewhere, it is still cheaper to get it through here because the other complications of logistical requirements of getting the items here, storage, and regulatory checks would still would still be easier if we got the items here, because all those elements increase the cost. So in a nutshell, the contribution the private sector does is generally around awareness, access, and affordability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope we are taking notes of some of the things we really need to address as we go forward. If we are to sustain this domestically, logistical challenges really hit us hard during the COVID era. So we may want to have strengthening local capacity to produce some of the things, just in case satellites begin falling out of space. We don't have to have those disruptions fail us to access our drugs. Affordability and access are critical. I want to cross over to PEFA, and really you have signaled the transition rightfully and justifiably, I think. The several countries have been undergoing this. It's not just a case for Uganda. And Professor Lumumba said it should be a regional effort, really, because these porous borders of ours, we move at night and during the day. So Uganda can't just sustain it alone. So there are quite a number of things, and we have seen quite a number of challenges that have been faced by other countries who have transitioned on. So you have some quite of experience on this journey of transition. Question is, what approach are you going to use, and what advice do you want to give to Uganda during the transition?
All right, thank you. And good morning, everyone. So first, I'd like to make the distinction between transition and sustainability. So as we move into this next, really a refocus on sustainability, transition is a part of that, but it is not the full conversation. So during transition, generally we discuss financial transition, and this is much more focused on ensuring that functional responsibility shifts related to what was just discussed, and eventually that domestic resource mobilization then comes in. So what the timeline is, that is done mutually. And that's not a decision made solely by PEPFAR. It is in collaboration through respectful partnership with the government of Uganda, with civil society, our local partners that we've been working with for the past 20 years through PEPFAR specifically, and that we have appreciated that strong partnership. So we also understand that HIV epidemic control is dynamic, and we, as in the US government, the Global Fund, UNAIDS, the government of Uganda, local development partners, civil society must work together. There is no expectation that once a country reaches epidemic control, that PEPFAR will be gone. This is a discussion and a mutual approach. So sustained impact is really a long-term gradual process tailored to country context. And this is not, again, about the end of a program or the HIV response, but we do want to shift from looking at HIV as a silo or as a project. So a sustained response is focused on ensuring that person-centered and equitable services are accessible regardless of donor involvement. And this requires local health systems to be resilient and able to manage other public health threats, as we see with COVID-19, as well as the Ebola outbreak. So when you ask about the approach that's planned, PEPFAR's plan is to meaningfully engage with the partners discussed with government of Uganda, local partners, civil society, to ensure that there are best practices that are shared and that we move in this together. So this is really at every level. The Office of the Global AIDS Coordinator just released a draft 5-year strategy that I would encourage everyone to review. It's open for public comment. And so we want your feedback on that strategy. This is not something that PEPFAR is directing, but is really, again, done in respectful partnership. And we realize that sustainability is often viewed through the lens of transition. And though transition, again, is an important part of sustainability, we do not expect this to happen overnight. But together we can develop that clear roadmap that leads us through the next steps. And this is initially focused on the functional responsibility and the public health systems.
Very interesting statement there that the transition is going to be mindful of the sustainability and say conversation. But we know Ugandans like prolonging conversations. So we'll see need timelines on when do we finish which conversation, when does what conversation begin, and when do we finish the conversations and begin to implement the output of the conversations. Otherwise, we might come back and invite you in 2060 to see how do we sustain the transition. That will be 2060. Paul, you are the man in the Ministry of Finance. Some of these have financial implications. Some of them are conversations elsewhere, but they eventually end up in the Ministry of Finance. Everything needs to be implemented. And while we were thinking about this, which we began 4 years ago, we didn't know there was going to be COVID. We didn't know there was going to be Ebola. We didn't know there was going to be inflation rising from the seasons of the Americans and the other Europeans and the other people and ourselves, of course. So where you sit, I can see a lot that is on the desk amidst this. Maybe we want to begin our conversation with you in the middle of all this. How do you intend to meet the expectations of this transitioning with sustainability, not just of the HIV response, but of the entire economy? But please take time to tell people who you are. I stole those records from you and I didn't want to speak stolen information.
Thank you, Dr. Fred Muhumuza. My name's Paul Patrick Mwanja. I'm an assistant commissioner in the Ministry of Finance. Let me start by pointing out that in terms of Uganda's development agenda, the overarching goal is to increase household incomes and the quality of life of Ugandans. And there is no way you can improve the quality of life of Ugandans without adequately financing the health sector and having it functional. Now, in funding the health sector, we do welcome contributions from development partners because, as we all know, development partners tend to provide grants to government, which is a good thing, but we know that these grants are temporary. So I do agree with Professor that as we move forward, we expect these donor resources to decrease. And this is partly because of emerging priorities like climate change that will need to be funded, as well as donor fatigue, as Professor ably pointed out. That's why for government, we have progressively moved towards reducing dependency on donor funding for the health sector. Between 2018-19 and to date, funding for HIV/AIDS from government coffers has more than doubled, increasing from 97 billion to 197 billion. Now, I do note that we are yet to confirm to the Abuja Declaration that recommends a 15% threshold of the budget for the health sector, but we are committed to gradually increasing funding for the health sector towards that target, resources permitting. So how does Uganda, therefore, intend to look inwards as a means of reducing dependency on donor resources for funding the health sector? The number of things that we are looking at, besides creating more space in terms of the portion of domestic revenues that we commit to the health sector, one of which is health insurance, which is high on the legislative agenda. We think that is a big opportunity that we can use to supplement resources to replace the exiting donor contributions. The other area is public-private partnership with our entrepreneurs. We have CIPLA that is doing a great job in manufacturing drugs that we feel are cost-effective, and partnership with our private entrepreneurs by guaranteeing demand and financing for that demand would go a long way towards occupying the space that is expected to be left by the development partners. There is the issue of the need to have a health financing strategy where you focus on reducing the disease burden. This was pointed out by the professor. The Ministry of Health is emphasizing preventive Medicare, and I think that is one area where we think fiscal space will be created as we spend less on the lowering disease burden. The professor did mention the issue of the trust fund. Good idea, but from our view, it's an inefficient way of managing public resources because it comes with administrative structures, and in the past, we've seen abuse of such funds. We have the story of the Global Fund that we had in 2003. So it's a good idea as long as we work on measures to improve efficiency so that we eliminate the possibility of misappropriation of funds that comes with the existence of such funds. So in short, government is committed to devising means of increasing the health budget as we prepare for the exiting development partners. But for this to happen, we need good information on the exit plan. And I also agree with the professor that we need to have in place a national strategy, a comprehensive national strategy, and the need for commitment to regional arrangements, which are a good platform for mobilizing resources for this cause. And we are very strong in the partnerships within the East African region and the African Union, and we look for ways of strengthening those collaborations. I thank.
Thank you very much. Paul Mwanja is here to represent the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to Treasury. So everything he says should be taken to that level because he's been briefed from there and he has briefed there, and that's our positions for the conversations that we are going to be engaging with the partners on what is the best way out. We don't want to lose the aspect of sustainability even as we transition. I think sustainability is going to be key, sustaining the response, making sure we do not lose out on the gains we have made. And there have been big gains, especially for Uganda, since the president personally took over this responsibility of the HIV response. There has been talk about health insurance, and quite often health insurance speaks to the private sector, because that's where we are looking to say, can you provide some insurance? And I know when you look through the insurance records, medical insurance has been growing. So how do we bring in, tap into part of that thinking and part of that activity and part of that resource to sustain the HIV response going forward? So I'm back to Mr. Kakoza as private sector. You have had conversations to do with health insurance. It's still high on the legislation. We don't know whether you are in support or not in support. The conversations are ongoing, and how you intend to really perceive and receive and support the conversations on health insurance. So how can really the private sector through the health insurance increase the response? Speak to that space of health insurance and this response to HIV.
Thank you very much, moderator. There are not many medical insurance schemes that encourage HIV. And usually they make it a bit, the premium goes up. And I think the first thing is to have some regulation around there. That regulation would be quite important because it would open the space, it would increase certainty, and it would also encourage the other people investing into that space to put more resources there. Once that is done, then the overall burden of the cost of the patients would significantly come down. So I think regulation would make things much easier. There may be other models which I'm not aware of in other countries, how they manage this, but I'm sure there's something to learn from in the outer space. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. And I think one of the rejoinders that Paul has raised is the cost of administering the system. From what I have read, there was a component of managing the health insurance system and which was introducing in an administrative cost. Maybe some of these are conversations we want to discuss. If there is a model where it can be managed along with the others, maybe we'll have those conversations. We don't want to raise money and it goes into an administrative structure. But that said, we also have civil society engagements, and I want to believe PEFA has been very actively supporting civil society. So even as we talk about these conversations of transitioning, of sustaining, they must be out there having conversations with you. Maybe you want to speak to that space. What conversations are you hearing from civil society? What concerns? What's the way forward? How do they come in before they go out? Because they must not go out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. So there are ongoing conversations with civil society, and this is where we come back to person-centered, equitable services that are available to all, including those who are most at risk, such as children, adolescent girls and young women, and key populations. And key populations and priority populations within Uganda are at specific risk because of some of the laws that we've seen through the legal environment assessments, for instance, that were launched this year. And the legal environment assessments were supported by PEPFAR, but really led by Ministry of Health and are under UAC as well to disseminate. So we need to ensure that we have an enabling environment for those equitable services so that they can continue. And that looks towards ongoing capacity building. We need to ensure that there is transparency and accountability within our civil society organizations, as there often is, but that also that their voices are heard and that they're brought to the table. So that is a piece of the sustainability plan, that it's not simply government to government, PEPFAR to government of Uganda, but it is inclusive of civil society organizations, and that this must continue.
Thank you very much. The Baganda here say tatumie yesitukide. Now, just in case you're wondering what that means, there comes a time when you don't want to send a delegate. You move yourself and go there. That's why even in some cases, people provide for you to vote from abroad. I'm watching the election from America, and I want to believe the Americans in Uganda were not disenfranchised. They voted from abroad. Civil society is in the house. Kenneth Mwehonge, where are you? Can somebody give him a microphone? Kenneth Mwehonge, where are you? I want you to speak on behalf of civil society, from where you sit, from where you stand, from where you hear things from. Is he in the house? Oh, yes, right over there. Give him the microphone. You can speak from the floor. After all, even in parliament, we speak from the floor.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. My name is Kennedy Otundo, the Executive Director of INASO. I'm here to speak on behalf of civil society, and we will share with you what so far we have achieved. Our chief guest, Honorable Robina Nabanja, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. We, the civil society organization, work to promote the health and the rights of our community. We thank you all for joining us at the National HIV Symposium under the theme Ending Equality Among Adolescent Girls, Young Women and Boys. We in civil society, we acknowledge the civil involvement in some of the national process. This includes development of HIV, TB, malaria, national strategic plan, representation on different technical working groups at the Ministry of Health, Uganda AIDS Commission, monitoring implementation and source mobilization for response under PEPFAR country operation process, including global fund and national budget. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2030 is getting closer as we make strides in ending AIDS in Uganda. Emerging social, economic, health challenges seem to be dragging our effort backwards. Epidemic like COVID-19, Ebola, inequality still pose a threat to effort to ensure that equal access and uptake of comprehensive HIV services in Uganda, with social isolation, poverty, discriminatory cultural norms, orphanhood, gender-based violence, illiteracy all contribute to the vulnerability to HIV among the young people. We in civil society, in collaboration with Uganda AIDS Commission, and we thank our Director General here, and development partners seated here, guided by the National Strategic Plan 2020 and 2025, and UNAIDS Strategic 2021 and 2023-26, we have mounted dynamic community-led effort in HIV response that are outside individual health initiative. Progress, because we have contributed to these achievements, and our progress are related to the National Strategic Plan. Under HIV, with the strategic goal to reduce number of new youth and adult HIV infection by 70% and a new number of new pediatric HIV infection by 95% by 2020. What have we achieved so far? We in civil society, we have contributed reduction of 34% of new infection among young people from 2010, 15% decline between 2016 and 2020 by contributing to over 67% in condom use at high-risk sex among male age 15 years and above, implementing various strategies like behavioral change intervention, aiming to promote ABC messaging among a vulnerable population. We used a number of strategies, as you heard from the previous presentation. One of the strategies was adoption of safer sex behavior, reduction in risky behavior through massive awareness campaign, scale up behavioral change communication, including abstinence, and be faithful targeting the young people. As you heard, some of the young people were empowered with the life planning skill through the youth centers and also given us social asset facilities to help them to address the challenges. Under care and treatment, the strategic plan here under National Strategic Objective is to decrease HIV-associated mobility and mortality by achieving and maintaining 90% various suppression by 2020. What have we done? Thank you, the development partners. We have seen pediatric and adolescent care pilot centers established, and now we're in the process of scaling to 52 districts. I know some people ask me which district are this one. We have Mitiana, we have Mubende, Otuke, Lira, Soroti, Kampala, and some of the TASO facilities, Malme facilities, Kabarore, Kumi, Chenjojo, reproductive health also have those facilities. So far, what is the achievement so far? We have seen ourselves having these facilities, bringing services closer to the young people. Under social support and protection, The national strategic goal here is to reduce vulnerability to HIV and mitigation of its impact on people living with HIV and other vulnerable groups. So far, what have we achieved? As CSOs, we have contributed to the increment of women and girls 16 to 49 years who make decisions about their sexual reproductive health independently or jointly with the partners from 61 to 80%. We have also contributed to reduction of stigma and discrimination by 50% from 19% of women to 28% of men. A strategy that the CSO apply together with other partners. Strategic, we try to strengthen the intervention to do with supporting the people living with HIV to be able to deal with the self-stigma. Yesterday, you got testimony from them. We have mobilized and strengthened religious institutions, cultural and traditional leaders. We have also supported the community system and also supported the network of people living with HIV to be able to address stigma. System strengthening, the strategic goal here is aimed at effective and sustainable multiple sector HIV AIDS service delivery that ensure universal access and coverage of quality, efficient, and safe services to the target population by 2020. What have we achieved so far? We, in collaboration, UNASO, in collaboration with the Uganda AIDS Commission, with funding from GIZ, we have mapped out, continue to map up and strengthen the national and the regional coordination for CSOs engagement in HIV, malaria, TB, SRH, and gender-based programming. We have built a capacity of CSO in M&E, including enhanced reporting, facilitate quarterly reporting for civil society to feed into the National Annual AIDS Review Report.
2 more minutes, please.
What are the challenges? One of the challenges we have found that is the boys and girls continue to experience stigma in accessing services in some of the health centers. Homeless kids on the street, they are failing to get HIV prevention, information, and services. There's persistent shortage of drugs and stock out. Care and support is also having issues where inequality is still being seen. What are we saying as civil society? I think this one is very important. I need you to hear. We in civil society, what we are saying, we want to use the mode of bottom up. I hear something like Kalangala, you see someone buying a drone to supply drugs to Kalangala. When the young people, they testified here the other day, they have the ability, they have the knowledge and skill to offer services. Why don't you trickle funds to the young people, CSOs in those communities, than having a CSO coming from here to go to Kalangala? Young people have formed CSOs in the community, you have supported them. So the young people are saying, we have CSOs, we have CBOs, fund us, and we are able to use those funds to do the work. So that's what we are saying, localization of funds to the local indigenous, that's what we are saying for sustainability of funding, because young people cannot get funds with big institutions. We want now funds to go direct to them. We also say integration of services, malaria, TB, all should be integrated for the young people to be able to access services. We also ask the government to increase domestic funding to prevention research institute to increase access and utilization of HIV prevention and treatment option. We also ask the government urgently to take transformative action to end socio-economic and gender inequality, restrictive and discriminative laws and policies and practices. And we also are saying that we need to remove systematic barriers to full continuum of care, including the age of consent restriction that hamper young people to access services. On behalf of civil society organizations contribute to HIV and AIDS response in Uganda, we are committed to advocating for strengthening government and donor efforts in HIV response as we ensure we leave no one behind in our community to attain epidemic control. For my country and God, thank you. I'm called Kennedy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was more than a comment, was the statement by civil society to this meeting. And we do appreciate that submission, well detailed in a number of things, spreading the system, strengthening not just to the health sector system, but also to the community system, where he's talking about the local CSOs, the young people who are doing many things out there, who need to be engaged, who need to be involved and integrated into the systems as well as part of the caregivers and thank you very much, who do the delivery systems, they want to be strengthened. I want to get back to my panel, and I will be coming back to the floor. But my panel hadn't finished the second round. The Minister of Finance, sometimes you want to tempt them by giving them a blank check. You never know what they write on that check. Paul, I've just passed on to you a blank check. Speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think the most important thing to communicate this for is that government is committed to gradually reducing the dependency of health financing on the donor support, and that there are a number of opportunities that we've seen, and that this commitment must be supported by a clear strategy to implement the inward-looking mobilization of resources. Professor Lumumba has highlighted a number of key elements of this strategy, and I want to reiterate some of these. In terms of opportunities, he did mention the fact that we expect to exploit our oil resources by 2025. I know that the government policy is to commit these resources to infrastructure development, but within the health sector, there are requirements for infrastructure to support health services. So I trust that this opportunity can also be used to contribute to healthcare financing. Government is committed to increasing revenue mobilization. The target is to increase by 0.5 percentage point of GDP every year. The key issue then that we would need to emphasize, these new resources that accrue every year, a significant portion of these resources should be prioritized to replace the existing donor resources within the health sector. We have mentioned the opportunity of health insurance. We need to fast track the legislative effort, and the private sector has ably pointed out that insurance firms and normally hesitant to finance the area of HIV/AIDS, and therefore in legislating we need to put in place proper regulations that would incentivize the need for insurance companies to not exclude people that are affected by HIV/AIDS. We have spoken about the need for public-private partnership because we have entrepreneurs that are investing in the health sector, especially in the manufacture of relevant drugs. Government needs to guarantee demand so that these manufacturing companies survive and thrive and are able to give us low-cost pharmaceuticals that would in turn reduce on the burden on the budget. The other opportunity is that we are part and parcel of the regional economic integration effort, which presents a good platform for mobilizing additional resources that could be channeled to the health sector. We have the opportunity of operationalizing the HIV Trust Fund, and the good thing about this fund is that there are clear sources of revenues that have been identified, proposals for the sin tax, proposals for private sector to contribute. These are areas that we can interrogate and have further discussions on in supporting our transition from donor dependent to government-funded healthcare interventions. The other opportunity is that our partners are coming up with a clear exit plan, which presents an opportunity for us to plan early before they exit and ensure that whatever successor interventions we put in place are sustainable. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Paul. The exit plan, we have targets for 2030, and we want to sustain that journey to 2030. So we're going to have conversations in those spaces. Now, 8 years ago, I finished my 8-year duty at the Ministry of Finance, the official duty. It continues unofficially, because you can never leave where you have been and where you belong anyway. And in that conversation, really, and this chair is empty, so I'm going to raise some of the issues I used to raise with the health partners as an economic advisor to the Minister of Finance. Because the Minister of Finance was dealing with what economics really deals with, scarcity. Money has never been there to be enough. And when you have scarcity, you want to prioritize. So I wanted to ask this chair, Minister of Health, if really you are talking about strengthening the health system, what does that mean? Is it buildings? Is it equipment? Is it human resource? Is it drugs? What is on the order and #1 priority? And even then, is it health center 3s or 4s, general hospitals, referral hospitals? Because we can't do everything. So in the strategy, and I really want to get involved in that strategy, where should we put the first foot when we begin strengthening? That conversation is in this chair, and I'm glad they are not here to answer it now, because I would add more questions. But I want to invite Flavia Kiomkama. This is about the community, really. It's not about us. It's about the community. And General Masco, you're welcome. Major Ranga, you're welcome. Let me clear up those ranked officers. I'll come to the others later. Where is Flavia Kiomkama? I want you to speak on behalf from the community perspective. This is about the community. It's not our conversation. It's not over until the community perspective is brought onto this table. You have your.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, our guests on the panel, and most of all, Professor Lumumba for coming off TikTok and this time being seen live in this August house. We are glad to have you today. I would say we are very privileged to have you, and we love what you speak. And I bring a voice of civil society. I'm Flavia Chomkama. I work for Action Group for Health, Human Rights, and HIV. And also I am a woman living with HIV, coordinating the movement of women living with HIV in Uganda. And we are really concerned that HIV prevalence has come to 6.6 among women, and that we have new children born with HIV skyrocketing from 5,000 to now 6,000 plus. That's a pain for us as communities, but also for us as families and people living with HIV. So we would like to appreciate the government of Uganda and the development partners for all the support and the injection of funds to ensure that HIV ends by 2030. However, we do note that with COVID-19, we see a lot of shortfalls in domestic financing for health, and the revenue itself for government has reduced, and therefore it creates a big burden on government and partners to invest, because there is a lot to feed. And we are seeing an increase in the debt burden. And therefore, Minister of Finance will not tell us clearly that much of our budget is going to debt replenishment. And so we see a high out-of-pocket expenditure on health for Ugandans, and this does not exclude people living with HIV. Professor Lumumba alluded to the fact that we have a lot of efficiency gaps in our budget. We have about 7% of the budget going to health this year, but how much of that actually does the actual work, the pilferages, the theft that he's talking about, the mismanagement here and there, the drugs that expire, who is ensuring that these drugs are expiring, who is buying short life shelf drugs, are they punished? How do we recover funds that are lost, that even when we have cases and people are caught, that money is refunded and does its work in health and indeed other development programs? We also continue to get concerned that much of the funding that comes to communities is mainly for hand to mouth. We rarely have donors investing us or even government in sustainable community interventions. Much of the work we do is maybe if you are coordinating, that is it. But if you want to say you buy a house or have a shelter that is permanent, it's all always not funded. We also continue to see shrinking civic space, and that goes on to the changing priorities of donors and partners, but also government is more interested in arms, in security, and less is invested in health compared to how much goes to security. And I sometimes ask myself, are they securing arms for who? If we are not healthy, what happens? We appreciate the complementarity of this funding, but we think human capital development is the fundamental for every country if you want to move and end AIDS by 2030. And the death of 71 children who are born every day is painful. And we think we need to invest more in reproductive, maternal, and neonatal services. What do we say? We say as civil society, we have a lot of contribution to make. And community systems, if they are financed and sustainable, and we can see, we have a look at TASO. TASO is financed, it is able to sustain its rent, it's able to be a PR and support community systems. Can we invest more in similar structures? Because in the 80s, AIDS, we were able to manage AIDS because communities were being supported by the World Bank programs and other programs, which ensured that community systems, family-centered structures were strong and supported to ensure that the orphans and vulnerable children, the widows, and those women and girls that needed immediate support were provided the financing. So we are calling upon this team in this room that we should work together and ensure that we have continued support like we have had for USAID for Key Population Investment Fund. How about USAID having an HIV, people living with HIV investment fund, direct projects supporting communities of people living with HIV to ensure that we support each other, we support disclosure, we mentor for ensuring that we reduce transmission in this country. KPIF worked, the KPs are at a better level, but we need to do the same for the various communities. And for women now, it is very clear, we need an intervention like that. The PDM, the parish development model, how does it bring on board the people living with HIV? How are we ensuring that the parish development model targets those most vulnerable and those in need of support and services. For governments, we have had about rationalization, and we do understand that the health ministry is trying to restructure and have a number of ministries come together, but we are wondering how it is going to be done. It would be a very good venture if it happens, because we do realize that HIV is not coming alone. We see increasingly non-communicable diseases. We see a need for, for prevention on the high now, especially with these young girls who are coming, who have been defiled during COVID and who need support to go back to school. How does rationalization help us? Is it going to reduce on administrative expenditures? Is it going, where is the money that has been for certain departments going to be? Can it be reallocated to the more, to systems, so that we have a robust system that can meet the needs of society? The other,
finally,
I have like two. Is it fine?
Just to, in 1 minute, if you can summarize
quickly. The other, what we are talking about now is thinking about a robust national health insurance scheme, because we have come piecemeal to ask for financing for PHC, tomorrow another one comes for SRHR. Is it possible that we work as a team and continually advocate for ensuring that we have a national health insurance scheme that takes case for HIV, takes case for cancer, takes case for diabetes, so that we don't have to be running up and down asking for this money today and the other money today. And also, finally, I would, on efficiency, we would like to implore our government to engage us, and also donors, that we do budget tracking and monitoring and ensure that we support government. It's not like we are fighting or trying to look for fault, but support our partners and work as a team to ensure that the money that comes in is real value for money and improves the lives of communities, for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flavia. This floor is open. If you're out there and you want to make some contribution to this conversation in 1 minute, so that I can pick as many of us as possible, would be grateful. You need to raise your hand and the microphone will come to you. I see a hand here, I'm seeing only men's hands, so I'm not seeing them anymore. But there was one that came first. So where is the microphone? Who is moving the microphone? Somebody in a blue shirt here at the front table, and then somebody in a red t-shirt. No, the other one. That's third table. We'll come here. We will be ending up with.
Thank you so much. And this has been a very interesting session. Thank you, Professor Lumumba, for a wonderful session. Talk. I wanted to just ask Ministry of Finance, our distinguished guest, to say something about the AIDS Trust Fund and what he thinks about that. And what, how far, as the Ministry of Finance, you see the AIDS Trust Fund coming in. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe you'll help him also know your name, so that for his records.
Sorry. My name is Dr. Lydia Mungerera, and I'm a commissioner here at Uganda AIDS Commission.
Okay. Please pass the microphone to the gentleman in a light blue shirt. That doesn't speak to any political affiliation. That is the only thing that was available in his wardrobe for his choice today.
Thank you so much. Musa, Raul Benway is my name, and I must confess, I came here having heard or told that Professor Lumumba was here. So Professor Lumumba is the reason I'm here.
And you're not alone.
And my submissions goes directly to you. First of all, permit me add my voice to Uganda AIDS Commission for this engagement. I personally don't take it for granted. Professor Mumba, Lauben as a Ugandan and an African, I think I want to tell you that we have hindered you, we have delayed you in most of the submissions you've been making. But majorly on the question you mentioned last day when you are saying what Africa or Uganda is lacking is research. I beg your pardon, I differ with you. Uganda and Africa at large is not short of research, Professor. There are numerous research. Dr. Muhomuza will agree with me in Makerere, even here, even in Nairobi University. But the bottom line or the challenge is that a number of those researches are not implemented. 2008, I got an opportunity to travel to China. There was Olympic. And when where I was staying in was near the football pitch where Olympic was taking place. Guess what? I was told that the football pitch, which is the Eagle's Nest pitch, you could have read or heard about it. It was just a mere thesis of a university student of architecture in one of the universities, which were being implemented. The challenge I'm finding here, Professor, and in other areas of our country and in the region, that a number of those researches, numerous, they are not implemented at all. Okay. And that's the reason why we are doing fine. Finally, as I conclude, please do quickly. Dr. Muhomuza, he asked us a question that suppose we wake up the following day, the donor community, the funders are no more. What should we do, or what can we do? I think the reason why we have taken long to give you the answer is because of the presence of those of the donor community. The reason why why we are lagging behind, I do believe is no doubt in my mind that is because the donors, they have turned this into more or less employment opportunity. You gave us an example where all the masks, all the testing kits were from China, meaning that we are creating business and services to those nations. As I concluded, Professor Patrick, the last no, you have had too many. My question goes to the gentleman from Ministry of Finance. It's called Paul. Yes, Paul. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I beg your pardon. When I was young, growing, we would fetch water from different distance with the jerrycan. Sometimes those jerrycans would have some holes. Whenever your jerrycan has a hole, when you fill the jerrycan at the well, by the time you got home, that jerrycan is more or less empty. Similarly, you are putting a lot of money in those programs, but the challenge is the corruption. Wherever you invest in the money, wherever you get in the money, the money is being swindled until you address the hole in a jerrycan. Okay. We'll keep talking about these issues until maybe God calls us back home. I beg submit. Thank you. Paul hinted on that, but you'll get back to us. He talked about why the trust funds are risky, but also elsewhere, the holes might be more than one, and want to address all of them. Corruption is sitting in our midst, and we cannot shy away from it. There was a gentleman in a red shirt, red t-shirt.
Okay, thank you so much, the moderator.
Are you putting on a red t-shirt? Or yours is really white? Somebody in front of you. Your dressing has just sold you away. I'll get to you. I remember you.
Thank you so much.
You have your 1 minute. Let's get as many of these views as possible.
According to I'm here to represent the board of UNASO. UNASO is Uganda Network of its service organizations, and we just had our ET present us the statement of us all.
Wasn't that enough?
I'm
Just take a minute.
Yeah, just a minute to supplement. I come from an organization called CEPAD, a member organization. We've been here for the last few days and we're discussing issues of HIV/AIDS. But we all understand that an HIV/AIDS person suffers mainly from about 2 other diseases, malaria and TB. My comment and my request is probably moving forward, how do we bring in the other diseases within this discussion?
Okay.
When we're talking about resources, it's not only HIV/AIDS. The same HIV resources can be used to also promote the TB and malaria. I've not heard much about that. How do we moving forward have this as part of this discussion? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulumba. That's the conversation on integration, strengthening these systems. We don't want to lose sight that there are many other diseases that are ravaging in our midst. Now, the gentleman who had a white shirt, your name, please, so that I stop referring to you by the shirt.
Thank you so much.
Because you might change it in the evening.
Simon Ayebale is my name. I work with Federation of Fisheries Organizations in Uganda. And my contribution to sustainability and resource mobilization is just a solution, because it has become a song year by year to speak about trust fund, AIDS trust fund. But my solution would be, since my childhood, every year we read the budget. And we all know HIV is a priority and is run under the president's office. Why can't the next year we agree that the budget should have a chapter of HIV fund? And I beg to conclude there.
Thank you very much. The conversation on the trust fund still comes in, but Paul really provides resources. Must it be a trust fund? Me, I'm here to ask questions because this conversation is ongoing and it's not about to close. Let me pick, now I have a problem there. Let me claim I'm short-sighted, that I am not seeing the guys very far away. Can you bring the microphone to General Masco as I perfect my side? Only a medical person can prove that I was lying. And that person is not here. So I'm short-sighted. General Masco.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhumza. I just want to pick from where you ended. I am here representing the Committee of Parliament for Presidential Affairs, which oversees Uganda AIDS Commission. And we spent a weekend with them, and the conversation about resource mobilization and specifically the strategic importance of a trust fund was very prominent in our retreat. And for us, we contextualized it. Ministry of Finance has a problem with the people who are supporting us because those people choose to bypass you. They don't bring the resources in your basket, they fund directly. So we thought strategically that trust fund could be a good fighting tool to harmonize resource mobilization. You need to rethink it because, as you are aware, Professor Lumumba, you may need to interest yourself. We have a factory of ARVs here. But the money which comes to support HIV does not support that factory. The Minister of Finance, that's some food for thought. And Dr. Muhumza knows we've conspired elsewhere. So
who am I to tell a general who have not conspired? Because general things are about conspiracy, and that's why they are generals. RR is putting on another white. Please give him the microphone. Please introduce yourself. I'm picking you because of that history, but also because of what you are going to say. You have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Mumza. Indeed, I'm Major Rubaramira Ruranga, who is a veteran. I have lived with HIV for about 38 years. And that means that I have lived more years with HIV than the years I have lived without. I also founded the networks of people living with HIV and AIDS, not only in Uganda, but in many parts of Africa. I have a belief, Dr. Muhumza, that HIV should have gone. And I keep failing to understand why it hasn't gone. Because it is something that can be controlled. There's nothing that changes immediately you understand what HIV is. I've had 6 children. When I live with HIV, and therefore both the mother and the children are not infected. If that is possible, what is it that is not possible that has failed us to stop the spread of HIV? The questions that I really have is, one, why can't we form a kind of business just about HIV, even using Uganda AIDS Commission, that money is directly designed to fight HIV? I do not know, and I keep asking myself questions, and one of them is, does the government know exactly what these ARVs drugs cost? I keep wondering how much I have now spent, how much government has spent on ARVs.
It's about $380 per year. That's quite a lot of money.
Talking, economy. Thank you very much.
Why don't we worry about that? Surely, just the first line costs 480,000 per month for one person. We are talking about 1.4 million people now living with HIV, including these 6 million children Flavia has talked about. Surely, are we serious? Do we look at this as a simple matter? I think let us find out a way. The trust fund, how long has it taken for us talking about the trust fund? What's wrong with us? Sometimes I get angry and I want to apologize. So let me take it up. But I think there's no reason why HIV continues to spread. I have said one thing, and I've said it many years. Why is it that we have not taken this disease to the actual people who suffer? I'm talking about the mother, the father, the brothers in the family. Education begins at home. But people, the ordinary people out there, think that the work of HIV is for people with ties. They don't own it. And that failure to own the problem is indeed the reason why we have continued to sing, and indeed it is as they call it the songs of Lawina. We have not achieved anything, I think.
Thank you very much, RR. He has really brought in a very interesting question. Before the donors leave, can HIV leave? Because it can. Can HIV leave before the, how do we get HIV to leave? Because it can leave us and we can continue. And then we can have other conversations with the donors. By the way, we call them development partners. Now, there are 2 hands there that I want to pick up. But allow me to cross over to this side, but I'm looking for a lady who is not there. So behind you is a lady. Just next to you is a lady. And that lady will pass on the mic to the gentleman next to her, on her right. I hope I'm reading the dimensions right. If they fail, I'll Google and send a pin, which will help you the locations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. MC. And I'd like to appreciate and recognize the keynote speaker, Professor Lumumba. Being an activist, that is the voice that and the energy that I believe in. I would like to compliment our role as civil society, and mine are not questions, but complimenting and concerns. My name is Beatrice Were. I'm not going to say who I work for because I represent the community in many facets. One, I would like to say that we as community, our contribution has mostly been driven by passion, enthusiasm, and a lot of energy. It has not been driven by money. And from the beginning of the epidemic, many of us, like the Major, Canon Gideon, we stood as lambs to be sacrificed for the good of this country. So it has not been mostly about money, and I would like that to be recognized, that our passion as community is derived from that. Because the conversation seems to be talking about dollars and shillings and euros. You cannot put a dollar amount to the sacrifice that a person stands up to say, here I am to be counted as a person with HIV. And I call upon the community and my colleagues living with HIV in the room to reignite that will, because we seem to have lost it. Please let us get back into action, given the statistics that we have had, particularly about young women and girls. The second issue that I want to raise is that we have many models as community over time that we have come up with, so many innovations, and some of those we had yesterday. But most of these, for the past 40 years, have been externally funded. The financing has come from mostly donors. And for me, this raises a question: who do the citizens of Uganda belong to? We do not belong to PEPFAR. We are not citizens of Global Fund. We are citizens of the Republic of Uganda. And that is a big concern, because we seem to be, for many years, we have seemed to be the business of the donors. And every time the donors say they are packing their bags, we start panicking. We shouldn't panic, because we have a government in place. That takes me to say, this is the time for us to hold our government accountable to funding, to financing HIV. I am not going to worry about PEPFAR leaving. I'm not going to worry about Global Fund leaving, because we have a government that has a responsibility and a duty to take care of us. And it's a time for us to demand that the government fulfills its mandate to us.
Lastly, please.
The last one, but not least, is the environment in which we operate as community. The environment, the legal environment in which we operate, it seems to be muffling our voice, and we are concerned about the harsh environment that is causing donors like DGF and other funders who fund minority groups, groups that are excluded, groups that we see are accounting for the number of infections and the statistics we saw. We are concerned about that environment, and it is time that the government actually addresses the issue of the legal environment. Mr. Chairman, allow me to say it has been 40 years of political commitment. We need to look into the phase of political action by the government of Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The microphone moves on to the right. There are things we are going to integrate, and we have seen silos in government systems. That's why part of the language is integration, because government has outreach programs. So you don't want to have an outreach person for HIV/AIDS, an outreach person for tuberculosis, an outreach, we are going to integrate. So even as we speak these conversations, we already have some solutions, only that we haven't taken them on. But that's the conversation that really we are speaking to. The government is not absent. We are only saying, can government be government, not governments? Right? Some of you want to create governments within a government. You have the 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'm called Charles. I'm the director of Preventive Care International. It's one of the CSOs around. My question goes to the assistant commissioner. He's called Muhumuza. I think I've remembered your name well.
It's Paul Mwanja.
Paul Mwanja.
Muhumuza is me who has authority to take away your authority.
Yeah.
So you better leave me alone.
No,
No, please proceed. Proceed.
Yeah.
Now that you know that.
So my question to Paul is, I wanted to know how often you engage civil society, because where I'm asking this, we have people like from Uganda It's Commission, Ministry of Health. They call us, we engage with them, and we bring the community voices. We also have the community monitoring led, where we give feedback to funders like PEPFAR. But for particularly the Ministry of Finance, you send this money to the districts, to the permanent secretaries, to the COW, to who. Some of this money, we know that it is being misused, and it's us civil society who can question these people and give you feedback. How often do you engage civil society?
Okay. Next to you was a hand. There's that hand in front of him, the gentleman in black. And then I intend to get short-sighted again.
Thank you.
Your minute begins now, sir.
I'm Gidudu Ismail. I'm happy to be here. I read the profile of Professor Mumba, that's why I'm here. I was supposed to attend another meeting in Nikololo. Professor Mumba, you are good. Thank you. We have a science conference also in Nikololo. I was supposed to be there with Dr. Musenero. We are launching the satellite, but I'm here.
Proceed to make your point.
My point is, yesterday I was not here. I also respect Pastor Bugembe. As he said, he's going to be an ambassador of USC, and I'm going also to join him. Then lastly, mental health. I take drugs from Utavika, and I'm happy. Some doctor here was saying, well, US is supporting Utavika on the HIV issues. Thank you for that. With the president's issue, for me, I'm ever there. And people think I'm a son of the president, but I'm also a Mugishi from Mumbale. Thank you. Ejarubaramira, my mentor, thank you for keeping the spirit of HIV high. Thank you. And I'll be giving a keynote address also on the AIDS Day. I'm a discordant. My wife has AIDS, but we have a very wonderful boy. He's making 6 years now. I'll be giving a story on the AIDS Day. Thank you.
Those testimonies are good. When we talk about domestic financing, we also need volunteers. It's not just about money. It's about people standing up to say, me, I'm going to say it in my own right. I'll use my resources. Just give me the space, or I will take the space myself. Where is the community? Now I am short-sighted. Canon Gideon, please bring him a microphone. You have packed questions here. You have even included Professor Lumumba. You see, Professor, I was really wrong to introduce you. They know you. Thank you for correcting me and just, Canon, you have your 2 minutes beginning now.
Thank you very much. And I will start where you ended. That there is a model which government and the donors could be interested in, learning from what has happened from friends of Canon Gideon Foundation. That we started an institute to do what Dreams does, except that we include boys. Every year we graduate 200 young people, but we don't have funding from Global Fund. We don't have funding from PEPFAR. There was a time when we had some funding from PEPFAR, and it helped us to make sure that when these young people are graduating, they have a toolkit to graduate with. And I think, Mukulu Dennis, we are grateful for that. We miss that, but that has also been filled by the gap of some goodwill people who say, I will give you a machine, I will give you. So I have, if you can, James, if you can just project the model for Muhumuza and team to see whether there is, oh, it's already there.
Yeah.
So it's called Soboka, it's possible, and it uses a 2K yes model. 2K means 2,000 shillings from your lunch as a young person, or pocket money, or 2K from the parish, the congregation. So you don't ask a lot of money, but your skill is to make sure that there are so many people giving the little and they make a pool. The beauty with it is that it's from young people. We have experience saying no, nothing for young people without young people. So that, okay, they go in their schools, they go in their churches, they collect, and then we sponsor the young people. We concentrate on the need youth, not in education, not in employment, not in training. Where the churches would need support from government and from partners would be to support the communication so that people know that the Sunday or the weekend towards which is concerned with love, Mother's Day, that the week towards the Mother's Day, all that money should go to supporting young people. We would graduate, every center would have like a youth institute, center hope institute in each region, and each region is graduating 2,000 people. That dreams would be continued. But you can see it's not only dreams, it has a vocational institute. Information technology. It has jobs and business creation and circles. It has marketing the produce. It has hygiene and environment. It has diabetes and others. But there is MDD, debates and poems, games and sports, COVID, HIV, GBV, learning, counseling, guidance, health educators training. And one coordinator is coordinating these instructors. Because in the morning we do the vocational, fashion, electrical, go in your class.
Okay.
After break, 11 to 1, they come for these community leadership, business skills, hygiene, leadership actually is crucial.
Where are you located?
Spiritual.
So that I send us there.
So we are located in Jinja Karoli, Katoke, Wamara, Wat, Nabwero Division, Nansana Municipality. Something that we can learn from and support to expand, because we have two resources that won't end very quickly: the religious communities and the young people.
Thank you. I'm going to send a Google pin. Please give that microphone to that gentleman there, just next to you, because I've not picked anybody from that side. And then again, it's a problem. Again, I'll get short-sighted.
Hello.
Just 1 minute, please.
Allow me to greet you with the greeting words of peace. The one who comes in peace is always welcome. The one who comes to teach is always welcome. The one who comes to learn is especially always welcome. Positive energy and creation energy to you all. I'm called Nakonda David, and I'm a treasurer of PLO Lumumba Foundation Uganda chapter. Professor, you're welcome in Uganda, and we are very happy. So my concern is, how are we going to bring youth on board, plan with them? How are we going to empower them so that they know about the challenges or AIDS, challenges like AIDS that is affecting the continent? For example, here we are in a university, but if you could count the number of youth that are here, they are very few. And we are talking about ending AIDS in 2030. What is the percentage of youth that are in that campaign? That's my concern. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to get to the front. Begin with my panelists. They have listened into this conversation. They have been asked questions. They have formulated ideas. So like I did with Paul Mwanja, they are going to have a blank check to say what is it that they have had, what have they carried away, how do they see the future going. And after them, I'll go to Professor Pierre Lumumba to come and wherever he is, wherever he will be, whatever he chooses, to tell us something. And thereafter, the DG, you are Director General, you have to direct generalities. You will close us off. But I want to appreciate PEFA and USAID for sponsoring this event. And I'm told there is lunch. So all the lunch money you carried for today, I wish I had a basket, because PEFA and USAID might have funded that lunch. But you had already parted with that money in your mind. It could go to a certain cause. But remember, between me and Paul, we don't call them donors. And thank you, PEFA. They are partners. There is a difference. Now, where do I begin? I began with the private sector. Let me begin with you again. What have you heard? What do you want to say? What are you taking away? You have the floor, sir. My apologies to those who have not been able to speak, but I will pick out one person as I go along.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think for us, the private sector, our interests are known, but I was particularly touched by what General Masiko mentioned. General Masiko mentioned. Thank you very much for the help we received from those who are helping our patients in Uganda. And of course, we would like to contribute in a sustainable way. We would like to make a big contribution. To remain sustainable, we need to grow. And in order to grow, we need support. So we have a very big factory here in Luzira, which manufactures ARVs. And we request that the help in ARVs is also channeled through that. Orders are made through that factory so that we can grow, we can be more sustainable in this area. Government can also make more contributions. I think we saw what happened during the COVID period. We're not only looking for tax incentives, actually we don't have any in force now, but simple policies like continue producing when others are locked down goes a long way to keep the factories and the private sector active. During that time, we kept the supply chains in Uganda and a few other African countries active, and we believe such policies should be continued in those areas. We also make a contribution out of this. My company alone contributed taxes of over 10 billion in the previous year, and we don't have any tax incentives in place at the moment, although we had very good support when we were setting up the factory. So we're not only making contributions to keeping our patients having their supply chains alive, but we're also we're contributing to the general basket of the country. We would like that support to continue, but the bigger element is if it's ARVs and it's Uganda, let's do it in Uganda because we have the capability to do it. Thank you very much.
We are going to arrange and organize a private sector partnership meeting between the US and Uganda as part of these conversations. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, and thank you to all of the community that spoke today. That's the most important. So I appreciate the setup of this panel that we really heard from people who are personally impacted by HIV in Uganda, and that we're all in this together. So I also appreciate that we are partners. We're not donors. It's not a one-way street. We have to work on this collaboratively. And as we move forward, that this is truly a shared approach. So I heard quite a bit about integration into primary care, and this is a hallmark of a sustainable response. And as we look at that integration, then it has to be country-led and country-owned. Yeah. And that's at all different levels. It's not just government of Uganda, it's also civil society, the private sector, that we move forward together. So we want to continue that and ensure that there's enabling policy and programmatic environments that are responsive also to data. So I appreciate the discussion about research as well. We do need to be based on data, on things that we know. There's lots of different aspects that we see in the community, but we have to follow the science to see what works. And so that's another important piece of sustainability. Another aspect that I heard was around stigma and discrimination, and that is currently one of the primary drivers of HIV, as well as gender inequity. And those continue to be areas where we need to focus and work. And this is related to, again, back to that integration of a colleague who mentioned mental health and how important that is. So as we look at supporting our communities, addressing mental health, other non-communicable diseases, and that we're well integrated and reduce that stigma and discrimination. We also know that, thank you to my private sector colleague, that commodities are an important discussion. It's a large budget item as we move forward, and regional manufacturing is essential. And so we want to continue that discussion as well. This is related to the 10-year supply chain roadmap. We found the supply chain roadmap that just actually held an interministerial meeting to be quite successful and an excellent model for sustainability. This was truly brought together by Office of the Prime Minister so that it was multi-sectoral, that it wasn't only related to health, but as we look at supply chain, it is across the government and our communities. So we want to look forward to the future, that we continue a robust public health response to monitor and track existing and emerging public health threats as well, that is also essential as we move forward. So thank you again to all of the community who's here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Very good messages. Regional manufacturing, CIPLA you've had. You need to continue that conversation because also PL Lumumba has had. Regional manufacturing must happen in Uganda, because that's the region. Eh? Those are conversations we're going to have. Where do we put the emphasis? Paul, there were many things raised, but you will be able to respond to the ones you have. Some have been answered for you. But Oris, what did you hear? What do we take away from here?
Moderator, there were two or three main issues that were raised. The first one actually related to the AIDS Trust Fund. And from a financial management perspective, we note that the number of risks that are associated with the creation of funds. Within the country at the moment, we have about 14 funds that have been created. And if we were to operationalize all those funds, probably there would be nothing left for the other sectors that are not privileged enough to have funds. So we take the position that all sectors are important, and the resources that are public must be managed in one fund, and that is precisely because the many funds require administrative costs, which again take away resources from the core business of government. The other risk that we see is that in the past, there has been a close relationship between funds and leakages. And I know that some of the agitation for creation of funds is because of the opportunity it creates for limited oversight and leakages. So for that reason, the strategy we've adopted is to have a treasury single account where all public resources are managed, and then we guarantee budgets for the institutions whose resources have been appropriated by by Parliament. So the key issue is to adopt an efficient way of managing public finances, limit the risks associated with the administrative costs and leakages by adopting a treasury single account, but also the need to ensure budget credibility so that stakeholders don't run towards the creation of funds. On the issue of corruption, we have an elaborate legal and institutional framework to address issues of corruption. Perhaps the challenge is enforcement, and this we need to work collectively as a country because it takes two to be corrupt. So it is a national issue, and the key intervention is relates to enforcement. There was a question on whether we consult civil society. There is a standing arrangement with civil society budget advocacy group that participates in the budget process right from planning, preparation, execution, reporting, and monitoring. And the civil society budget advocacy group is a collection of all civil society organizations that have an interest in the national budget. So yes, we do engage civil society, and I advise you to get in touch with your colleagues in CS Bank. Doctor, those are the three issues that I think.
Thank you very much, Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate the panel and allow them to resume the seats where they are most comfortable. Not that they were not comfortable here, but where they are most comfortable. Thank you very much, panelists. We appreciate your input and insight and for steering this conversation. I think the messages I am hearing, even as they go back to sit, you can pass this side. That thing wasn't very, very friendly. As they go back, I think the question we haven't answered, and that's why this chair remains here. What exactly is the trust fund going to fund? Can I have those activities and we hand them over to Paul? Paul has mechanisms of funding all activities. If we find any that he has no window of funding, then we'll have that conversation. And if there is any development partner intending to leave, Geno has told you, me and him will conspire. That day I will put a stone on the runway, because I know most development partners come through the airport. I will put a stone on the runway until the conversations PEFA has said are over. Now, Pierre Lumumba, before he comes in, Professor, somebody came from Kenya and want to hear what they want to tell us. Dr. Ruth Libon, where are you? The CEO for National AIDS Control Council, Kenya. Your minute begins now. But since you traveled all the way from Kenya, where are they? Okay, pick one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, the CEO of the equivalent of NAC in our country, Kenya. Thank you, Professor Lumumba. The guests that are seated here, I'm honored to talk before you. I'll not read what Dr. Marcia wrote. Let me just start by correcting that Dr. Marcia is my CEO, and I'm doing what she delegated me to do in your country. And this is what I'm about to do. I'll just take 1 minute. One is that we are happy to be part of the neighborhood that is responding collectively to the reduction of HIV and AIDS cases in our region. And that is the direction all of us need to take. We don't need to be in silos. East Africa community is a community for all of us. We are one, and I think that's the direction all of us need to take. We are impressed by the title of the topic that was being discussed in the symposium. And I think this gels well with what we'll be doing during the World AIDS Days about equality. How do people then access services in an equal measure? How do the young people that we are looking at carry our prosperity going forward? And those are some of the conversations that we need to be talking about. As a country, we have also started this journey, the trajectory of ending HIV and AIDS by the year 2030. And we are making good progress as a country, and we hope Ugandans are also making good progress. When you look back at 2013, we had almost 83,000 persons dying from HIV and AIDS, but that has really reduced by almost 7%. Those ones who went to Makerere, I didn't go to Makerere, I went to the University of Nairobi, can do that simple maths and see that we are making progress. The only threat we are seeing, and I think Ugandans are also seeing this, is the triple threat amongst the young population. And I think these are the conversations that we can be having now in our spaces, the civil society, the government, and everybody else who is active in those conversations. We are now seeing a new dimension of teenage pregnancies. We are seeing issues to do with gender-based violence, for example, that is taking root in our communities, that is taking root in our families. And we need to address these things. Because if we continue having teenage pregnancies that actually affect our daughters, our sisters, and the owners of making this, and we've never heard whether it is the boys who make these teenagers pregnant or the men like me and you who are seated here, those are the conversations we need to hear. When we get teenagers getting pregnant, for example, it is the entire destruction of their life. They get out of the school system. They go to streets to beg. They go to do other vices that we may not be able to say. And we destroy their lives completely. This is an issue, ladies and gentlemen who are seated here, we should be addressing. When people get pregnant, there are a lot of dangers that come with it. They can get HIV and AIDS because it means by the time somebody gets pregnant, they have not used any protection. So you increase HIV and AIDS new cases. And this is what we are how to do as the aids of the institutions in our countries, the ministries in our countries. So those are some of the things that we need to really look at. During the COVID period, it was reported, even in my country, that there were a lot of gender-based violence in the families. And I think these are some of the things that we really know because there are inequalities. Women face inequalities in terms of access to resources, in terms of access to services, and then they become submissive. And then it becomes a problem. We increase issues of HIV within the family circles, within the communities. That those are some of the things that we really need to look at. So I think, in a nutshell, our counterparts in Uganda, we're happy to join you. We normally have these conversations in our country, and partially we've been meeting. I think the last time the DG was in Uganda was about 2 years ago, and we discussed these things in a very active manner. All of us need to bring that collaborative effort to ensure that we end HIV and AIDS by 2030. And this is a journey that we started. Let's focus towards moving that. Let's have those interventions that will support us be able to do that. You will allow me to just do one quote. It's not from Kenya. As I conclude my boss's speech, and I know Nelson will not tell her that I didn't read the speech. So I think I will only do that quote so that it becomes part of the discussions that took place. One of it is that as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I want to echo words of one very prominent man in humanity called Franklin Roosevelt. And you know what this gentleman said was that we may not be able to build the future for our youth, the youth who are seated here. But what we can be able to do, we can build our youth for the future. How do we do that? By educating them, by ensuring that they get access to information that is required. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to add my contributions by saying it was a great time being with you. We welcome you to Kenya. We'll be having this symposium. We will ask Nelson to invite the whole team. We have enough space in our country for people to travel. There will be no visas. There will be no COVID restriction. And I think we'll also not ask you to give us the yellow fever certificates. I think this is one region that we intend to move forward. Thank you so much, and God bless you. So I thank you.
I just wanted to keep a record that if DG says you didn't read the speech, I'll be there for you, because I've detained the speech. Now, it is very risky to let one Kenyan follow another Kenyan. So I need to punctuate them. Kenneth, why don't you stand in between these Kenyans? You have 1 minute, because many people here have confessed they came here to listen to Pierre Lumumba. So you're standing between them and him, but you're helping me to punctuate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mhumza. If you allow me ride on the protocol already established, but at the same time be selfish and recognize our Professor Lumumba. I'm also a personal admirer of you. And that said, this symposium is a big step in the right direction. I think we're now doing things differently. And you heard from the testimonies of people that are here. And I don't want to repeat what all have said, but what we believe as civil society, we can have sustainable financing. And these are the reasons. First, we have all the placeholders to have a sustainable financing. As you've heard, we have accountability structures, those that are interested in accountability. We have initiatives like the AIDS Trust Fund. We have the National Health Insurance Bill. We have benchmarks like the Abuja Declaration. And as civil society, we believe that these platforms can lead us to sustainable financing. And more so, you've over the few days heard that we are heavily dependent on donors, but there is the sustainability index, a very rich approach in ensuring that we have a smooth transition. And as civil society, we believe that with these in place, we can have sustainable financing. And this is the recommendation. I know treaties are agreements between states, but I would propose that we have a treaty-like agreement. The AIDS Treaty for Uganda, signed on, as Professor mentioned, that this full report should go to the Excellency who has been a champion. We should have that treaty and agree on a roadmap. We even have the 10-year supply chain roadmap, but we should have a treaty that binds us and holds us accountable, because we have everything we need to reach sustainable financing. And I hope that's a recommendation that we take, to have that treaty. DG, we are looking to you so that everyone signs on it and we hold ourselves accountable, because we have everything we need to end AIDS by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. And you have a DG who delivers. He has delivered the matters of the trust fund to Parliament. So Paul Mwanja, the matter for discussion is already in Parliament. The trust fund is not a closed business. It's a conversation that the Committee of Parliament has discussed. The Committee of Parliament is going to present to the plenary. So it's a conversation that is still going on and is going to continue in these conversations of ours. Prof, we began this. Why don't we begin to end it?
Thank you very much. Let me thank the moderator who has done a very good job, and of course the panelists. Let me say that I've had a conversation with the DG, and I'm quite impressed by the approach. Number one, the fact that you brought in this conversation, not just the professionals, but people who are actually on the ground. And I think that is where the road meets the rubber, in a manner of speaking. The second thing that I think is critical is some of the issues that have been raised here. Paul talked about the multiplicity of funds. And I agree with you. And I was just mentioning to Nelson that perhaps going forward, what we should do, and the general who is in parliament, is to create a single fund for purposes of efficiency. Then you have units of it, which will then reduce the burden of administration and the areas of pilferage, which we must also deal with, because sometimes we speak as if we have surrendered to the fact that we'll always be stealing. Yesterday, I received some clip which was from China, and their Minister for Justice had been sentenced to death. And somebody then sent it from an African country, said, born in the wrong country. In my country, he would receive honorary degrees and a chieftaincy title. And that surrender to pilferage is what we must avoid. And if we do so, then we will have funds to finance some of these things. The third thing that I want to talk about is health insurance. If you look at many insurance companies in Africa, the cover for HIV/AIDS is excluded. Before you sign on, always remember that. And this is the one area where I think governments must engage with the insurance companies. They are making money in the millions, and yet they exclude some of the things that affect us the most, HIV/AIDS. And somebody talked about tuberculosis and malaria, because these are opportunistic ailments that then affect people and affect the economy by extension. The fourth thing about research, I think we are speaking and reading from the same page. There is research going on, but not at the level that one desires, which begs, what is the linkage between our research institutions, our institutions of higher learning, and industry? Well, the difference between us and other parts of the world is that universities are doing their own thing, research institutes, some of them are doing their own thing, so there is no umbilical cord that links them. If we could do that and fund research, my good friend from CIPLA said they have never received any tax rebates, and they are putting in $10 billion, you said, billion shillings into the national kitty. Suppose there was an incentive. Suppose there was a deliberate effort on the part of government to ensure that there are funds that are then released for some of these things. These are possibilities are there. The fifth thing is about involving young people. The young man who has spoken has reminded us that we have very few young people today. In about 50 years from today, all of you who are present here will be dead. Fact, morbid but true. You never think about it. But in 50 years, you'll all be dead, all of you, if you ever doubt it. So who do you need to be involved in this? Younger people who are at age 20. Are we involving them sufficiently? Are we involving communities sufficiently? And I think we should make deliberate effort to begin to engage with these younger people in communities. And we are also dealing with cultural practices. How are we tackling cultural practices which have an impact? The seventh thing is about the religious community. I see quite a number of my pastors here. They are the only people, and of course they are imams who don't wear the dog's collar, so I can't recognize them. But how are we using these religious communities in an effective way? And talk about funding. You receive tithes and offering. What percentage of it is dedicated? Is that a possibility, that you actually have tithes and offering and you say 2% of it is going to be dedicated to deal with vulnerable communities? Because in In that way, you become very relevant to the communities, and giving then becomes something that impacts your community in a very practical way. So without belaboring and repeating the issues, let me thank you again. And as I said at the very beginning, these annual meetings should be meetings at which we assess what has happened. Because if we do so, then we'll be asking ourselves relevant questions. And very lastly, to our development partners from whom we receive donations. And I say this very deliberately. We must appreciate the effort that that you make, but you must also help us to wean ourselves from you, because there are models which you also create which make it very difficult to wean ourselves. And one of the models that I said, during the transition period, if you are to tell African governments, not that you are not telling them already, that we are going to give you seed money, which you must match over a period of 5 years between now and 2030, matched seed funds, dollar for dollar. And in that way, and they don't just budget for it. The general here will tell you, governments are notorious for budgeting, but you never see the money. So beyond the budgeting, have the money held in a fund. And within 5 years, you'll be amazed that we've put together funds, we've collaborated with the private sector, and these funds are being invested in areas which will then earn even more funds. And I think that that would be a very positive contribution as and when you leave. And when we meet in other areas, which will be a lot more productive going forward. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Professor Piero Lumumba, all our invited guests, all protocol observed. I'm here to do two things. One, I'm going to pass a vote of thanks to Professor Lumumba, but also to all of you for coming for the last 3 days and today. But I will invite Brigadier General Henry Masiko to close the morning session, but also being here, he's here representing the chair of the Presidential Affairs Committee, which is the Committee of Parliament that Uganda AIDS Commission reports to, and then they report on our behalf, so he will have the last word. Professor Lumumba, thank you so much for your inspiring remarks this morning. We contacted Prof on fairly short notice, given his schedule and the work he does across the continent. And we said, well, we don't lose anything by trying. We reached out to him and his team. They were fairly open. And within a short time, he had blocked this. I think on his radar, it rang out as clearly a priority place. So we are very appreciative, the ease with which you committed and you've been able to fulfill this. You flew in last night with your team, and the comments this morning are very, very powerful. They are pointed. First of all, we thought you would bring a general picture, of the continent that we can relate with, but you've been able to focus us. You've pointed us, you've looked at areas that are related. And as we end this, we have very clear areas of focus. Earlier on during the planning process, we had ideas around how to engage the private sector. We reached out to the chairman of Cipla Quality Chemicals because we think that the public-private partnerships engagement are key in terms of sustainability. So it's great that it's one of the areas that you've also brought out and said this has to be an area, and not limit ourselves to just looking at the conversation of transition and sustainability as a Ugandan conversation alone. You know, we appreciate the fact that this must be an East African conversation and ultimately an African conversation. So thank you very much. I would like to thank the partners we've worked with during the preparations. We've worked with UNAIDS, we've worked with PEPFAR, we've worked, you know, with civil society. Thank you very much. But as USC, we took a very deliberate decision around the approach. We've traditionally had conference room-based conversations around reviews. We invite public health professionals, we invite leaders from local governments, and we discuss this, quite limited. So I sat with my team and we said, no, this has to change. We need to go to the communities. We need to take the science, the issues to, you know, the people who are most affected by this. Of course, like, you know, all conversations, there was apprehension. How shall we manage this? You know, how will you manage participation? But eventually, we chose a very deliberate partnership with the Vision Group, because they had been doing this in the agriculture sector. You know, they open up for expos, they invite farmers, they have exchanges, but they also allow science and intellectual conversation to happen alongside that. So through that, we planned this over a very short time. That testimony from the young person who chose this conference over the science fair, you know, speaks about the approach, about inclusiveness, about going closer to the communities. So I'm glad that we agreed to this approach, and we will use it going forward to ensure that we get more success, and you know, the science as it happens can be communicated. As I conclude, Brigadier General, I think I will request you to introduce. We have the Vice Chair of the HIV Committee in Parliament in the House. Yeah, he's here. We work with that committee very, very closely. We've received support from them, and we are very grateful for that support. It's now my honor and pleasure to invite Brigadier General Henry Masiko to come and give us a final word and close the morning session for us to proceed for lunch. But don't worry. Please correct it.
Thank you, DG, Director General. I was teasing him that he's demoted me. I am 2-star, Brigadier is 1-star. So I am Major General. But don't worry, that's not your domain. My colleague, honorable member from the HIV and AIDS Committee, the Fraternity of Uganda AIDS Commission, our people we work with from the external who partner with us, the panelists, and the distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Lumumba, who was my teacher during my NDC at Karen. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is a wrong time because the sugar levels are low. I'm here just to represent effectively my chair, the chair of the Presidential Committee, Presidential Affairs Committee, who was invited yesterday and today to be among the chairs of the session, and she did delegate me. I did indicate that we've had an engagement with the Uganda AIDS Commission. As a committee, we were privileged to have a closed-door retreat, and we had frank and honest discussions with the commission, the board, and the executive, and we made it clear to them that because of that interaction, we are going henceforth to be not only supervisors, but ambassadors also. So we were not corrupted, but we were convinced. The other outcome of that engagement was that we agreed with them that they need to take advantage of the whole government approach. And in their work, in their fight, there are key collaborators, if they take advantage of them, like the area of science, innovation, and technology, they must engage with that sector, engage with the defense, because in the defense, that's the home of research and development at a strategic level. And I understand UPDF was here to give their experience. And definitely you have dependable collaborators with the Ministry of Defense. And that came out in our resolutions, I remember. Another area was on resource mobilization. While we lobby for more resources at the level of the Parliamentary Budget Committee, we are also concerned about creative means of having more resources for HIV and AIDS. And the issue of trust fund is not coming to Parliament. It originated from Parliament. You know, sometimes some of our technical people are very interesting. They want to take on, they want to engage Parliament. Parliament already resolved, I think made, I don't know in what form, but Parliament has already pronounced itself on this fund. For whatever reason, Minister of Finance is convinced that this is not a fund that could be among the priority funds, because there are some which have been set up. We agree. And from the commissioner's submission, we are actually more than enthusiastic to have a single treasury account, if that was what is happening. But we are aware some substantial amounts of HIV and AIDS resources don't go to your basket. So if you are to convince us and you are serious, put your foot down. Let all resources that come within the country have a one-stop center. Why do you keep a blind eye? Minister of Health, even itself, is not aware where some of these resources go. And you are here telling us that you are convinced you have one-stop center. So as Parliament, and especially the committee, we thought actually it is strategic to have this particular fund so that you can do certain things at a national level. Because like buying some of these items which are for coping with this problem, the ARVs, the condoms, as you are aware, all those, the resources you don't have control over, and they are substantial. So that was our thinking, but we shall keep engaging. Secondly, and almost to the last comment, yesterday I did allude to the fact that this fight is politically supported. And I did indicate that the way we do it is that pandemics are threats to existence. They are threats, and therefore they are enemy in nature. So we take the position that in fighting any of these pandemics, we must know that the best approach is securitizing them. Once they are securitized, then you know the issue is that you fight. You don't simply cope or romanticize with them. You fight. And the ultimate objective is to defeat. And that's my colleague, my senior veteran, RR. He of course, he's from that background. For us, once we identify the enemy, it's not to cope with the enemy and keep the enemy around, running around with the enemy. Defeat the enemy. And the commander-in-chief has been very consistent and has been emphasizing the main effort. And the main effort in defeating these pandemics mostly is to study them, understand their characteristics. When you want to defeat the enemy, you must understand the enemy. And somehow, HIV/AIDS is an enemy that is already understood. And one of the key weapons is communication for behavioral change. But at times we get lost in many other things and don't maintain the aim. And recently when the president was launching the speeding up so that by 2030 we clear this enemy, he said, now maintain the aim. Talk more, talk more, talk more. And Commissioner Finance, one of the areas I hear which doesn't attract support is that area, yet it is the main effort. Communication, education, that part is in our thinking the main effort. And Parliament, at least the committee I belong to, I think during our retreat, we pronounced ourselves on that matter. So I want to end this session by thanking the brilliant ideas which have come up, commending you from the rich panel which was here, the Uganda AIDS Commission, for your open-mindedness. We think you will eventually get the real posture of your commander-in-chief, because this is one of his organs. The Uganda AIDS Commission is a presidential initiative, and it is under the strict supervision. He didn't put it in other ministries. He didn't send it to UNAIDS. He kept it under president's office. So you have that advantage to read him closely, to know his mood. And once you do that, you are going to speed up the fight so that by 2030, AIDS is no more. And it's possible. AIDS will be no more. But thank you. Keep that broad-mindedness, flexibility. Keep close with all the people who you need to collaborate with. That's the way to go. And the mood now, we are talking about avoiding silos, working as one so that we have the main effort and don't scatter effort. Thank you. I say all this for God and my country. God bless you.
Thank you very much for those wonderful submissions. I'm really sorry for standing between your lunch, but this will be a very brief communication. So the outcomes of the symposium will continue to be discussed at the Phile Lutaya dinner tomorrow, 11th November 2022 at Kampala Sheraton Hotel. So at this dinner, we shall feature a panel discussion to discuss the key recommendations that have come out of the symposium. And this has been organized by the Uganda AIDS Commission, the people living with HIV constituency, policymakers, among others. And this is being supported by UN Women. With that put in mind, please bear in mind that people who are to participate have been invited. We understand that many of us would love to be part of it, but we also recognize the restrictions around the budgeting and all that. So for lunch, many, if not all of us, have received the coupons. We shall be getting our lunch from the tent out here unless guided otherwise. And we do recommend that as we wait for our colleagues to get lunch, because as we see, we are over 100 in this tent. So that means that we may not be able to get lunch at the same time. We do advise and recommend that you visit the stalls for exhibition. There are quite a number that you could look at in science, in community work, the young people, and everything else that the community is doing. So take time to visit them as well. We shall be returning for the sessions at 2 p.m. Kindly note, the sessions will be resuming at 2 p.m. So we request that you do whatever you're doing between now and then. So I'll not take more of your time. I therefore invite you to lunch. Enjoy.
Sweden as he worked to make a breakthrough. In 1986 and 1987, his hit song Born in Africa gave him what he had desired for a long time. At the time, President Yoweri Museveni had just shot his way to power and Uganda was in post-war recovery mode. People looked out for songs that could rekindle their hope. The deadly HIV/AIDS virus was quickly spreading and killing people. The toll was so high that in some districts like Rakai, which was the epicenter, hundreds of families were wiped out. President Museveni's National Resistance Army, or NRA government, had a multitude of tasks to accomplish: poverty, restoring infrastructure, and tackling HIV/AIDS. Anti-HIV/AIDS messages were disseminated to the public, but many still related the disease to witchcraft or bad luck. Lutaya was a single father with 3 children, who he moved to Sweden in 1986. He returned to Uganda in 1988 to perform his Born in Africa song album at Lugogo. There are reports that before his big performance, Lutaya was always in and out of hospital treating fever. When he went back to Sweden, Lutaya tested for HIV, which turned positive. On 13th April 1989, Lutaya became the first public figure in Uganda to declare he had HIV/AIDS. The news shocked the country at a time HIV stigma was at all-time high. In fact, many people strongly felt that Lutaya was pulling stunts to sell his new music. This created controversy around his health and career.
I wanted to go on shouting loud about this crisis. I ignored people who were calling me a liar, people who were calling me an opportunist. I knew time would come when they would understand.
With his immunity compromised by HIV, Lutaya contracted tuberculosis and multiple tumors that weakened him. But he pushed himself to accomplish several music tasks. Sometimes he defied doctors' advice so as to complete his songs. Lutaya recorded a song that was to become the anti-AIDS anthem of sorts and the most important in his career, Alone.
Out there somewhere, alone and frightened. Oh, the darkness, the days are long.
But I couldn't let up because Alone had to be completed as my legacy to Uganda and the world.
Around my neck. Take my hand now, I'm tired and lonely.
Lutaya looked physically strong, but internally, he knew death was lurking very close. He captured this well in the song.
Don't desert me.
He wanted to break the fear and stigma.
So, Pele, how do you feel mentally now? Mentally, I just feel the same. I'm the same man.
Back in Uganda, sick and frail, Lutaya traveled to many primary and secondary schools and addressed public gatherings to spread the anti-HIV/AIDS message. Government supported him in this campaign. In August 1989, Lutaya was confined to a Stockholm hospital. He was now very sick. He was flown back to Uganda a few weeks later and passed away on 15th December 1989 at the age of 38. His music is very much alive, and every December, his Christmas songs top the charts in Uganda. Lutaya was named a hero and a lifetime achiever. The Fide Lutaya initiative, steered by his brother Abe Lutaya, carries on his AIDS campaign. Frank Walisimi, NTV.
This is the time. Hakuna utani. This is the time. Hakuna ukimwi.
Omukazi n'omusajja define the health of a family. Mommy and daddy turulere ebyo bwomezi. We the youth should close the tap on new infections. No more death in Uganda. Let it to HIV.
Together we win as youth in fighting HIV.
Together we win as men. Everything we can do. Murundi, sao muzano. Sao muzano. Ekitumo ine mara.
Sao muzano. This is the time. Sao muzano. This is the time. Sao muzano. 1990. Twekebeze status ogimanye eddagala olimire yawe bakulagidde Spain watazaala baana botetegekeire bamwese kwa holiwe weka n'omukozebwa waawe atakusobola kwerinda kozesa CD. Together we end the scourge of HIV. Together we end the scourge in the whole of Africa.
Tewali muzanyo ekimala kimala tewali kusanga.
This is the time. Tewali muzanyo. This is the time. Tewali kusanga.
Omwaka buno njagala kutuuka ku bavubuka nti obulamu kyeki
kujenga nchi yetu inaomba afya njema. Marafiki tusimame tupiganishe ugonjwa wa ukimwi leo. Naomba tuungane tusaidiane kidole moja vunje chawa.
Naomba tutetee kweli, naomba tujipange, tuwasiliane kwa mwisho tujiandae. Huu ndio wakati. Hakuna utani.
Huu ndio wakati.
Hakuna ukimwi. This is the time.
This is the time.
This is the time.
Tewali muzanyo. This is the time.
Vision 2030, 1990, yeah.
During the first decade of the HIV epidemic in Uganda, everyone was either infected or affected by the disease. It claimed lives, and many lost their parents, children, friends, and neighbors. However, HIV prevalence declined from 21% to 9.8% between 1991 and 1998. The country was hailed internationally for its efforts in reducing the spread of HIV/AIDS compared to other African states. This was especially through effective campaigns like promotion of abstinence and condom use while discouraging multiple sexual partners. Sadly, many young people today may be complacent about HIV as they have not lived through the years before medications were available. a time when AIDS was killing thousands of people each week. In 2018, the Academy for Health Innovation collaborated with Uganda AIDS Commission, TASO, the National Museum of Uganda, and other implementing partners to develop an exhibition detailing the journey of HIV response in Uganda. This was in an effort to document Uganda's history with HIV and to celebrate the progress the country has made in fighting the pandemic. The exhibition was made possible with research from historical archives, accounts of people living with HIV, and other stakeholders like researchers, academicians, politicians, and HIV activists. Through showcasing materials collected over the last 30 years of the HIV response in Uganda, this exhibition sought to bring together research and lived experiences to show the many textures of HIV advocacy and outreach since the disease first hit Uganda. This was later turned into a traveling exhibition and is now available online to remind the younger generation
Don't desert me.
When it landed, AIDS exploded like a nuclear bomb in Uganda. The first recorded case of HIV in the country was in 1982. Before it had a name, many feared the new mysterious disease and blamed it on witchcraft. As the dead bodies piled up, Uganda was in a state of shock and then denial.
Rakai district is a district which is believed to be known for where HIV started from. But that AIDS started without knowing it. You see people slim, they die.
Ekirala nga bongerako nti balina okuziyiza bano abatannalwala okwatibwa omuteego guli kati nga bakozesa ejirita nga basala kuona omulwadde gwe basooka okugema awonne kati nga basazisa ejirita y'emu ku bammemba bonna aba famire oluusi baayitanga ne booluganda bonna bagamba omuteego gwazze mu kika mwenna mujje musawo najja basawo bonga bagomba kufuna sente.
Abantu batya nnyo kubanga kaabuna mu sipiidi eyayiriridde. Abantu bangi nnyo abantu baleka n'okusenguka mu bitundu.
Bwe yabanga muganda wo kitaawo mukyala wo nga toyagala namutunulako kisookera ddala nti obulwadde buno tebwattirangawo naye wagendanga okufa nga tukyayagala nga n'abantu bonna tebaagala nakukulaba.
1986, when a lady was brought from Congo and dumped in our OPD department. I was a student in a pediatric ward. So all people ran. Health workers took off because a strange disease has been dumped at the OPD in our regional referral hospital.
Across the country, people had different names for HIV/AIDS, but wherever you went, it was a disease which was whispered about and brought terror in the hearts of all those who heard about it. It took great courage for Ugandans to come face to face with the reality of how quickly HIV/AIDS was sweeping through the country. Out of fear, many turned to churches, mosques, and traditional leaders in the hope of finding a cure for the disease.
Abaana abato, abakulu, abakyala n'abaami. Era obwavu bwatandika okuyingira mu maka kubanga abantu batandika okutunda ebyabwe okutaasana.
In 1987, the AIDS support organization, TASO, was formed and was the first of its kind to offer support to people and families affected by HIV/AIDS. TASO also created awareness about the risks of contracting HIV, even if many were still in denial about how the virus was spread.
Despite the toll, AIDS had been a taboo subject in Uganda, a shameful secret. And then on April 13th, 1989, Philly Lutaya became the first prominent African to publicly declare he had AIDS.
AIDS is here, but people wanted always to ignore it and pretend as if it was not here. So I wanted to go on shouting loud about this crisis. I ignored people who were calling me a liar, people who were calling me an opportunist. I knew time would come when they would understand.
The last time Philly had been home, he was in the early stages of AIDS and appeared healthy.
I see people coming nearer to look at me as if they don't believe it's me, yet now they believe they know that I'm in big trouble, but there's nothing they can do, or nothing I can do about it.
In this city, where up to 35% of Philly's age group are HIV positive, alone had a powerful effect.
In 1990s, they were talking almost about, I mean, the first survey which we did was, we had about 872,000 cases in the whole country. That's the prevalence of the disease. Since 1982, the disease was doubling every 6 months.
By 1998, the rate of new HIV infections in Uganda had significantly decreased. This was possible because HIV/AIDS had become central to the country's public dialogue.
In 1986, the National Resistance Movement government came into power. They quickly realized that AIDS was about to explode into a major public health problem. Rather than deny it, as the previous government had, they decided to tackle the problem head on.
The removing of things, I think, came in 1996 when a research had been done, and actually it was found out that about 30% of the people in Uganda, had HIV. And so a big effort, mobilization, sensitization, which was actually started by the president himself. There was fear, there was concern, and the government was involved.
As part of this sensitization, the government undertook an aggressive media campaign. Using posters, billboards, television, radio, and newspapers, the country was presented with information aimed at presenting facts about HIV and AIDS.
We knew that there was a school in every district. There was a church in every district. There was a mosque in every district and every village. So we took advantage of that. We set up school health program, which went down up the grassroots. We set up a religious program, worked with them.
Philly Lutaya had sparked a movement which made heroes of ordinary people. Despite the stigma they faced, many came forward to address the HIV/AIDS epidemic. In 1992, Reverend Canon Gideon Byamugesha, an Anglican priest, became the first religious leader in Uganda to publicly announce that he was HIV positive. 2 years later, Moses Supercharger Nsubuga, a local musician and radio host in Uganda, also spoke out about his positive status.
Personally, I had a beautiful wife. As you know my story, in 1992, my wife had heard about HIV. I had not heard about this HIV. But The way she knew it, it was witchcraft way. She told me that, Moses, you're sleeping around. But I've heard that when you sleep with somebody's wife, that person can send you a witchcraft, which can make you thin, which can make you feel sick every day. But I'm worried that I've heard that when you, the husband, gets it, you can pass it to me, your wife, the mother of your children.
Caring for patients in the beginning was very difficult. People were paranoid and feared that HIV/AIDS could be transmitted through touching or being in the same room with an infected person. This discrimination also extended to the medical profession, where doctors were reluctant to deal with patients who were admitted with symptoms of HIV/AIDS.
Because of the stigma associated with the disease, there were people who were reluctant to have an AIDS clinic in the medical patient. Somebody arrived in the casualty with the severe signs of AIDS, severe waist loss, diarrhea, hot rash. And somebody, senior person, told that the relatives who brought the person to hospital, that they better take her home alive because it's cheaper than taking a dead body, because there was nothing that could be done. I felt bad about this.
In 1991, my friend was affected by HIV, by sleep. So we started looking after him. But when he was going to die, he was very sick. He was put separate in a room. And nobody would enter there except the parents and I as his friend.
Realizing the psychological impact this kind of stigma had on people living with HIV, their families, and caretakers, TASO created a philosophy which revolved around living positively with HIV/AIDS and dying with dignity.
It is TASO that brought all these ideas of how to handle a person with HIV. But then indeed it became a philosophy, because everybody would say he needs TASO. Meaning that, you know, all this problem, you need TASO.
When the people came to this ISS clinic, we were the first counselors. We'd first give this person a hug. So the doctor now had clear evidence that if this non-medical person really strongly believes that this person can be hugged, how about me with the science that I have? For us, we started with the individual. How do we help this individual cope? And went with the family, then we went with the community, and then, you know, so that they wherever they are assisted. We started things like the daycare center. When you come, as you wait for the doctor, we used to do the sensitization rather than you sit there idle and focus on your disease.
Organizations and community leaders also set up clinics, outreach programs, and drama groups as strategies to demystify the disease. Counselors from these organizations also provided support to families, caretakers, and children orphaned by HIV/AIDS who were unable to support themselves.
At that time, it was just talking to these people, encouraging them and giving them hope that they can live. Most people positive at that time, they were having a challenge of food and nutrition. So obviously, I think with support from World Food Program, they had the food that was being brought to these patients. Then they would give beans, then they would give rice and cooking oil and powdered milk.
The first HIV test came to Uganda in 1986. 10 years later, it was possible to walk into any hospital and get a test for as little as 1,000 Uganda shillings. However, it would take as long as 2 weeks to get results back.
That time, not very many people were coming for the HIV test, and it was only the bold that would come for the HIV test, or those who are very ill under the guidance of their family members, they would take a test. And for me, I took a test, and it took the health facility 2 weeks to give me my result. But I know my husband was tested. By then I was in school, and when he was tested, they kept it a secret. And they didn't tell because, you know, the fears around what will happen if the person is positive, what will other family members think. You know, the stigma was very high, and being told you are HIV positive was like a death sentence.
In the year 2000, I was now a mother of 2. And when I tested HIV positive, it was at AIDS Information Center in Imbarara. How I came to test for HIV, it's because my baby girl had eczema, and it was severe eczema.
Today, you can walk into any hospital or clinic in Uganda and get free counseling, an HIV test, and the results back in 30 minutes. There are also home testing kits available in the country. Sadly, because of ARVs, some people seem to take HIV for granted. Before ARVs were available, some religious leaders and traditional herbalists thought they could cure the disease. On November 11th, in 1989, the New Vision published an article about an elderly woman, Nanyonga, from Masaka district, who claimed that the soil from her garden could cure AIDS. Thousands rushed to her home, believing rumors that the soil mixed with some water had cured her niece, Margaret Naziwa, from the virus. Medical doctors at the time were frustrated by their efforts to push for healthy lifestyles and provide adequate treatment.
Twatulanga omulwadde najja naye nga bagenda okudiagnosinga bamusanga alina complaints 14 asesema addukana akolola yetakula enviiri zisenyuse alina ulcers alina omusujja kwegamba n'ogenda okwesanga omuntu omu ng'alina endwadde 13 kati ate dokita n'atandika okuprescribinga full treatment ku buli mulwadde n'ogenda okwesanga omuntu bamuwadde ekipaketi kirimu empeke 8 ate nga bamugamba nti alina ozzimira mu nnaku 3.
By that time, around 92, 93 there, tutandika treatment by syndromic management. Kakati nga muntu bulwadde bwajja bwebajjanjaba.
By the time ARVs were available in Uganda, some doctors were still afraid of coming in contact with HIV patients. While advances were still made in treatments, there was still a sense of stigma, something which Philly Lutaya had personally experienced.
Philly's feet and legs were still bothering him, but 2 Ugandan doctors had refused to treat him because they were afraid to touch an AIDS patient. Finally, a compassionate physiotherapist volunteered to help. Billy's experience with the doctors was not uncommon, and the problem was on his mind when he appeared before medical students at Makerere University, Uganda's only medical school.
I have been told that some doctors in Uganda need to be educated and sensitized towards AIDS patients.
Olwaleero eddagala lya siriimu liri nga lya bwereere era eddala yalinga lya ssente nga weesanga ng'abamu baamalanga kusingayo byabugaga byabwe okufuna eddagala.
Ng'osobola okusanga nga wamaze okutuula abantu 50. Naye nga mu abo waabangamu abaaleeteddwa abantu baabwe ne babadropingawo ku mulyango tojja kusobola kumubuuka nga bamukiikawo bwe bati bo ne batambula ne bagenda.
Ekyokubiri nti luli eddagala lyalinga lya kutambulira long distances naye olwaleero tulina n'ekyo tuyita CBDP nga plant basobola okuleetera eddagala wooli n'olifunirawo n'osobola okuba ng'otambula bulungi.
And when they were first available, ARVs were hard to find. They were also too expensive and had terrible side effects like bleeding, diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart complications. This is why Many chose to hide their HIV positive status from their partners and families.
Still, my husband was sick and he was not really disclosing to me. But because I had the feel about HIV and AIDS, I could look at him and then, testing with eyes. And he was an army officer working in the State House. So he used to move a lot. This week, he's not there. He's gone somewhere else. He has been deployed maybe to move, wherever the president is moving, he goes with that team. But at the same time, whenever he would come back, I would look at him, start observing him. I'm like, but are we safe? Yet he had tested and had hid his results. By the time I landed on his results, he was very, very sick.
Given the reluctance around voluntary testing, programs were later created to encourage people to check their HIV status and, if found positive, seek treatment to avoid opportunistic infections.
Whoever went for treatment for HIV, whoever tested reactive would eventually get that information and, in fact, be told that you are not only going to take ARVs, but you are going also to take trimoxazole, which was known to fight opportunistic infections.
Before modern medicine, people living with HIV/AIDS relied on nutrition and local herbs as a way to prolong life and cope with symptoms or opportunistic infections. Many were shunned by the community from the physical symptoms they suffered from the disease.
I had an uncle, a prominent businessman. He had a number of women somewhere in Arua, somewhere in Kampala. So when he contracted the disease, by then people live in denial. They do not want to believe that they are carrying the virus. He will refuse medical attention. Started deteriorating. He was so bad. Then later on, he will even add like 2-3 sacks on his body for people to believe he's still okay. Even trousers will be added. So that was until he died.
HIV/AIDS stigma and discrimination did not only affect those living with the disease, but also extended to their family members and caretakers. This encouraged secrecy in families, even during funerals. Many partners and children who were left behind by HIV-positive family members were often in the dark about their own status.
I was now still a youth, continued with my studies. When I reached a level of getting into a relationship with my late husband, I didn't know that we really had to take an HIV test first. Yet, we were in the condom campaign during that time of 1990 to 1992 by Uganda Red Cross. And the campaign was done by the youth. But at that time, speaking about a condom still was a challenge. I remember they would look at us as spoiled girls.
Your brother died. He died of HIV, but the wife has to be inherited. And now, without knowing whether the wife is still carried infection or not, now we can say discordant couple, but this was not known.
I delivered the baby boy. I knew that one was tested straight away. And I could not even take him for a test. I refused. I said, let him stay like that. Not until he finished S4. They took him here, he was tested and found negative.
In the late 90s, over 1 million orphans had lost their parents to HIV/AIDS. Many moved between relatives who sometimes considered them a burden, especially if they too had been infected infected with the virus. To promote change in care and adherence to ARVs, government and private organizations changed their communication about the possibility of living a healthy life despite being HIV/AIDS positive.
It was counseling before to live positively, wait to die. And now it is, start your treatment, adhere to your treatment.
That's what came in. Counseling improved very well. We, people living with AIDS, were also able to be incorporated in the counseling training. So we were able to give not only real counseling, but also peer-to-peer counseling. So that's how slowly we came out of that feeling of too much discrimination and stigma. In fact, I think I am confident to say that the kind of counseling we got those days was much better than what a newly diagnosed patient would get right now.
Over the years, there have been campaigns to educate people about the risks of contracting HIV/AIDS. These include abstinence from sex, condom use, and fidelity in relationships. One of the most powerful advocacy tools is accounts of people who have either been infected or affected by HIV/AIDS.
I wish I was just on an ordinary visit here. I used to come and visit my sister here some years ago. But today I have come to stand before you as a living example of an AIDS victim. This is serious. I never wanted this to happen to me. So, straightforward, I would like to tell you that I would not like this to happen to you, to any of you. The message I would like to give to you is that let us do our best to have a virus-free young generation.
In times of joy, in times of sorrow.
Anyway, you talk about Philip. They no longer look down upon him as an outcast. Or everybody is in love with him like that. Everybody.
And because the road will stay and blind, they got experience how to run.
I was thinking, there is a general feeling of quiet, a general feeling of someone needs to reflect. It's as if they are actually seeing AIDS with a face.
There was a time when an HIV-positive diagnosis meant the end of someone's life. Some people even committed suicide to avoid the humiliation and pain that came before death. Prevention campaigns were rolled out nationwide to remind people about the physical and psychological risks of contracting HIV/AIDS.
Politicians were instructed to mention AIDS at every occasion, whether wedding, funeral, or what. We were instructed to go out. Whenever you have a talk, must say something about AIDS. That was around about 89.
There was a policy that every Monday in every school in Uganda, the teacher at assembly must communicate a message on AIDS. And that started especially after he retires initiative. That was in the 1990s, early 1990s.
Every year on December 1st, Uganda joins the rest of the world to commemorate World AIDS Day. Since 1988, this has been globally recognized as the day to increase awareness of HIV/AIDS campaigns, efforts, and advances in treatment and care. Over the years, there has been a significant improvement in counseling, testing, and treatment.
A lot has changed from 2006 up to now, I can say. I can actually come out boldly and be like, hey, everybody, I'm HIV positive. And trust me, no one would believe that because I look more healthy than those people of those days.
I don't know when I last tested like non-suppressed. I've now lived over 8 years with non-suppressed viral load up to now, and I'm still living.
Abantu kuzono sirimba bamuvuddeko era bw'osanga omuvubuka akuga nti bwanguwata kati n'emyaka 2 nja kuwangalayo emyaka emirala 3 tezaataano era ne bwenfiira awo naye ng'ayinza okusalako ebintu bingi mu bulamu kubanga teri kintu kirikuwooza buli kaseera nti ogenda kufa naye bwoba olina ku ddagala olimira naye ng'okuba okiyina mu bwongo obwo timugenda kufa so oyinza okusalwako ebintu bingi lwandikoze.
Looking back on a history where at least every family lost someone to AIDS is no easy task. But keeping their memories alive is another way of honoring the courage with which they faced the HIV/AIDS pandemic.
In Uganda, 50% of the AIDS victims are women. Women in Uganda, in Africa, must join the battle against AIDS. When we talk about the battle against AIDS, we must forget blame. Blame is not productive. I know that I contracted the virus from a woman, but I don't blame that woman. That woman was definitely given the virus by a man.
The first time I knew HIV could be even in my home and in my bedroom was when I saw my husband sick. And of course, when the new disease comes like that, they will tell you what are the signs, the symptoms. And I kept watching my husband with all these signs and symptoms. And the most visible sign and the sign of HIV was the way it gives you the wasting syndrome. You will become smaller and smaller and weaker, and the rashes on the skin were evident. So I knew there was a problem in my home.
Changes must be made in our sexual behavior. For the past years, we have been so free in our sexual behavior. Adultery is a serious threat to all of us, and it must stop. Adultery by either sex presents a danger to the other partner and ultimately to the whole family. If we don't work hard, the human race is going to die.
You can do your part in the fight against HIV/AIDS by using condoms, getting regular tests, and if found positive, being honest about your status with your partner.
For more interesting stories and artifacts, go to www.historyofhiv.ug. To participate in project research, free HIV counseling and testing, contact 0751 051 866 or 0779 452 176.
The Uganda AIDS Commission under the Office of the President brings you the National HIV and AIDS Symposium from the 8th to 10th November 2022 at Makerere University Business School Playgrounds under the theme Ending Inequalities Among Adolescent Girls, Young Women and Boys. This will feature free testing and counseling, live artist performances, exhibitions and so much more. Join us as we fight to end AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. For more information, visit www.usc.go.ug. This symposium is organized in partnership with Vision Group, Sciences for Prosperity, UNAIDS, PEPFAR, USAID, Makerere University Business School, and Uganda HIV/AIDS Partnership Forum.
Did you know that 1,000 Ugandans get HIV every week? Did you know that every week 500 people die of AIDS in Uganda? HIV is still with us. In 2017, President Museveni launched the First Track initiative to end AIDS by 2030. We must stop HIV. The best way for young people to avoid HIV is to abstain.
Why you had to have sex at 16, at 18, at 20, and then you die, or you start having problems, which you may live with all your life? Why don't you wait, hold on, you study, finish your degree, and then you look for a partner at the right time?
Protect yourself. Abstain from sex until you're ready. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066.
This message is brought to you by the Office of the President and the Ministry of Health.
Did you know that 1,000 Ugandans get HIV every week? Did you know that every week 500 people die of AIDS in Uganda? HIV is still with us. In 2017, President Museveni launched the First Track initiative to end AIDS by 2030. Did you know that 1,000 Ugandans get HIV every week? Did you know that every week 500 people die of AIDS in Uganda? HIV is still with us. In 2017, President Museveni launched the First Track initiative to end AIDS by 2030. We must stop HIV. The best way for young people to avoid HIV is to abstain.
Why you had to have sex at 16, at 18, at 20, and then you die, or you start having problems, which you may live with all your life? Why don't you wait, hold on, you study, finish your degree, and then you look for a partner at the right time?
Protect yourself. Abstain from sex until you're ready. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066.
This message is brought to you by the Office of the President and the Ministry of Health.
Fide Bongole Lutaya, probably one of the most talented musicians Uganda has ever produced. Lutaya was good at many instruments, and his singing skill hit the peak in the 1980s when he was unmatched. As a young musician, Lutaya honed his skills in singing and playing instruments with the Crane Band in the 1970s. He later teamed up with musicians in Zaire, present-day Democratic Republic of Congo. In 1981, Lutaya moved to Sweden to further his music career. Exposed to the latest recording technology there, Lutaya ached living in Sweden as he worked to make a breakthrough. In 1986 and 1987, his hit song Born in Africa gave him what he had desired for a long time. At the time, President Yoweri Museveni had just shot his way to power, and Uganda was in post-war recovery mode. People looked out for songs that could rekindle their hope. The deadly HIV/AIDS virus was quickly spreading and killing people. The toll was so high that in some districts like Rakai, which was the epicenter, hundreds of families were wiped out. President Museveni's National Resistance Army, or NRA government, had a multitude of tasks to accomplish: poverty, restoring infrastructure, and tackling HIV/AIDS. Anti-HIV/AIDS messages were disseminated to the public, but many still related the disease to witchcraft or bad luck. Lutaya was a single father with 3 children, who he moved to Sweden in 1986. He returned to Uganda in 1988 to perform his Born in Africa song album at Lugogo. There are reports that before his big performance, Lutaya was always in and out of hospital treating fever. When he went back to Sweden, Lutaya tested for HIV, which turned positive. On 13th April 1989, Lutaya became the first public figure in Uganda to declare he had HIV/AIDS. The news shocked the country. At a time, HIV stigma was at all-time high. In fact, many people strongly felt that Lutaya was pulling stunts to sell his new music. This created controversy around his health and career.
I wanted to go on shouting loud about this crisis. I ignored people who were calling me a liar, people who were calling me an opportunist. I knew time would come when they would understand.
With his immunity compromised by HIV, Lutaya contracted tuberculosis and multiple tumors that weakened him. But he pushed himself to accomplish several music tasks. Sometimes he defied doctors' advice so as to complete his songs. Lutaya recorded a song that was to become the anti-AIDS anthem of sorts, and the most important in his career, Alone.
Out there somewhere,
alone and frightened. Oh, the darkness, the days are long.
But I couldn't let up because alone had to be completed as my legacy to Uganda and the world.
Around my neck.
Take my hand now, I'm tired and lonely.
Lutaya looked physically strong, but internally, he knew death was lurking very close. He captured this well in the song.
Don't desert me.
He wanted to break the fear and stigma.
So, Pele, how do you feel mentally now? Mentally, I just feel the same. I'm the same man.
Back in Uganda, sick and frail, Lutaya traveled to many primary and secondary schools and addressed public gatherings to spread the anti-HIV/AIDS message. Government supported him in this campaign. In August 1989, Lutaya was confined to a Stockholm hospital. He was now very sick. He was flown back to Uganda a few weeks later and passed away on 15th December 1989 at the age of 38. His music is very much alive, and every December, his Christmas songs top the charts in Uganda. Lutaya was named a hero and a lifetime achiever. The Fide Lutaya initiative, steered by his brother Abe Lutaya, carries on his AIDS campaign. Frank Walsimbi, NTV. Fide Bongole Lutaya, probably one of the most talented musicians Uganda has ever produced. Lutaya was good at many instruments, and his singing skill hit the peak in the 1980s when he was unmatched. As a young musician, Lutaya honed his skills in singing and playing instruments with the Crane Band in the 1970s. He later teamed up with musicians in Zaire, present-day Democratic Republic of Congo. In 1981, Lutaya moved to Sweden to further his music career. Exposed to the latest recording technology there, Lutaya ached living in Sweden as he worked to make a breakthrough. In 1986 and 1987, his hit song Born in Africa gave him what he had desired for a long time. At the time, President Yoweri Museveni had just shot his way to power, and Uganda was in post-war recovery mode. People looked out for songs that could rekindle their hope. The deadly HIV/AIDS virus was quickly spreading and killing people. The toll was so high that in some districts like Rakai, which was the epicenter, hundreds of families were wiped out. President Museveni's National Resistance Army, or NRA government, had a multitude of tasks to accomplish: poverty, restoring infrastructure, and tackling HIV/AIDS. Anti-HIV/AIDS messages were disseminated to the public, but many still related the disease to witchcraft or bad luck. Lutaya was a single father with 3 children, who he moved to Sweden in 1986. He returned to Uganda in 1988 to perform his Born in Africa song album at Lugogo. There are reports that before his big performance, Lutaya was always in and out of hospital treating fever. When he went back to Sweden, Lutaya tested for HIV, which turned positive. On 13th April 1989, Lutaya became the first public figure in Uganda to declare he had HIV/AIDS. The news shocked the country. At a time, HIV stigma was at all-time high. In fact, many people strongly felt that Lutaya was pulling stunts to sell his new music. This created controversy around his health and career.
I wanted to go on shouting loud about this crisis. I ignored people who were calling me a liar, people who were calling me an opportunist. I knew time would come when they would understand.
With his immunity compromised by HIV, Lutaya contracted tuberculosis and multiple tumors that weakened him. But he pushed himself to accomplish several music tasks. Sometimes he defied doctors' advice so as to complete his songs. Lutaya recorded a song that was to become the anti-AIDS anthem of sorts and the most important in his career, Alone.
out there somewhere, alone and frightened. Oh, the darkness, the days are long.
But I couldn't let up because a loan had to be completed as my legacy to Uganda and the world.
Around my neck,
Take my hand now, I'm tired and lonely.
Lutaya looked physically strong, but internally, he knew death was lurking very, very close. He captured this well in the song.
Don't desert me.
He wanted to break the fear and stigma.
So, Pele, how do you feel mentally now?
Mentally, I just feel the same. I'm the same man.
face me.
Back in Uganda, sick and frail, Lutaya traveled to many primary and secondary schools and addressed public gatherings to spread the anti-HIV/AIDS message. Government supported him in this campaign. In August 1989, Lutaya was confined to a Stockholm hospital. He was now very sick. He was flown back to Uganda a few weeks later and passed away on 15th December 1989 at the age of 38. His music is very much alive, and every December, his Christmas songs top the charts in Uganda. Lutaya was named a hero and a lifetime achiever. The Fide Lutaya initiative, steered by his brother Abe Lutaya, carries on his AIDS campaign. Frank Walsimbi, NTV.
This is the time. Hakuna utani. This is the time. Hakuna ukimwi. Omukazi n'omusajja define the health of a family. Mommy and daddy, turulere ebyo bwomezi. We the youth should close the tap for new infections, no more death in Uganda related to HIV. Together we win as youth in fighting HIV. Together we win as men. Everything we can do. Murundi, Saomuzano, Ekitubo ine kumara. Saomuzano. This is the time. Saomuzano. This is the time. Saomuzano. 1990. Wekebeze, status ojimanye, etakalo limirei, yawe bakulagite, upstain, watazara bana botetegekeire, kamwese kwa hali weweka, nomukonse wawe atakusobora, kwerinda, koze sasidi. Together we end the scourge of HIV. Together we end the scourge in the fall of Africa. Kuno Murundi tewali muzanyo, etimala timala, this is the time. This is the time.
Omwaka buno njagala butuuzi okubavubuka nti obulamu kyeki
Kujenga nchi yetu inaomba afya njema, marafiki tusimame tupiganishe ugonjwa wa ukimwi leo. Naomba tuungane tusaidiane kidole, moja vunje chawa.
Naomba tutetee kweli, naomba tujipange, tuwasiliane, kwa mwisho tujiandae, huu ndio wakati.
Hakuna utani, huu ndio wakati. Hakuna ukimwi.
This is the time.
Hakuna utani. This is the time. Hakuna ukimwi.
This is the time.
Tewali muzanyo. This is the time. Tuambe Vision 2030, 1990, yeah.
During the first decade of the HIV epidemic in Uganda, everyone was either infected or affected by the disease. It claimed lives, and many lost their parents, children, friends, and neighbors. However, HIV prevalence declined from 21% to 9.8% between 1991 and 1998. The country was hailed internationally for its efforts in reducing the spread of HIV/AIDS compared to other African states. This was especially through effective campaigns like promotion of abstinence and condom use while discouraging multiple sexual partners. Sadly, many young people today may be complacent about HIV as they have not lived through the years before medications were available, a time when AIDS was killing thousands of people each week. In 2018, the Academy for Health Innovation collaborated with Uganda AIDS Commission, TASO, the National Museum of Uganda, and other implementing partners to develop an exhibition detailing the journey of HIV response in Uganda. This was in an effort to document Uganda's history with HIV and to celebrate the progress the country has made in fighting the pandemic. The exhibition was made possible with research from historical archives, accounts of people living with HIV, and other stakeholders like researchers, academicians, politicians, and HIV activists. Through showcasing materials collected over the last 30 years of the HIV response in Uganda, this exhibition sought to bring together research and lived experiences to show the many textures of HIV advocacy and outreach since the disease first hit Uganda. This was later turned into a traveling exhibition and is now available online to remind the younger generation
Don't desert me.
When it landed, AIDS exploded like a nuclear bomb in Uganda. The first recorded case of HIV in the country was in 1982. Before it had a name, many feared the new mysterious disease and blamed it on witchcraft. As the dead bodies piled up, Uganda was in a state of shock and then denial.
Rakai district is a district which is believed to be known for where HIV started from. But that AIDS started without knowing it. You see people slim, they die.
Ekirala nga bongerako nti balina okuziyiza bano abatannalwala okwatibwa omuteego guli kati nga bakozesa ejirita nga basala kuona omulwadde gwe basooka okugema awone kati nga basazisa ejirita y'emu ku bammemba bonna aba famire oluusi baayitanga ne booluganda bonna bagamba omuteego gwazze mu kika mwenna mujje musawo najja basawo bo nga bagoba kufuna ssente.
Abantu batya nnyo kubanga kaabuna mu sipiidi eyayiriridde. Abantu bangi nnyo abanawaleka n'okusebuka mu bitundu.
Bwe yabanga muganda wo kitaawo mukyalawo nga toyagala namutunulako sookera ddala tobadde buno tukwattirangawo naye wagendanga okufa nga tukyayagala nga n'abantu bonna tebaagala nakukulako.
1986, when a lady was brought from Congo and dumped in our OPD department, I was a student in a pediatric ward. So all people ran. Health workers took off because a strange disease has been dumped at the OPD in our regional referral hospital.
Across the country, people had different names for HIV/AIDS, but wherever you went, it was a disease which was whispered about and brought terror in the hearts of all those who heard about it. It took great courage for Ugandans to come face to face with the reality of how quickly HIV/AIDS was sweeping through the country. Out of fear, many turned to churches, mosques, and traditional leaders in the hope of finding a cure for the disease.
Oluvannyuma nga kimaze okukakasibwa nti ddala teryalidde okuzibu, abantu twatandika okuba okwekanga ennyo olw'omuwendo gw'abantu abaafanga. Abantu baffe bangi baatufaako, abaana abato, abakulu, abakyala n'abaami. Era obwavu bwatandika okuyingira mu maka kubanga abantu batandika okutunda ebyabwe okutaasa ab'enganda zaabwe.
In 1987, the AIDS support organization, TASO, was formed and was the first of its kind to offer support to people and families affected by HIV/AIDS. TASO also created awareness about the risks of contracting HIV, even if many were still in denial about how the virus was spread.
Despite the toll, AIDS had been a taboo subject in Uganda, a shameful secret.
For
and then on
those...
April 13, 1989,
Hello.
Lutaya became the first prominent African to publicly declare he had AIDS. Is here.
For those who are done
The
having
Uganda
lunch
AIDS
and
Commission,
standing out
under the
tent,
Office of the President,
we had
brings
agreed
you
to
the
start
National
at
HIV and
exactly
AIDS Symposium
2
from the
p.m.
8th to 10th November.
We have been allowed the 30 minutes, which our time has elapsed. So we are about to start. We kindly request that if you're outside, please reconverge in the plenary tent so that we can start the sessions, the evening sessions. In the meantime, as we are waiting for our colleagues to start, allow me to recognize the different parties that have made this activity possible, this symposium possible. I'll speak in a mixture of the exhibitors, the funders, the partners, the different parties that have contributed differently to make this symposium possible. And among those, we have the Joint Clinical Research Center, we have the district representatives from the different countries, but also from the different districts in the country. We have the constituency of people living with HIV. You are the reason as to why we are here today. We also have the young people, the schools. I think you have all been seeing around some young people dressed up in their school uniform. We do not take that for granted. Then we do recognize IDI, or the Infectious Disease Institute. Thank you very much for being part of this event. UNIPA itself, that's the Uganda Network of Young People Living with HIV, NAFOFANU, UNASO, TASO Uganda, the CCM, thank you very much. AWAC, we have CIPLA. I think this has been the talk of the day. CIPLA, thank you very much for the great work that you're doing. We have Mildmay Uganda. We have Baylor Uganda, Amical, the Uganda Virus Research Institute. We have Rakai Health Science Project. We have the Ministry of Health. Definitely that cannot go unrecognized because all the work that we are doing is definitely under the Ministry of Health. Then we have the Vision Group. Thank you very much. We do not take the broadcast for granted because we know even when some of those that could not join us, they have been able to follow the conversations because of the different broadcasts that you have been doing. We have PEPFAR, we have USAID, we have MOJU, we have Makerere University itself, Water Aid Program. We have the Friends of Canon Gideon, WONETHA, Uganda Cares, Reproductive Health Uganda, the AIDS Information Center. We have UPDF. If you haven't visited their tent, I think this is the chance you have to interact freely, but also on a common cause that we all do understand. Thank you very much, the UPDF, for your commitment and also being here. We also have the team from Youth Alive Uganda. We have the team from Human Diagnostics Uganda Limited. We have the team from Open Spaces Center Uganda. We also have a team from the Federation of Fisheries Organizations in Uganda. And then we also have FAWE. If I've not mentioned the organization, it's not intentional. Thank you very much for being here. We do not take that for granted. And we believe that you being here has contributed to the activity's success, but it has also benefited you in one way. We believe that the learnings from the symposium will reflect in the work that we shall be doing moving forward. And we are hoping to see the inequalities coming to an end. Once again, if you are outside the plenary tent, we kindly request you to return to the center, to the tent, so that we can resume the sessions. We shall be starting in very few minutes from now, so we wouldn't love to leave anyone out. That's why we are making this final call. If you are out of the plenary tent, we kindly request that you return so that we can resume the sessions.
We'll be back from your lunch. I'll just continue from where Ruth has ended from. We also have HIV testing activity ongoing as you pass almost opposite to the VIP tent. So in case you really want to know your status, you can go and check with them. It's not by force, it's out of will, but it's just an encouragement for you to know your status. We still have a few items after lunch around 8. We shall be having presenters presenting those 8 items. So we call upon those that have finished their lunch, please come back to the plenary session tent so that we can have this done as well. We also have tents showing different activities. You can reach out to them. Uganda Cares tent, it's just adjacent to us. You can get there and visit the different stalls so that you know the great works done by the ladies and gentlemen
will be a pointer to which direction we are going into. So I kindly request for the last time, if you are outside, we are starting in less than 2 minutes. Please find your way to the tent so that by the time the session begins, you are ready. A kind reminder, the conversations are happening on Twitter, Facebook, the different TV stations under the Vision Group. If your sister isn't here, if your mother isn't here, if your partner isn't here and you'd love them to follow the conversations, please tell them to tune in. On Twitter, the conversations are happening under hashtag #EndAIDS2030 UG. Once again, #EndAIDS2030 UG. You'll agree with me that today more than ever, we are taking more advantage of the different social media platforms to communicate, but also to mobilize the society into the direction that we want. So if you'd like to make a comment, share something that has been discussed here with your online participants or with your online followers, with your online colleagues, feel free to tweet, feel free to put it on Facebook, feel free to put it on Instagram, or whatever social media platforms that you put your information on, as long as you do not misrepresent what the discussions were. So don't forget to tag, of course, Uganda AIDS Commission, who has been the pioneer in organizing this symposium. And the main reason as to why we are here, why we have been here since Tuesday to today, and we shall continue the conversations tomorrow. Just like I shared before our lunch break, the conversation that has been happening here will continue during the post-symposium Fidel Lutaya dinner that will be happening tomorrow at Kampala Sheraton Hotel. And we shall have a panel of speakers who will discuss the key recommendations from the symposium. This dinner is organized by USC, the PLHIV constituency, the civil society, and other partners. And of course, it's being funded by UN Women. And just like I said before, just to avoid misunderstandings, this dinner is strictly on invite. And those who are going to be part of the dinner have been notified. You are welcome. Allow me to take this opportunity to welcome the session chair for the next session that we shall be having. This session is going to be chaired by Major General. I hope I'm not demoting you as well. Major General Henry Masiko. So I'll hand over to you to take us from here. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies. I want to take this opportunity to welcome everybody from lunch. I hope everybody had lunch, and we are headed for the beginning of the end, where the main sub-theme is on partnerships. The main actors in this fight, and we shall have a few panelists or presenters before we are headed for the closing. Once again, Major General Henry Masiko. I am representing the UPDF in Parliament, but I'm a member of the Presidential Affairs Committee of Parliament. Here would have been the chair herself, but she did ask me to stand in for her. I want to recognize all those who are
present at the moment and go through quickly the main items we are going to consider. We shall have a short testimony of a young person come this matter which was raised before lunch, that the young people ought to be visible. So Barbara Kemigisha, I think a young person from the MOOBS community, will give us a short testimony, after which we shall hear from those who partner with us in providing resources. Somebody is online from the Global Fund. I will then announce others who will be coming in, giving short presentations. So it's my pleasure, and put your hands together, Barbara Kemigisha. You are most welcome. Where are you? You will talk more about, just slightly about who you are, then go straight to your presentation. You can come here. Let me be that side.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else. My name is Barbara Kemigisa. A young woman living with HIV. I'm an HIV activist, and I am the executive director, Barbara Kemigisa Foundation in Hoima City, or in Hoima Oil City. Yes. I'm here to speak on behalf of many young people out there, but basically representing my community here at Makerere University Business School, because I have been groomed and mentored here. That time I was found on the streets. I didn't really have a home. And I was just this young girl excited about changing the face of HIV/AIDS in Uganda after testing HIV positive. I would just wear HIV positive messages on earrings, on t-shirts. I would sit in a taxi and choose to take my ARVs in a taxi. I'll just say, praise God, church. My name is Barbara Kemigisa. I thank God my CD4 count has gone high. And that's where Professor Wasabalunyo identified me. And so this young girl who had a lot of passion to change something in her community and introduced me to the MOOBS community. I have learned to share my story with young people, young students here at the school, because I was sexually abused as a young girl at 6 years by my uncles. Unfortunately, this is something that continues to happen. Like I have said, I'm now working in Hoima district. I still see firsthand children and young people who are being raped, who are being defiled by people who are supposed to take care of them. It is really sad. But I've also had an opportunity to receive my treatment from IDEA in Mlago. I saw the kind of services young people like me needed to receive. Unfortunately, I don't see this in Hoima City. I work with, I receive funding from Baylor Uganda as our implementing partner. It breaks my heart every time I receive the budget and I see 12,000 clients are lost from care. And it is our task to go and look for these clients. So today I'm privileged to be here. I was invited by the principal MOOBS. It is sad that I'm not seeing many organizations from the rural setting. But now that I'm here, I would love to take this opportunity because I have been raised to speak for people like me. I work in 15 health facilities, and in all these, I see only 1 or 2 days where clients are supposed to come and receive their treatment. So when I see this huge number of those that cannot come to clinic, it's because there is no other alternative day. Sometimes you go to the facility and because it is not the art day, you won't find anyone at the health facility. If it is the season for farming, you may call someone, they say, you know what, I'm in my garden. So I feel as rural places, we are still left behind. And as a small foundation organization, we are not just doing what we want to do. We are also calling upon our leaders, our funders, and everyone that feels this is something they can look at. Rural settings, we really need your support. As a young girl, I got pregnant at age 15. And I see most of these girls drop out of school. Right now, Barbara Kemgisa Foundation, we have over 300 young girls and young boys. Allow me to introduce you to Joram Talemwa. Joram, please stand up. Joram Talemwa just became the Mr. Y Plus for Western Region. But Joram joined BKF in July last year. He was a young boy on the streets. He was a school dropout. In fact, at one time, we chased him out of the foundation because he was associating with a bad gang. He ran out of Hoima and came to Kampala. But when he returned to Hoima, he said, Auntie Barbara, give me another chance. I gave him another chance, asked him to mobilize other young people. He started a dance group. He started training them in music and other things. I told them, I need to see you do some relevant activities. They started doing community service. The first time we dug a pit latrine for one of the old men in the community, it really changed a lot in their lives. We went and cleaned up the police barracks. It was their own initiative. Right now, he has been elected as the national, actually he went for the beauty pageant and won as the Mr. Y Plus because someone had to believe in him. We need more people to believe in young people, whether it is in the city or else there. So I'm happy that I had people who looked at me, believed in me, and today I can pass on what was given to me. What are we doing at our different levels of work? As a Mandela Washington Fellow, I used the little resources I got to start to build a community center in Vi Village without a job, without anything. And here I'm able to do what I can do. HIV seems to be a limiting factor in many of us, but I want to tell you, it is because we don't have any support system. And the support system we have doesn't seem to be enough because so many places are being neglected out there. I would love to call upon you to continue to support us because we've seen this far you've brought us. We are all your babies, and we are all because you've given us a step. I thank God for this platform to share the stories of not just me, but so many other young people out there who would have loved to be here, but weren't able to be here. Thank you, Moops, for getting me to this place. And I know we are going to see so many young people get somewhere because we are not going to do this on our own. We are going to work together to see that by 2030, we are saying 0. Yes? 0 to 8, 2030. And it's a collective responsibility. Thank you very much.
I thought you were touched by her story, and she deserves a bigger applause. Thank you, Barbara, but take on the posture of fighting. This monster must be fought. Much as we cope, but we must fight. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going more into the partnership, and this moment we shall receive a presentation on prioritizing communities. And this presentation, prioritizing communities of AGYW and boys. AGYW is adolescent girls and young women, something like that, plus boys. And the presenter is none other than Dr. Zamin Samani, who is joining us online from the Global Fund. Those who are managing him, please usher in the good doctor. Are we
Hello.
set?
Good afternoon, General Masiko. Can you hear me?
Myself there. I'm not Dr. Zamani, definitely. Has come? Okay. You are welcome, doctor. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, General Masiko. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Saman Zamani. I'm a fund portfolio manager for Uganda from Global Fund Secretariat. Very pleased to be with you, and apologies that I cannot attend in person. But I've been following this important symposium since the day before yesterday, and I'm very happy with the discussion and highlights of the symposium. Congratulations to all of you, and thanks to organizer Uganda AIDS Commission for having us. If you allow me, I would like to highlight the strong partnership we have been benefiting from in Uganda, close collaboration with government of Uganda, civil society, organization, community members, and our bilateral and multilateral and UN family partners. It's been proved to be critical asset for us, large operation we have for HIV, TB, malaria, health system strengthening, and COVID response in Uganda. Thanks to all of you. In regards to the topic of today session, AGYW and our support, as I said, we are very grateful to our expanded partnership with Ministry of Finance as our PR, Ministry of Health as a lead agency for implementing many of biomedical and behavioral interventions. And through Ministry of Health, we have established additional partnership. Of course, Uganda AIDS Commission, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Gender, and Ministry of Local Government. Thanks to all of you. And from the other civil society arm, we are grateful for TASO leadership and their expanded sub-recipient and CSO colleagues and entities. Thanks to all of you, we have now 6 sub-recipient for malaria and up to 12 sub-recipients for HIV and TB activities in Uganda. It has been a very strong and successful partnership, and as General Masiko highlighted, the topic would be how we prioritized HYW and in general young population in Uganda. Of course, as we have been working closely with you, with the young population we have in Uganda. That's, of course, is a very evident priority for us and as well as other partners to focus on. And I'm very glad and honored to have been working with all implementers for prevention of HIV and other infectious diseases among our young population in Uganda. You kindly requested about Global Fund processes, thanks to CCM leadership and members. During last funding application window, Uganda CCM submitted funding requests which were based on national strategic plan of the country. So that remains our main approach, and we would like to emphasize the importance of national strategic plan, which we have valid and being updated NSP, we call them, for HIV, TB, and malaria, which are part of the bigger development plan, health sector development plan, and of course the bigger countries development plan. So we really want to emphasize the importance of these documents as the core evidence for any application to Global Fund, and as last time, we expect excellent quality and detailed evidence-based application to us. Uganda always submit us excellent proposal, and very timely. We are always the first country to apply, and we are eagerly looking forward to receive application for new funding model 4. General, if you allow me, I speak a little bit on AGYW and young population operation we have in Uganda. Again, thanks to Ministry of Health, other ministries, and also sub-recipient, we have been able to introduce preventive as well as other educational program for our young population, in particular adolescent girls and young women in many different districts. What we wanted to foster, and I'm very happy with the way our implementing partners fostering this notion of listening to young population. Sometimes as middle-aged or aged generation, we tend to think we know culture or priorities of young population, but this is untrue. We need to listen carefully to our young population about their priorities and engage them into design as well as implementation of any prevention intervention activities. And that has been doing so during this grant cycle, and I'm very keen to continue the same, listening to our young population priorities and provide flexibility where is needed. It's a quite dynamic setting, I should say, with priorities also change year by year. And that's how we have been asking our implementing colleagues to carefully listen to our girls, young population at district level, and where needed, we we provide tailoring support as we did since 2021 up to now. So thanks again for the opportunity we have been provided. Congratulations to all stakeholders for the impressive progress you have made for HIV/AIDS prevention in Uganda. We are extremely happy and proud to be partnering with all of you in this important mission. I saw Ministry of Finance also included in the plenary, and I'm very keen to listen government of Uganda leadership and guiding us in prevention of HIV even beyond this scale. Thanks again for the opportunity. Congratulations to the organizer for such a lively event. Back to you, General Masiko. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zamani. Audience, please give him and thank you, Doctor, for joining us and for keeping track of what is going on here. We don't take it for granted. I hope you will remain online. I'm sure some of these participants may have some issues they may want to raise with you from where you stand, from where you sit, the Global Fund. Thank you. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you. We are moving, and I'm happy so far with those who have presented. They are using the time optimally and making their point. Now we shall hear from another partner, the African Center for Media Executives. And this is none other than Dr. George Rugalambi. Hands for you.
Thank you, General Masiko. Just to clarify, I'm from the African Center for Media Excellence, and I'm the executive. Yes, please, yes. No worries, no problem. The African Center for Media Excellence, and I'm the executive director. George Lugalambia, as I was introduced, is my name. Briefly, I was asked to speak to the theme of the role of the media in ending AIDS by 2030. And I wanted to share just a couple of points. One of them being that I think we have to look at how we position ourselves and how we position this campaign in relation to the media. That also means really understanding what kind of media that we have. And as we know, the media has changed dramatically over the last several years, partly because of technology and because of the technology that we have today. Audiences have also changed. So and because the audiences have changed, today we say in the media that public attention is a very scarce resource. Anybody that wants to work with the media, you want the attention of the public for whatever campaign that you're running. And so how do you get the public's attention? So we're in a situation where we're in almost a catch-22. We need the attention of the public, but public attention has become a very scarce resource because audiences are so fragmented today. And so understanding what kind of animal we are dealing with as media is very important, and it's always really should be the starting point to really understand the entity that we are dealing with. Oftentimes we take approaches that are not, that used to work 10, 15 years ago, but don't necessarily work today. So that is one thing I thought is a very important issue to take into account. The other point that I also want to think about is if we look at media practitioners, we have often tended to look at media practitioners or journalists from a campaign perspective as conduits of our messages or information, and usually we do not do enough to embed and bring media practitioners and journalists, for that matter, on board in the planning of our programming. And here I'm thinking about my own work around issues of social and behavior change. Oftentimes we anticipate that the media is going to support the process of driving social and behavior change. Yet actually the people that we want to work with through this process are not on board, first of all, in terms of what are the dynamics of social and behavior change. So I think one of the things that we really need to do is to get, whether through training or orientation, to really get, the people who work in the media, the people that we expect to transfer this, to transmit these messages, to understand the dynamics of social and behavior change, or to understand the dynamics of how the process of change, of behavior change happens. So that means that designing, whether it's training or orientation, doing this kind of trainings and orientation in a way that is structured and in a way that is sustained. I want to end with one particular point that often I hear there is sometimes a lot of frustration when you work with the media. Journalists show up at an event like this one, and oftentimes, what is reported is almost, tangential to really the core message or the core objective of this kind of event. And I think a lot of that is because we don't prepare ourselves in terms of content. Again, today in the media, we say that content is king. Like elsewhere, they say the customer is king, but in media, we say that content is king. So everything that you do or you can do to ensure that the messaging that we have around ending AIDS by 2030 is looked at from a point of view of providing quality content. The young lady who was just speaking here, has a very interesting story. And that is a story, that would appeal to many people. So if we looked at that, at her story as a source of very good and quality content for the media, then I think we have inlets that allow us to tell, the story of ending AIDS by 2030 in a way that is appealing to our audiences, in a way that speaks to the most significant changes that are taking place in this particular direction. So finally, my I think appeal is really about engaging with media in a way that is structured and sustained. I think doing things in an ad hoc manner doesn't really help, because as we say, if you're going to really keep people's attention, and journalists are very much part of the public whose attention that we need. So getting their attention as well requires being consistent, requires being structured, and requires being sustained. And the organization I run, the African Center for Media Excellence, we spend our core business really is to design this training and to work with stakeholders to assist you, to work with you, to partner with you, to design programs that will be able to achieve outcomes that are sustained and not outcomes that are simply short-term and ad hoc, having a story here, a story here. I think there is a lot more than we can do than simply having coverage here and coverage tomorrow that doesn't really add up to much. So let's think about being consistent, being structured, and being sustained. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. George. I have invited him to stay here with Dr. Zamani, who is listening in online. We are moving very fast, and I think before we enter the session of real closing, we shall have now Dr. Mary Otieno. Is she around? She's just coming on time, on the dot. So you can come here so that I usher you properly through here. Doctor, you found us in this last session. We are handling the partnerships, and so far we got a statement from a young lady groomed by MOOPS. We've listened to Dr. Zamani of the Global Fund, who addressed himself to the issue of their priority being supporting the adolescent girls and young women plus boys in terms of ensuring they take their place in this fight. We've now also heard from the media, and I think that the media comes in very appropriately if we are to see our target of the 8 years ahead, 7 years. The media definitely has to play a more vital role. So here you come in among the partners from the development partners on AIDS, and we are very happy to receive you. Over to you. The AIDS leadership, AIDS commission leadership, other stakeholders.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am sorry I couldn't be here. There are too many things happening and I'm traveling tomorrow, but I'm glad I could make it at the last minute. I do not know who is here, so just allow me to say that I recognize everybody who is here. Thank you so much. So on behalf of the AIDS Development Partners Group, I'm delighted to be here today with all of you as we mark the closing session of the National HIV Symposium. I want to recognize the ongoing partnership between the HIV/AIDS development partners and the government of Uganda. Together, we have made great strides towards a healthier future for the citizens of this country. In the past 2 years, we have had some notable and noteworthy success in pursuit of our goal of ending HIV as a public threat, despite the shocks from COVID-19, Ebola pandemic, drought, and of course, the Russian-Ukraine war that is affecting our economies. As we come to the closing session of this review, it is worthwhile to recall the historical context against which the review is taking place today. HIV/AIDS threatened Uganda's very foundation, orphaning millions of children, debilitating the healthcare system, and stalling economic development. As we have shared in this review, new HIV infections have declined by nearly 39% over the past decade. 1.3 million out of 1.4 million people living with HIV have been sustained on ARVs, and AIDS-related mortality has decreased by 69% between 2010 and 2021 due to unwavering global commitment. In Uganda, the development partners have invested over 550 million on an annual basis. Donor financing to fight HIV has increased over the past 10 years by 22%. But more important than the dollars spent are the lives that have been transformed. As we applaud ourselves for the progress we have made, we must be cognizant of the inequalities that continue to exist. The theme of the symposium is ending inequalities among adolescent girls, young women, and boys. We know that the main obstacle to the prevention and treatment of HIV/AIDS among women and adolescent girls is their profoundly unequal cultural, social, and economic status in society. Discriminatory socio-cultural norms are translated into laws that limit the autonomy of young women. As a result, these women have limited opportunities and choices to protect themselves from HIV, STIs, to get information or to access health and social services. We also know that in areas where HIV prevalence is high, women who are victims of violence are twice as likely to contract HIV as other women. It should be noted that this violence also occurs in the context of child marriage. Girls who are married early are more likely to be threatened or beaten by their husbands than those who marry at 18 or older. In addition, being minor, these girls are rarely able to impose their choice, especially in terms of safe sex, all factors that increase the probability of being infected with HIV. Poverty is also a determining factor in vulnerability to HIV, especially when it is aggravated by inequalities between men and women. Poor women are financially dependent on their spouse or partner, which often leaves them with no choice but to accept practices or behaviors that put them at risk of being infected. In addition, poverty is likely to lead young girls to have relationships with older men in exchange for money or gifts. Age-disparate sexual relationships are common in our societies. These young women are often exposed to unsafe sexual practices such as low condom use and therefore at an increased risk of sexually transmitted infections. We see this picture play in Uganda, where close to 2/3 of the new HIV infections in 2021 were among women compared to their male counterparts. Among the young people aged 15 to 24 years, almost 4 in every 5 new infections occurred among young women. 1 in 4 adolescent women aged 15 to 19 are already mothers or pregnant with their first child, an indication of exposure to HIV infection. The key populations continue to experience high rates of new HIV infections. The survey conducted by the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development in 2017 on violence against children revealed that sexual violence among girls was still high at 35%, and nearly half of these girls experienced sexual violence before the age of 16 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Symposium has not only provided us an occasion to review our progress in fighting HIV over the past year and decade, but it has also given us an opportunity to determine how we will build on the progress to move even closer to our shared vision of an AIDS-free future. Given the deliberations over the last 2 days, what then must we do? 1, it is critical for national stakeholders to commit to financing the response. Donors simply cannot continue to fund 89% of the response to HIV in Uganda, especially given the emerging issues globally, including the frequent pandemics like COVID, Ebola, drought, civil wars, unrest, and climate change. I'm thus extremely happy that this symposium has discussed opportunities for sustainable financing of the HIV/AIDS, and as development partners, we pledge our commitment to support government implement the agreed actions. 2, as development partners, we will continue to support the scale-up of evidence-based, impactful interventions and approaches, including new technological breakthroughs, and I saw one this week, and innovations to reprogram HIV prevention efforts to achieve improvements, increase coverage, build efficiency, and accelerate attainment of epidemic control. The government's partnership in making these interventions successful is critical. 3, we will need to build synergy in response towards the triple crisis epidemics, HIV, COVID, and Ebola, climate change, and humanitarian situations to ensure that they address and do not exacerbate the inequalities and vulnerabilities that increase risk of infection and disease, impede access to essential services, and curtail program impact. 4, fast track the repositioning of the Education Plus initiative, which was launched within the HIV/AIDS response at the center of a resilient, sustainable, integrated, and person-centered approach to health and tackling gender inequalities. 5, accelerate ratification of the pending regional instruments and frameworks, specifically the East and Southern Africa commitments, which promote accountability of girls' education by member states in the region. 6, exploit opportunities available within the National Development Plan 3 and the Parish Development Model frameworks to promote an integrated and holistic approach to the design, implementation, and delivery of integrated service packages. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, in closing, and in line with the theme of the symposium, ending inequalities among adolescent girls, young women, and boys, I would like to end with a quote from Montse Raphael, Director General, Dianova International, and I quote, "Tackling gender inequalities is essential to eradicating the global HIV epidemic and achieving global development goals. The empowerment of women and girls, their ability to assert their rights, receive quality education, and enjoy healthy lives, and take adequate measures to protect themselves from HIV is both a priority in the global response to HIV and AIDS and a crucial issue for achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. End of quote. I thank you all.
You are mean with your hands. She's representing a very, very crucial family, the family of those who are supportive. In her presentation, she made a very, very cardinal point, saying this threat is a threat to our national survival. You cannot afford to leave it to the rest of those who don't immediately feel the threat. Therefore, he's urging us to concretize our thinking around being more creative in being self-sufficient as a nation to tackling this fight. And she's contextualizing it, saying the globe is getting fatigued with other emergencies. So it's high time we start concretizing that thinking of being self-sufficient. What I need to assure Dr. Thieno is that along the way, these 40 years of this pandemic, those who came to aid Uganda were appreciative of the pioneering role we took on taking on this scourge. So since we have a record of that courage to take on, we should not relent. We should continue to know that we can do it. And definitely this target of the 7 years to end this scourge is realizable. So I want to ask you to join me in thanking the three presenters plus the young lady. As I open, I think there will be some little time for the feedback. I hope Dr. Zamani is still there. Dr. From the media is here, and Dr. Thieno is here. I imagine if you have something to comment on Barbara, also you are free. May I take this opportunity to open the discussion to the members in the House? Some hands? Yes, I see a hand there. Whoever catches my eye first will have that opportunity.
Thank you very much to our presenters, Bitarakwata Edward from the Elizabeth Glaser Pediatric AIDS Foundation. We are a key implementing partner for PEPFAR, and we've also worked with the UN. My question is directed at the fourth estate, Dr. Lugalambi. As we work to end AIDS as a public health threat, the question of sustainability seems to be directed at government of Uganda and the donors. But what do you see as the role of the media in ending these inequalities among adolescent girls, young women, and boys? What's your role in translating the key messages along that theme, especially in a world where we're moving more to digital platforms that may not be as regulated, but seem to be a first point of contact for many people? Thank you.
We receive the responses, then I will call on the panel to respond towards the end. Any more hands? There is a new a person who has just come in. I see. Okay.
I'm St. Rombo Livingston. I'm from the Disability Fraternity. I've been listening to many presentations made since the other day. But when it comes to people with disabilities, much emphasis has been put on women who live with HIV and disabled. But the men have not been talked about so much. Try to imagine the tragedy of disability and HIV. So my call upon the Director General, Dr. Nelson Nsova, is also to put emphasis. Okay, we shall come out as people living with disabilities who are HIV. So that, I don't know how far they have gone about it, or if you have any other, maybe it's me who came late and I didn't hear about it. So I need more light on that. Thank you very much.
Okay. I see a hand from there. I'm seeing you stand and make your point.
Thank you very much. I'm Birol John, a student at MOBS and an HIV counselor. But I'm worried because when I go to the villages.
Who are you directing your comments?
To all that are concerned. When I go to the villages, sensitization before, it was too much. But now, sensitization on AIDS declined in the villages. It is now on family planning. Instead of informing the young ones to use, the bad things of AIDS, they are giving them methods of family planning and what. So, as a youth, I'm a counselor here and we are planning something by December, the week towards the AIDS Day. We are going to be carrying out HIV testing. So we call upon all those that can support us as counselors, because we are having a target of 2,000 students that we want to test. And we give out condoms if possible. Then another thing is, we as young people, we don't know the real people to reach to raise our support. We can give them advice. We have a lot that we can put on table. Thank you very much.
I hope Dr. Zamani has taken note. When we give him opportunity to come back, he may address that concern. Lady in red.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Virieri Zauja, and I'm from Federation of Fisheries Organizations Uganda. I appreciate all the effort by the different stakeholders, more so looking at the area of the youth, the younger women and girls. It is very great. But in my view, we should not give a negative attention or a minimal attention on the side of the mature men and women. In any case, these younger girls and younger women are influenced by the grown-ups. We talked yesterday about the issue of the sugar mummies and sugar daddies that influence the younger ones because they have the aspect of money that compromises their minds. In my view, as we look at this, we need to look at the cause of the high spread holistically by looking at the different avenues that makes the spread so high. Thank you very much.
Okay. That's a very fundamental question, this disaggregation. What if we had a transformed society? Some of these things would be holistically handled. Yes, there is a gentleman, that bearded gentleman.
I'm so happy to be called a bearded gentleman.
My name is John Nelson Wasige. I'm a student here at MOBS and I'm doing Bachelor's in Science and Finance in my year 3. So as a concerned citizen, here I come actually to stand out also, add actually support on my country. Because from the district where I come from, that is Butaleja in East, just close to Tora and Mbali. So here, I've studied actually the environment and statistical actually I carried out a mathematical counting actually. And I found out that out of 10 teenagers between the age of actually 15 to 18 or 19, you find that 6 are pregnant, especially when it comes to the female gender. 6 out of 10 are pregnant. And here it calls for the point that if these students actually, or the children are pregnant, it means they played a live sex without condoms, without actually being protected. So here it means the saturation of the enemy is on a high rate. So I don't know whom I can approach, and I don't know how we can be supported. We are the youth, because I'm a youth, I'm a leader in my district and even here at campus. So I'm coming up actually to work with those people, especially the organizations. I don't know how, because we have seen that even schools are closing as sooner, before 25th, I think. So meaning these children are coming out in the society where the enemy is, and the enemy is highly waiting for them. So actually the sensitization should actually be on a high note in village areas also, other than urban. Because here it comes to my understanding that we are emphasizing on the saturation or the spread of the information mainly within the urban areas. We are using the platforms, the media, but there are those homes and those villages who can't afford or who can't access the media. So I don't know, I'm just requesting, as a concerned citizen, I'm standing out because actually I feel the pain. My mother passed actually only in 2008. She died of AIDS. I was lucky enough, I'm not sick, but it pained me a lot. And I don't wish actually to see anyone or my friend or anyone dying of the same enemy. So here I come out to be part of the group to sensitize the information, starting actually with this holiday or this December or any. So I'm just actually calling upon any office that can just welcome me, work with them. Thank you.
Okay. This is, I think you are appealing to the right panel. These are partners. I think they will guide you. I will have 2 last interventions, revert to the panel, then we go into the closing details. So I will have this lady, then the last one will be that gentleman with the hand up. I have recognized you. The lady, then you.
Thank you so much.
Keep it short. I'm giving you just 1 minute each.
Thank you. I'll keep it short. In 1994, in schools, they gave a program on AIDS prevention. So all schools had that theme. And there were music, drama in primary schools. So in the villages, we feared. We knew it was called Sidim. You do anything small, you get sick. What am I saying? It was a very good mode of communication. It was a very good mode of sensitization because it reached everywhere. And it was the nation's agenda. All schools had music, dance, and drama. Then there were papers all over and books talking about Sidim. What do we see now? Anakat, Karakata. Women are doing this, social media. So I'm thinking if we can change the mode, or if we can reduce on what we advertise these young people, it will help us drive this agenda of ending HIV/AIDS by 2030. I'm Dr. Ruth Ataire, Head of Department MOBS. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Media excellence. You assume that young people don't take on serious messages, so every time you must expose them to Karakata and so on. Dr. Taylor is protesting. Yes, the last.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ukwera Richard Ojara, the mayor of Kitgum Municipal Council. I have been invited to represent the Greater North local government.
Maybe you come in front. People see how a mayor looks like. Come this way. You can share a platform with us. You come. Pass here. Pass here.
Yeah. My name is Ukwera Richard Ojara, the mayor of Kitgum Municipal Council, Northern Uganda. I have been invited by Uganda AIDS Commission to represent the local government leaders, especially the mayors from the greater north of this country. I want to congratulate Uganda AIDS Commission for sending an olive branch to local governments in this country. The prevalence rate of HIV/AIDS at local level appears to be slightly above the national average of prevalence. I want Uganda AIDS Commission and all HIV/AIDS development partners to take key interest in the local governments, because what is taking place in local government is escalating HIV/AIDS almost beyond diplomatic repair. We have an organization called Alliance of Mayors and Municipal Leaders in Africa in the fight against HIV/AIDS at a local level. In short, AMICA. I, on behalf of AMICA and on behalf of all the mayors of Uganda, I am calling upon all the HIV/AIDS development partners to put an eye on Hamical, because Hamical have direct contact to all the local governments in this country. And whenever they speak once, the farthest man or woman in Koboko, in Kenjojo, in Barara, in Kotido will listen. So I am asking the HIV/AIDS development partners to put an eye on Hamical and support local government, because we are the frontliners in the fight against HIV/AIDS. If local governments are heavily supported, I strongly believe the prevalence rate of HIV/AIDS will reduce significantly. Thank you very much to Uganda AIDS Commission for considering local governments in this symposium. I say all this for God and my country.
Thank you, and that brings us to the close of the responses from the audience. Dr. Zamani, I think I'll call you as the second to give your take from what has come from the audience. Let's start with the media fraternity.
Thank you. There was a question about the role of the media in helping to reduce inequality, especially among young people. I would say two things. One is that the starting point is to recognize that the media has the power and the capacity to shape the conversation or to shape the narrative on any issue. And I think anybody who works on public policy, you would know that the media can really shape the narrative. And so your first obligation is to ensure that, you pay attention to the kind of conversation, the kind of narrative that the media is creating around the issue that you're working on. So from that recognition, then the second question then is, how does inequality manifest? Because the media does not actively participate in shaping these policies or working on this issue. The media's currency is information, and therefore, how does inequality manifest from an information point of view? This is why I think evidence and the data become very important. In my work, I've realized with journalists that exposing journalists to data and evidence of how these issues manifest can be very important, because they have the skills, they have the craft to translate. And if you work with them to translate and deconstruct and break down this data into information that is consumable, you begin to use the techniques that are available to journalists of storytelling, to tell stories out of this data that connect with people, stories that paint the picture of how the inequality as manifested in the data and the evidence that we have. You assist journalists, to tell those stories that are based on the evidence that is available. So that is one of the ways that I have found effective. And if journalists understand, how to interpret data, how to translate this data into consumable narratives and stories, then I think that is the first point where you make the breakthrough, because you equip journalists with that ability, with that resource that they really, really need to be able to tell the stories from an informed perspective. So that is, I think, just one of the ways that the media can start to participate and contribute actually to how you fight inequality. Thank you.
Managing Dr. Zamani, you can bring him on.
Sure. Thanks again, Chair.
You are welcome, Doctor.
I would like to echo appreciation to Barbara with her impressive speech and remarks. Thanks again. And we definitely look into Barbara and other young leaders to guide us for improving our support and operation. On that, kindly note that we have representative from young population at our CCM, country coordination mechanism. And we are very proud of keeping continuous engagement with them. Chair, our colleague mentioned about disability, quite true, and what we were able to offer through TASO resources and TASO colleagues was that we made more flexibility for our trainees who needed special assistance because of disability, and I'm very happy that we granted that flexibility to extend transportation support, attending vocational trainings for those in need. But these are small points, but it's just an example how we listen carefully to our target population. On our colleague who highlighted family planning and HIV/AIDS risk awareness, the way I myself see it is it shouldn't be this versus the other. We place all this in broader sexual and reproductive health and rights, and it has a very large and extensive continuation of care and services. And the reason why, for example, for his district, family planning was more prominent. Again, it really depends on the situation there. As you yourself alluded to, the high level of teenage pregnancy is quite a big concern for all of us. But just wanted to emphasize that the support from Global Fund principal recipients are always follow the treatment and program guidelines, which are defined by the Ministry of Health. And we have a great trust on relevancy of those guidelines for the current priorities of community members. My sister raised why focus of AGYW only, and she's totally correct. And I would like to emphasize we have better linkage between different components of our grants or program to each other. AGYW should not be seen as just one separate or in silo component. It should have a proper linkage and be as part of a bigger program implemented by partners, as well as Ministry of Affairs Uganda is commissioned. So these were my response and uptake. Great to hear your voices, and I'm very pleased to listen to our mayor in Kitgum. I hope I can get a chance to visit you in person. Thanks. Back to you, General.
Thank you, Dr. Zamani. Don't fear. We are managing Ebola. Don't fear coming here. We are going to listen to Dr. Thieno as our last respondent among the panelists. But Barbara, you seem to be already connected. So the other young people look for Barbara. Come in front here, they see you. So those other young people who are enthusiastic, Barbara Kemigisha is already in the ring. So you two gentlemen link with her. Start networking. It seems even Dr. Zamani recommended that she is the point of reference. Over to you, Dr. Thieno.
I just want to agree with the gentleman from the media that really we need to provide you with the information, the right information. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? So I want to agree with my colleague on providing the media with the right information. UNFPA works with a number of media houses to provide sexual and reproductive health information so that they know what to put out in the media, because sometimes the information is totally wrong. So I think we just need to scale that up in terms of sexual and reproductive health and issues of young people and HIV/AIDS. So we could do that maybe next year, more of that. We do it, but in a smaller scale because of a lack of funding. And in terms of young people and how we can support them prevent HIV, I think we talk about this, and I mentioned it in my remarks, that Uganda, like many countries in the region, signed on to the East and Southern Africa commitments on sexuality education. Now, nobody wants to hear about sexuality education. Sexuality education is not about having sex. It's about information for young people on their bodies, on how they are growing, the changes they are seeing, and the implications for those. It's about communication. It's about gender and rights. It's about conflict resolution. So if we can provide this in the way it is supposed to be done, that is evidence-based, young people will have the skills, the information, and will know how to protect themselves from STIs, HIV, and pregnancy. But we don't want to do this properly, and we continue to see what we are seeing. Evidence has shown over and over again and studies that people, young people who are provided with information, delay sexual debut. They abstain. It is evidence-based. Because if I do not know, and I actually gave this, I talked recently with NBS, is it the TV station, and asked the journalist that if you had a daughter or a son, and there was a swimming pool or there was a river, and you've never ever, trained them on how to swim. The world is like a swimming pool, and you're telling them, hey, just enter and swim without any protective gears. You've never trained this person, they will drown. And that is what we are doing to our young people. We are not providing them with the right skills, the right information, nor linking them with services, and we continue to see what we are seeing. So we can debate on this, but the results are out there to show that we are failing our young people. So that is one thing that I want to say. There are several initiatives, the Education Plus, and those will help young people if we implement them, and also implement them at scale, not the little projects that we do here and there. And that requires investment and commitment from all partners. Now, there's a gentleman who was very passionate and says they want to work with which organization can you work with? You can work with the UN, and you can come to UNFPA, and we link you to our other partners. We are a big organization. Come to UNFPA. We work with young people, and in fact, as we speak right now, the UN as a collective is developing a youth flagship initiative to address youth issues, support the government in addressing youth issues. So we would love to have you just come and visit us. And I have a colleague, Moses, sitting there. Could you stand so he can, you can get in touch with Moses so that you can come and visit us, and we can move on from there. So thank you so much. On disability and inclusion of disability, we are working with the Ministry of Gender and actually on disability inclusion and the guidelines. But from our end on sexual and reproductive health and rights, which is about HIV/AIDS. But the problem is we always have these guidelines. We have them, but how well do we implement them, and to what scale? So it's not like we don't know what to do. We just have these limitations that continue to hound us. And it's not that we do not know about disability and the issues of people living with disability, but we have to implement them and to the right scale and give them the right investments. On sugar daddies and sugar mummies, I think we cannot police morality, can we? But we can empower young girls and young boys that if you are going to deal with a sugar mommy or a sugar daddy, you will have to protect yourself. That you will use a condom, you will know how to negotiate so that you don't get sick. But we cannot sanction morality. That is for you as an individual and your values and your religion and your God. And we can say that, but if we provide them with information and empower them, then they will know what to do when they are faced with such a dilemma. So we really have to, I would say we should really, really not bury our heads in the sand. This is why we are seeing the numbers we are seeing. We just have to be realistic and practical. So that is one. And then there's a lady who talked about the campaigns that actually put Uganda on the map in terms of prevention. I think we relaxed. We relaxed because we were doing well, infections were going down, and then treatment came, and we thought, okay, we could just, treat ourselves out of HIV. We will not. Prevention is better than cure any day. So we really have to address inequalities, poverty issues, the empowerment of women and young boys, and really give them the information and skills and services that they need. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sieno. Definitely, I hope the issues which were raised have all sufficiently been touched. You know, coming to what she has said last, cure means the disease has left your body. You are living on edge. Any moment, the treatment stops, you are dead. What type of cure is that? So we must maintain the focus. AIDS have not yet got a cure. The moment that so-called treatment stops, you are gone. So what type of life is that? You would rather be free of AIDS. So those who already are affected, the message should be clear and loud that we are living by the grace of God. So don't go where we are. That should be the loud message as they maintain vigilance to cope. So I want to thank the panelists. We are now shifting or transiting into the last phase. And I see in this segment, our dignitaries are going to come down as I say thank you, our panelists. A big clap for them, and even clap for the doctor who fears Ebola, who feared to come. So now I will call the team led by the chair of Uganda AIDS Commission, the DG, and they will later be joined by our guest of honor to come in front. Is the chair here or his representative? I think you better, because I was told the chief guest is about to enter the gate, and maybe to save time as we wait for him, you come first. You come join me here. DG, the board members who are here, you come many so that you can have the weight of the chairperson. The two of you can come. Then you'll be joined by the Honorable Minister who is on his way. But to save time, we shall proceed. Wherever the minister finds us, we shall brief him or her. So you take the seats, the white seats. Once again, I want to thank the Uganda AIDS Commission and all the people who supported this arrangement for this symposium, for having identified Parliament to be part of the activity. And now I want to use this chance really to roll out into the closing, and we shall start with the board. I hope, DG, it's in order the board can be making their remarks. You want the minister to be here. Okay, so we have some interlude, some captions, some messages as we wait for the Honorable Minister to arrive. Can the MC or the programmer give us some interlude, and somebody who wants to stretch? I see the places of convenience on our left. You stretch so that when the chief guest is here, you'll be attentive. Thank you for the opportunity you've given me and being a good audience. Thank you very much. Yes. I will come later. Let me be there.
Thank you all for coming. And today is our last day of the symposium, a 3 days symposium. But tomorrow we also have the File Lutea dinner at Africana. You can as well join us. We still have a lot of things ongoing. We have different stalls. So after today's presentation, please pass by as you head back home. Otherwise, we love you so much and thank you for being a good audience. Today, you came in numbers, and also we appreciate Uganda AIDS Commission for the hospitality and the care. We had the breakfast, we had lunch. I don't know if the DJ is preparing for us even supper, so we can stay here up to around 7 p.m. The DJ will maybe form us.
Together we end the scourge of HIV. Together we end the scourge to the fall of Africa.
Kujenga nchi yetu inaomba afya njema, marafiki tusimame tupiganishe ugonjwa wa ukimwi leo. Naomba tuungane tusaidiane kidole, moja funje chawa.
Naomba tutetee kweli, naomba tujipange, tuwasiliane kwa mwisho tujiandae. Huu ndio wakati, hakuna utani. Huu ndio wakati, hakuna ukimwi. This is the time. Hakuna utani. This is the time. This is the time. Shewali kuzanyo. This is the time. Vision 2030, 1990, yeah.
During the first decade of the HIV epidemic in Uganda, everyone was either infected or affected by the disease. It claimed lives, and many lost their parents, children, friends, and neighbors. However, HIV prevalence declined from 21% to 9.8% between 1991 and 1998. The country was hailed internationally for its efforts in reducing the spread of HIV/AIDS compared to other African states. This was especially through effective campaigns like promotion of abstinence and condom use while encouraging multiple sexual partners. Sadly, many young people today may be complacent about HIV as they have lived through the years before medications were available, a time when AIDS was killing thousands of people each week. In 2018, the Academy for Health Innovation collaborated with Uganda AIDS Commission, TASO, the National Museum of Uganda, and other implementing partners to develop an exhibition detailing the journey of HIV response in Uganda. This was in an effort to document Uganda's history with HIV and to celebrate the progress the country has made in fighting the pandemic. The exhibition was made possible with research from historical archives, accounts of people living with HIV, and other stakeholders like researchers, academicians, politicians, and HIV activists. Through showcasing materials collected over the last 30 years of the HIV response in Uganda, this exhibition sought to bring together research and lived experiences to show the many textures of HIV advocacy and outreach since the disease first hit Uganda. This was later turned into a traveling exhibition and is now available online to remind the younger generation
don't deserve me.
When it landed, AIDS exploded like a nuclear bomb in Uganda. The first recorded case of HIV in the country was in 1982. Before it had a name, many feared the new mysterious disease and blamed it on witchcraft. As the dead bodies piled up, Uganda was in a state of shock and then denial.
Rakai district is a district which is believed to be known for where HIV started from. But that AIDS started without knowing it. You see people slim, they die.
Ekirala nga bongerako nti balina okuziyiza bano abatannalwala okwatibwa omuteego guli kati nga bakozesa ejirita nga basala kuona omulwadde gwe basooka okugema awone kati nga basazisa ejirita yemu ku bammemba bonna aba famire oluusi baayitanga ne booluganda bonna bagamba omuteego gwazze mu kika mwenna mujje musawo najja basawo bonga bagoba kufuna sente
abantu batya nnyo kubanga kaabuna mu sipiidi eyayirire abantu bangi nnyo abantu baleka n'okusenguka mu bitundu
bwe yabanga muganda kitaawo mukyalawo nga toyagala namutunulako sookera ddala tubadde buno tubatirangawo naye wagendanga okufa nga tukyayagala nga n'abantu bonna tebaagala nakukulaba.
1986, when a lady was brought from Congo and dumped in our OPD department, I was a student in a pediatric ward. So all people ran. Health workers took off because a strange disease has been dumped at the OPD in our regional referral hospital.
Across the country, people had different names for HIV/AIDS, but wherever you went, it was a disease which was whispered about and brought terror in the hearts of all those who heard about it. It took great courage for Ugandans to come face to face with the reality of how quickly HIV/AIDS was sweeping through the country. Out of fear, many turned to churches, mosques, and traditional leaders in the hope of finding a cure for the disease.
We can stand up as we receive our guest of honor of the day. The one we have been waiting for. Let us welcome him. Let us show him love by standing up. He's the Member of Parliament of Luanda District, and he's the Minister of Finance. I think we can now take our seats as he goes to take his seat. And Chair, I officially return the microphone to you, sir.
I have the pleasure now to welcome the chief guest who is going to officiate the closing of this symposium. And the MC, I don't know whether you, since this is official, I mean ceremonial, you will lead us into the anthems. The Uganda anthem and the East African anthem, are they recorded or people will sing? Raise up to start the ceremonial closure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with the national anthem, and then we shall have the East African anthem. The DJ, hopefully you're ready. We shall start with the national anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwanda.
Thank you, Honorable Minister and distinguished guests, the AIDS Commission and everybody. Take your seats. Our chief guest, who is the Honorable Minister of State, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Henry Musasizi. The board, Uganda AIDS Commission, represented by some board members here. The Director General, Uganda AIDS Commission, and members of the commission, the members of the partnerships, the donors and so on, members of the community, civil service bodies, the young people, the elderly, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Once again, for the sake of the chief guest, I want to introduce myself and in the capacity in which I am here. Major General Henry Masiko, Member of Parliament, representing the Uganda People's Defense Forces in the Parliament of Uganda, but here in the capacity of the member of the Presidential Affairs Committee that supervises and speaks for the Uganda AIDS Commission, among other sectors. Since yesterday, this morning and this afternoon, as a member of that committee that closely works with Uganda AIDS Commission, we were privileged to be part of the panels as chairs and co-chairs, and I happen now to have been privileged to chair the final session. Without taking much of your time, our chief guest, the program is a short one. We shall have just 2 speeches. One is from the board, the chair or his representative, then the DG, Uganda AIDS Commission, who I suspect will give you a summary of what has gone on and probably what has been achieved. And later he will call upon you to make your remarks and officially close this important symposium. So it's my pleasure now to invite the chair to come and make some remarks. You are most welcome. You go ahead.
Thank you so much. Our guest of honor, State Minister for Finance and Economic Planning, Honorable Henry Musasizi, I've got it right. And our other distinguished guests here with us, our UN AIDS development partners, and all other guests, that's other civil society organizations, people living with HIV, our young people here today. I am just going to represent the chair of the Uganda AIDS Commission board because he's not around, but I'm also a member of the board, and my name is Dr. Lydia Mungerera. I just want to say that it has been a wonderful 3 days of so much learning. We have learned a lot, and we have listened to so many presentations, especially the presentations from young people have been wonderful. We have listened to, we're talking about ending inequalities, and I think we have really made the mark that we wanted to make in this meeting. And we want to thank everybody who has come, all those who presented, those who were here all the 3 days. I want to thank the Uganda AIDS Commissions, especially for organizing such a wonderful symposium. And I think we need to clap for them. This has really made a landmark for us in the area of ending inequalities, but also in the area of fighting this pandemic. We have had a pandemic for 40 years, and we feel that at one time we shall end this pandemic. And we are up, our target is 2030, and I think we are going to make it. We want to thank all the people who have come from upcountry. We want to thank the young people for openly expressing themselves during this meeting. I want to thank our hosts, the Makerere Business School, the MOOBs. Thank you so much. You have actually given us a wonderful venue. It was a wonderful venue, and we are really, really grateful for what you have given us. My role was just to thank and to say that as a board, we pledge, also we commit to carrying out all the things that, all the mandates that you have given us, all the things that you have planned, told us to do. And as Professor Lumumba said this morning, the next meeting should be one where we assess progress. And I think we can make it. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming. And I would like to hand over to the Director General, Uganda AIDS Commission, to come and give his remarks. Thank you.
our chief guest, the Honorable Minister, session chair, and representing the chair of the Presidential Affairs Committee of Parliament, Major General Henry Masiko. I get it right this time. Heads of missions, the UNFP representative in Uganda, the UNAIDS country director in Uganda, members of the board, the chair of the Uganda Country Coordinating Mechanism for the Global Fund, civil society leaders, colleagues, all of you in your capacities, ladies and gentlemen. Our guests, we are very pleased to have you here this afternoon. We've had a rich 3 days engagement. And chief guests, allow me just give you a bit of background. Every year as Uganda AIDS Commission, using our convening role, we call together stakeholders who are involved in the planning, implementation, and oversight of HIV/AIDS control activities to, ask and say, what is it that we agreed to do in the last 12 months? What has each of us done? Where are we on the different milestones? And how do we move forward? And we usually sit, in a boardroom, about 100 to 150 people. During COVID, we did virtual meetings. We could not congregate because of the SOPs. So when we sat as a team, we said no. Given the milestones and how they are looking, we have very ambitious goals that we committed to, that by 2030, AIDS should no longer be a problem. We should move on to other priorities. So we agreed that let's move closer to the community. Let's have this as an open conference, free entry, except those coming to exhibit, they paid for the space. Previously, we would invite participants, pay a transport refund, pay per diem, and feed them. This time, no. The people coming to exhibit have paid to exhibit. Some of the officials facilitating. We are moving away from, our old approach. One, of being in closed rooms, but two, of paying people to come and attend meetings where we are going to do things. And guess I'm laboring to give you this background because it fits in part of the conversation of sustainable finance. We thought that if we don't start by practicing, we will be paying lip service to the things that we say we are trying to do. So, Honorable Minister, on day one, we had the Right Honorable Prime Minister came and blessed the event. She gave us awards of wisdom, she gave us the commitment of government. And yesterday we had the science being shared. Scientists in different spaces, in the hospitals, sharing with us data around the epidemic, the evidence around transmission, the communities sharing experiences around stigma and discrimination, and what we need to do make sure that we end the epidemic. And today, Honorable Minister, we was deliberately dedicated to HIV financing. We've been having conversations. The Minister for Presidency invited the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Health because we wanted by the time we come out here, internally as government, we are, speaking from the same thing. They had an engagement with the PSST, pointing in the direction. So this morning, first we have the keynote speech from a renowned Pan-Africanist, Professor Pierre Lumumba from Nairobi. He provided a very moving and a powerful testimony of how governments, African governments, and Uganda specifically, can move from being donor dependent to using aid to help us free ourselves and give various mother until we are 40 years of age. The 40 years of the HIV epidemic down the road, we are still donor line. So it was a powerful moving piece. And then we had a panel discussion, which had, the Minister of Finance was represented, Paul Manja, the Assistant Commissioner was there to represent the PSSP. We had the paper coordinator speaking on the side of donors. We had the private sector, somebody from circulatory chemicals. Because we think that even as government moves in to occupy most of the gaps, needs to be targeted, needs to be specific. So conversations with the private sector are important. And the Honorable Minister coming out of here, there are key discussion points that have come out. We are putting this paper together. We will share it with you and through the minister, share it with the other stakeholders so that this becomes a beginning of, a conversation. There were two aspects of sustainability. The immediate one is the transition, which is part of the broad sustainability. That how do we find ourselves, maybe 3, 4, 5 years down the road, transitioning from being a predominantly donor-dependent HIV response to the government-led. Doesn't mean donors will go away immediately, because we know that, and I know this is your area of speaking, that yes, on the revenue flows, we may still need the donors, but we'd like the most aspect of our response to be funded and supported. And Paul, from the Minister of Finance, provided an interesting perspective, because one of the things that when we interfaced with the Committee of Parliament to share with them was that in 2014, Parliament of Uganda passed the AIDS plan. But now it's not operational. And we gave feedback to them and say, this came from you, you need to take it up and investigate. And Paul's insights were, your problem, you have priorities you'd like to fund. Tell us this priority, and we'll ask up to us find the resources. Don't tell us about the how. Of course, the worry from the program and implementation side is that every often we can leave the priorities open, but when emergencies emerge, sometimes some of the areas like these are the ones that suffer, as we saw during the time of COVID, and now during the Ebola. So we had a very deep insight from your side. We are going to summarize that report, sir. Share with you, the government can take it up, cabinet, later on at the level of Parliament, for us to move forward. The other insight, chief guest, that I invite you to come and was that we are speaking about sustainability. It will not be possible, especially around public health, but I think even other areas of development, it's not possible for us to just speak about it because we are talking about the East African region as well, and we are talking about Africa, and that we should, in our plan, be ready and invite our colleagues, and indeed, chief guest, I invited my colleagues from the region and the colleagues in Kenya sent representatives who are here with us, because as countries, we like to benchmark and learn from each other, and we need to move this as a region, but also as an African country. So those are the perspectives where we are emerging. We shall be following you, continue giving us the leadership and taking us forward in this conversation. Session chair, did you say I invite the minister? So it's now my pleasure and great honor, Honorable Minister, to invite you to come and address us and close.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the insight. Mr. General Henry Makipo, MP representing UCPF in our Parliament of Uganda, and also President Chair. We are going to understand from the African community who introduce the AIDS development partner in the audience. We have people living with the HIV. We have religious and cultural leaders. We have local government representatives. We have colleagues from other MDS present. We have civil society. We have USC staff. We have representatives from the stock estate, the media. We have other invited guests in this audience, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Did they introduce me totally? They can introduce me. So I arrived. I think it does know how to introduce myself to you so that you know the person you are speaking to. My name is Henry Msasili. I am a Minister of State for General Duty at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And also, I'm a Member of Parliament from Delta region, and I used to chair the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development in the 10th Parliament, and I was one of the active MPs of the 9th Parliament when the active Parliament was enacted. I also studied from here, so I'm glad to come back to move now in a different capacity. I am greatly honored to participate in the closing of this 3-day-long National HIV and AIDS Symposium, an event that has brought together experts from within and outside the country to a platform that embodies the commitment and creativity that is driving our national AIDS movement. I want to congratulate everyone who is involved in this organization. Office of the President, who invited me, I was invited by the Minister of Presidency, and I want to thank her for the invitation to close this symposium. The AIDS development partners, implementing partners, the AIDS self-coordinating entities, civil society organizations, and the Uganda AIDS Commission's team for making this symposium a success. Allow me thank every one of you here, not for just making it to the symposium and making it a success, but even more importantly, for what each of you does in the fight against AIDS every day and for what you have collectively accomplished. Engagements like this are a moment when we come together to take stock and reflect on how far we have come and how far we have yet to go. Friends, can we take a moment and celebrate of what has been achieved in science? Today we can say with the great degree of confidence that a 20-year-old diagnosed with HIV can expect to live near a normal lifespan if he or she receives and stays on treatment. I feel this deserves some effort. Even 50 years, Dr. Lydia is saying you can even live for 50 years with HIV. But this is not, I hope I will not be misquoted. That I have said now, it's okay, AIDS no longer kills. I hope the press will not quote me differently. And with this, in our midst, human capital development is now our major focus. Because of your effort, having 95% on treatment in Uganda is no longer a dream. Lives are being saved on an unprecedented scale. Indeed, there is a substantial body of clinical evidence to show that the drugs work well, regardless of the setting. While we have made tremendous achievements in the HIV control as a country, Uganda is one of the hardest hit countries by HIV pandemic. We are still ranked among the top 10 HIV high burden countries in Africa. Current country data for HIV shows that 1.4 million people are living with HIV, and that the national HIV prevalence rate of 5.8%. Uganda tops her peers in the East African community, followed by Tanzania at 5%, Kenya at 4.2%, Rwanda 3.1%, Burundi 2.9%, and South Sudan at 2.5%. Someone can get me the figures of Congo so that we become complete. Congo is now a member of the East African community. When we are talking about partner states, Congo should not be forgotten. I have been briefed that the need to sustain these efforts has dominated this year's HIV/AIDS symposium. And indeed, the need to secure the gains made over the last 3 decades, as well as meet the new targets, is of critical interest for government of Uganda. Particularly, new targets have largely been geared towards financial sustainability. For example, by avoiding increases in numbers of affected persons and those on the second line of treatment that is more expensive. That way, the campaigns for prevention will reduce new infections, while treatment of people living with HIV/AIDS will lower the viral load and reduce new infections from partners, as well as enable the infected population to have prolonged good lives. This way, the government will be able to afford financially sustain the response within the resources available. The government of Uganda, with its partners, have committed significant financial resources to fight HIV/AIDS at an average of at an average of United States dollars, 600 million per annum. Important to note is that government has continued its commitment in the fight against HIV. This is seen in the additional annual allocation of Uganda shillings 50 million. Additionally, the government has come strong on its HIV and AIDS mainstreaming initiative, wherein all government entities have been instructed by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to allocate at least 1% of their annual budgets to HIV/AIDS related interventions, as was identified. I have also been briefed that the symposium has highlighted many challenges we still face. There are genuine and growing concerns that international funding will not be available in sufficient amounts to ensure implementation of programs, initiatives, and activities that make a science a reality. The last 5 years have seen a number of donor countries that support HIV/AIDS response in the developing world increasingly signal the need to transit the financing to domestic resources. The reason for transition range from low-income countries graduating into middle-income status that removes them from the bracket of getting certain grants to a need to instill sustainability of the response. Sustainable HIV pandemic control can only be achieved when the full range of HIV prevention and treatment services are owned and operated by local institutions, governments, and community-based and community-led organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Uganda commits to this direction as expressed in the presentation on the government's position, which the Prime Minister presented at the opening of the workshop. We are reviewing a range of strategies that we have to undertake as a country to systematically prepare for a transition, both in terms of plans and institutional arrangements, as well as increasing the finances. Colleagues, it is also important for us to note that sustainability is not just about resources. It is also about ensuring that our responses are the most effective, based on science and epidemiology, and targeted to those who need them. Sustainability is also about partnership. The AIDS movement provides a remarkable example of a community engagements in the development field. As the response to AIDS leads and becomes part of a revitalized movement for public health, we must never lose this vital principle of inclusiveness. Before I conclude, I want to make 2 or 3 points. Number one, I learned this morning there is a certain doctor who came to see me over the need to invest in the production of all testing kits from here. And he told me about HIV/AIDS, that around 2008-9, you were testing and putting some people in a week. I'm not a doctor, you'll excuse me. I will try to put this conversation in the layman's language. That you would give a simpler medicine until when a patient becomes so severe and you put on ARVs. What that caused, that many people at Murago Referral Hospital would die in their first week of changing the treatment. He told me that now, as soon as you test and discover that someone is HIV positive, you immediately put on ARVs. There is a term he used. Test and exactly, yes. That you now do test and treat. And all these people you test and treat, I think the 95% we are talking about are being financed by this grant you have been receiving. Largely being financed by the grant. Therefore, he told me that as Minister of Finance, you need to think about the solutions you have for HIV patients who cannot afford to buy ARVs when this grant is no longer there. We have an obligation as government to take care of our people. Thank you. You can see the layman who studied the figures was able to understand that. I appreciated the concept, and now I commit that when the development partners reduce funding, government will definitely take over. On the AIDS Trust Fund, which exists in the law, I think my staff addressed it properly. The issue is not the fund. The issue is the allocation in the budget. We have done reforms. That law came into place before the Public Finance Management Act was enacted in 2015. And the Public Finance Management Act introduced a single treasury account where all the monies, all resources of government must be collected into one account called the Consolidated Fund, from where we allocate to various activities and programs of government. But we shall talk more with colleagues when we go back to Parliament, and I want to believe that we shall harmonize. The most important issue here is how to finance the HIV activities. My last point is to emphasize that HIV is still around us, and HIV kills. HIV distorts the progress of some people, and HIV creates uncertainty. Yes, we all know one day we want to die. But I want to believe that there are people who have been stigmatized as a result of having been told that they have HIV/AIDS. Therefore, there is a need for all of us to join the fight by talking about it, by encouraging our people to behave morally, and by making all efforts like these ones which ensure that AIDS information is available and disseminated to the entire population of Uganda and beyond. With these remarks, I want to congratulate you once again for the extraordinary effort in fighting HIV. Thank you, Uganda AIDS Commission, the entire team, board management, and others. Thank you, Major General Honorable Masiko, for sparing your time to be with the AIDS Commission this evening. Thank you, development partners. Thank you, participants, for sparing your time to get information about AIDS. I want to wish you a safe journey back to our respective destinations. The message is simple. Let's keep our fire burning about the fight against HIV. And I now take this opportunity to declare this 2022 National HIV/AIDS Symposium closed for God and the country.
Once again, let's put our hands together for the honorable guest of honor for not only bringing us to the close of this important engagement, but thanking him for finding time from his busy schedule from the Treasury to come and be with us. I think it is a milestone, and from what he assured us, we think this is the beginning of a good network for the leaders or the coordinators of the fight of this scourge. Let's put our hands once again to the Honorable Minister. The assurance that there will not be stampede if our friends inevitably don't keep the support that government will readily come in. I think we also cheer that. But we also hope the minister has left the door a bit open about this fund, this trust. The trust means you are reassured that you are prepared to continue under all circumstances. So we think you will have a good time with the Committee on Presidential Affairs, which is very convinced that this approach should be examined more and more. So we are happy when the Minister for Presidency comes to you. I don't know what it is, whether she calls you or she goes to you. Your doors will be open, Honorable Minister. Because we as a committee, we were told that process is starting, and now your presence here assures us that all is going to be well. So once again, let me not water down the good assurances of our chief guest. I just now want to call for an orderly exit. And normally we do it in reverse. So there will be one stanza of the East African anthem and one stanza of the national anthem. And then I will hand over to the other announcers. I have handed over completely. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let's all stand to have the ceremonial exit.
Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us for these 3 days. And I take this opportunity to also appreciate the great work done by the partners. Most importantly, the Uganda AIDS Commission for hosting us for the 3 days. Thank you so much. May God bless the whole staff and the community of Uganda AIDS Commission. Ruth, I don't know if you have something to tell the people before they leave.
Not so much, just to thank you all for being with us for the past 3 days, for committing your time to being here. We do not take that for granted. We shall see you again when the Lord wishes, and we shall definitely keep you posted of any developments that will be coming out of this meeting. Thank you very much. I would like to add my voice to Kenneth's to thank the team that has made this possible, Uganda AIDS Commission, but we also know that you did not do this alone. So in the same spirit, I would like to thank PEPFAR, USAID, the UN family, and definitely Vision Group. Thank you very much. We wish you journey mercies.
Journey mercies.
Somewhere alone and frightened, all the darkness, the days are long, life in hiding, now I'm making you contact, now I'm all loving arms gone around my neck. Take my hand now, I'm tired. Tomorrow's song.